but he wants to choose time. Maybe that 50-50 here. You don't check it from up above, and he is going to rain. Now, tight angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops and all. Find himself falling. Another happy tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. Today I'm gonna be your host CQ, and by my side Penguin himself. How are you doing, Penguin?
All good. What about you? Are you excited?
I'm always excited to watch CFWL, and of course we are 1 week away from closing season 2 from of course our Western League, and we have a lot of bangers on the way. But of course, before we head into today's match, let's just talk about what happened yesterday and about what happened in the playoffs. First of all, we just had a 3-1, a quick one I would say, to of course a Nemesis versus Unlights, and it was one of the games that you would actually love to watch. Those guys been eating Unlights alive.
Well, yeah, actually, I always love to say to watch and see Nemesis playing versus Unlights, because it's like Beck versus Petro. You're talking about two IGLs that split apart and they are trying to fight who's the best, who's better. So it is usually an exciting games because they try to mind read themselves, they try to outplay, they try to be smart, and just every time you cannot expect who's going to be winning. Just lately maybe Nemesis is winning, but if you look at phase 1, we've seen Unlights winning, so that's what makes this series was one of the best.
Of course, they won one and they lost when it really matters versus Nemesis in the playoffs, but it was one of the games that we have seen the way that those guys been actually playing and handling their stuff. They were playing with some really I would say aggressive play style, and in the meantime, like I remember one of their main strats is 1-3-1, like one is holding a side, 3 are manipulating the enemies in the middle, and one of them is actually holding cat, playing something at like most of the maps, and you have the third guy that's just lurking, getting some information. And they had a magnificent run in the meantime, and I would say also on the entire series. Of course, the season itself, it was not an easy one for Nemesis, especially that they dropped their runner-up position on phase 1 and phase 2. But here when we came to playoffs, it felt that everything came back to what it was supposed to be. And of course, speaking of that, let's head to our trivia for tonight, and it goes like this. This quote is: after Unlights losing against Nemesis yesterday, the only remaining 4 teams are the elite group teams. We have CFWL currently in a very tight spot versus Nemesis. We have Vitality versus Anubis, which I believe those 2 best of 5s are something to watch. But let's not just skip into those steps, and let's bring back what did you actually miss from split 1? Like, I mean, not a split 1, from phase 1 into the playoffs. Like, what's the main thing that you feel that's missing currently at some of the teams?
Well, we are missing Unlights and TSC probably because they are the top tier teams that we've seen from season 1. We've seen Unlights claiming the 4th place. They had a very good games versus TSC, LCK back then, and LCK of course they secured 3rd place, but now they are on the 6th place, which put them in a very tough situation. Honestly, that's why I'm saying that. And even though if of course if CFWL loses today, that means that Anubis will have to go to the EWC because of the placement of season 2. They will have the same points as LCK probably, but the placement of season 2 is higher. So that's why I'm saying we are missing few action from some boys. But honestly, Anubis and CFWL, they bring an action to our season, and they actually made it, let's say, more competitive, because we expect CFWL, Anubis is winning, we expect Anubis, CFWL is winning. That's what makes it very interesting.
Yeah, and speaking of that, like 3BL, they actually dropped their spot. Like they had their Anubis game, and they should have done better. Like they know that, like if they won that game, they would have secured their spot. I would say 80%, 70% to the EWC, but that's from the past, and now we are in the future. But speaking about things from the past, we had like one of the teams that actually made a magnificent run. And speaking of that, we had, of course, I would say one of the teams that I was talking about is Imperium. They had a really, really great run, and they had even 4 wins in the entire season, but yet they didn't manage to make it to playoffs. But to speak more about Imperium, I believe that we have one of their players. I believe that we have Dump with us on the
Hello.
screen. Hello, Dump. Assalamu alaikum. How are you
Hello.
doing?
Alaikum salam. All good. What about you?
Just fine. Like,
Good,
first
all
of
good.
all, of course, uh, we wish that we have seen you guys in the playoffs. You made like a really, really, really great run through the entire season, and most of us, and I would say not most of us, all of us witnessed the improvement that happened to your team. And I know like you guys had a lot of roster changes, a lot of players that came in and didn't appear for another trial like another time. So walk me through what happened through your year, guys, in Imperium. You started with a roster. You had like one of the subs, which actually brought the eye to most of the like the guys that's watching the stream. Speaking about Faris, especially back in season one, he played one game and he really looked pretty good. And in season two, you had everything changed. So,
First of all,
like, it's yours.
Alhamdulillah.
Mhm.
First of all, Alhamdulillah. I think we improved a lot from season one because our individual and experience improved a lot from season one. Uh, to make it to the playoffs, I think the biggest factor was bad luck because no team get a 4 win and still didn't make it to the playoffs. That's exactly what happened to us this season. Overall, our performance was strong throughout the league. Even in most of our losses, we pushed the matches to overtime or gold round. We was always close, but sadly we didn't make it. About the roster changes, Sinclair's was a uh, biggest difference
Big
maker.
factor. Yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah, which does a lot to make a good results, but
exactly. True.
in the end,
Yeah.
we didn't make it to the playoffs. Thanks, it was a bad luck. No more.
Hmm. Of course, I would love to speak more about Laz. Like, I love that you mentioned that Laz was actually a difference maker to your team, and like that guy just appeared in week 2 of season 2, of course, and like after that, it felt like you are a different team. I would even say that if you had Laz in your game versus Vitality, I don't want to be that guy, but like I would say that you would have had like a bigger chances of winning. But other than this, you guys been doing some really wonderful work, and I believe like there is a lot to talk about, and I believe that Penguin has still got a lot in his pocket to bring it to the table.
Well, I have one question. I mean, it's not a question. Before we go into the interview questions, I want to ask them just a personal question. How do you maybe how do you live your life? Do you eat? Do you sleep? Because you have 4 wins, you didn't go to the playoffs, and you lost 2 games in golden rounds. So do you feel well now? Because I talked to you like 2 weeks ago, and you were completely done. And now, do you feel better? Because I know it's very hard. It's very hard. I believe that 3BL took 3 wins and they got into the playoffs last season. Now you have 4 and you lost 2 into golden rounds and you still don't make it to the playoffs. So just tell me, do you feel now better watching the league?
I dream every day of I dream every day about the playoffs. It was a hard moment for me. I cried a lot the day we lost against the Knights. But yeah, the life, I think I can be healed.
Okay, speaking about the Knights, and you of course watched the games yesterday, Nemesis versus the Knights, Nemesis upsetting the Knights, of course, and now we're having only 4 teams, and they're the elite teams only. So tell me, what team do you think have improved the most, and probably is the dark horse, and what do you think about the next matchups that we're having today?
I think it's Anubis because at the start of the season they weren't performing at this level, but now they are in the upper final bracket and they are closer to go to the EWC. I hope my friends can do it.
Yeah,
And
we all do
what do you think
hope.
about the matchups?
Oh, that's a good one.
I think Vitality will win this, and Nemesis will win 3-0 also. But Vitality with Anubis, Anubis can take a map, but Vitality will win.
All right, that's something. And for me, I would love to tell you something, Damp, that you should be proud of your team and proud of what you guys have accomplished. For me, I would
Yes.
say if I wanna lose, I wanna lose like you guys in Imperium. You made one heck of a season. You actually did improve a lot. The entire
Yes,
squad
true.
stepped up, and the results were there. Like I would say, it was a bit unfortunate that you guys didn't make it to playoffs. For me, I believe that you guys are gonna be part of 2027 still. You still have the promotion relegation games, and hopefully you still stick together as a team, and I hope that you can compete in that one. And man, like I need you to just raise your head and be proud of your team. And
Yes, man.
I mean,
You play good.
I know how it feels to like lose certain games. uh I would say that you would dream of them. Like I had that before, but I would love to tell you something that if you if you bring back the time, you did everything that you can do. There is nothing to regret about, and you're just doing yourself. You're so guys, you're so brave. You got this situation, I would say, and of course those relegation promotion games should be a piece of cake for you guys. Of course, thank you for your time, Damp, and any last
Yeah.
words you would love to say to the audience and the guys that follows you on social media on the stream.
I'm proud of my teammates and I love my team. And this year didn't end for us. We have the safest regional finals, and I'm sure we can do it.
I believe so. I believe so, Damp. Like, it was a pleasure having you with us on the broadcast,
Thank you.
and I would love to see you smile before we close. Like, man, you have a really great smile. I always love to see it while you guys are playing and doing some really good work, of course. Uh, Hard luck, Damp, and
Thank you.
2027, I believe it's gonna be yours, guys. And thank you for your time, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, it's heartbreaking, I would say. But other than this, like those guys been day in, day out, stepping in, making a really good work, and we have seen that on their play style, on their rotations, on their stuff, and the game itself. You'd see the, I would say, their communication not communication skills, like of course communication skills improved, but their communication in the game itself, it felt different than earlier in season 1. Season 2 was a different story, but unlucky for them, like they didn't made it this
But
one,
they play
but
good.
I
They play
believe
good, yeah.
they will in the next one. Come again?
I said they play good. They play good. I mean,
They
in my
did.
opinion, they did very good. I was just having fun with him, and because we had that small talk after the games, and he said that he's not feeling well. I tried to talk to him, and then now I'm telling him that he should be feeling better because he needs to go and just try to prepare for the regional qualifiers, prepare for the regional finals if he's making it, and also for the CFS League 2027.
Of course, and speaking of EWC and CFS points, here is our of course, like point distribution. Of course, we have Vitality on the first place. Nemesis are the closest opponent to them. Imperium, and like everything that was from season 1, you have it on the left side. Season 2 is still yet again to be completed. You'll see like the guys are hanging around. I believe they still have the CFS 26 path EMEA regional qualifier to play in. It's not gonna be an easy one to play with, but of course they will have a lot to bring to the table. Of course, speaking about Imperium, you have Swamp Gaming, Anubis, 3BL and Knights, LCK, and you will see everything will be distributed at the end. of I'm not sure if it's this stream or the next one. Like, we will see how it goes for season 2, and of course the total will shock us all, and that will bring us to everything when it comes to CFS points, when it comes to EWC, etc. You know how it goes. And of course, this is our bracket. We were just speaking about 3BL versus Anubis. That was a shocker, 3-1 to Anubis. Of course, they had like their run versus TEC. They went to full distance. On the other side, Knights went to the lower bracket versus Nemesis to get out and get knocked out from Nemesis again. So that's just how sadly the truth is between those two teams. And now we have 3BL versus Nemesis in the lower bracket. And of course, the first game for tonight will be Anubis versus Vitality. And man, Anubis are one step away from securing their spot in the EWC.
Anubis can secure the spot in EWC without even playing today. If 3BL loses, Anubis is going to the EWC 100%. And let me tell you this, that if 3BL have beaten Anubis last time, they could have been in the EWC also 100%. So it's just a matter of Anubis and 3BL fighting now. So that's why I'm saying that Anubis don't have to do anything today. Even if they didn't lock to the servers and 3BL just lost to Nemesis, they will be securing the EWC spot because they will be tied only with LCK. That's still they have the higher placement and the higher seed on Season 2. And also 3BL will not only drop from the EWC, but they will also drop to the regional qualifiers, not the regional finals, because they're going to be having 175 points and LCK are having 180 points with Anubis. Of course, Nemesis and Vitality is in there as well. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be a very tough day for 3BL. That's why everybody's talking about how hard this game is, but we have an upper bracket finals that we would love to watch, and we don't want to be seeing. And if Anubis lose, we would love to see someone upsting Vitality. That's what we usually, that's how you're going to be conquering the CFS League. If we want Vitality to get better, we need someone to beat them, and Anubis did, and they beat them 2-0 when it came to phase 2.
You know what would be a Looney Tunes like story that just like that you'd see Vitality lose in today's game, which basically guaranteed Anubis getting into the EWC, and then we witness Team 3BL win versus Nemesis. And after that, they win versus Vitality, and Vitality gets third place. 3BL versus Anubis in the final, which is a Looney Tunes, of course, thing to be dreaming of, and have like those three teams qualify to the EWC. But probably that's not gonna be the case for today. We have Vitality, Anubis, and TEC. Of course, the map leaderboard would say that we have like some teams been doing some really good work in other maps. I would say that New Mexico TEC didn't play a lot of New Mexico. That's why they have the 100% twin participation. I would say that Vitality have a really good baseline on New Mexico. Also, not TEC, Unknights, and I believe Unknights and TEC are both out of the equation, or out also of the international event. So it's only Vitality currently. And of course, when it comes to Ankara, Anubis played it the most, and they have a really decent record in Ankara, and that's something to be waiting for. Of course, for their match today, we should be looking in Ankara in one of the first 3 maps for them. And we have like some upper bracket final. Season 1 champion meets season 2 dark horse, yada yada. Like we know those stuff. So for you, Bingo, speaking about the dark horse, we all watching Anubis currently at their spot. Do you think they have a chance into winning versus Vitality? Or if they have a chance into winning, like, you're the coach for Anubis, what would be your strat to win versus Vitality?
Thank you. I don't want to be the coach for Anubis, but I can tell you that the only team can beat Vitality is Anubis. Because Nemesis, they don't have the mentality to beat them. They always fall. And it's not because the players are having a weak mentality. It's just because it's a thing's been here for years. So it's a big burden on themselves. And usually they are very close, but not that much close, you know. And 3BL, of course, even if they make it, I don't think they have also the experience to beat Vitality. That's why everybody's maybe talking about 3BL and just putting or firing to 3BL because they lost the game versus Anubis. But I guess that's the first time these guys plays the playoffs. That's the first playoffs for Lucia. That's the second for the rest of the team because they played the first one on season 2, of course, except Sad and Hunt. So they are probably missing a lot of experience, and we mentioned. So that's why I'm saying if Vitality is having one evil chance or maybe evil team to beat, it's gonna be Anubis, because these guys are coming with a very, very positive mentality right now. Just nothing is pressuring them, and they can do a very good games versus them. Especially they have 2 snipers and they can punish the aggression that's coming out from them.
Yeah, and speaking of the 2 snipers, we are watching Muffin and of course Dirty doing the heavy work for the team when it comes to holding the sites. And of course, speaking of Anubis, we should go to Ankara. That's one of the really, really, really good maps. But before that, I believe that we have CFS 2025 Season 1 Grand Final match. 10 Egyptian Derby this season is first to the playoffs. Like, we have 2 Egyptian teams in the upper bracket finals, and both of them are Anubis and Vitality. I believe we have a lot of stuff to talk about Egyptians and about Egyptian derbies, and going back to Ankara. So I will actually let you this point, Penguin. I believe you will fill this one really, really good. Speaking about the snipers and how do Anubis play with those snipers.
Well, it's usually Anubis. They have only one play style, in my opinion, that they play on the enemy team mistakes. So that's why you sometimes see Anubis winning so hard, or actually just trying to, or maybe fighting for their win, because they are playing on the enemy team's mistakes. They wait and they know how to maybe use the mistakes into a very good position, which is actually a very good style. And it's not everybody can do what Anubis is doing, because it requires a lot of experience, and because you are waiting for the enemy team mistakes. And so when the mistakes is here, they need to be ready with the corrective action and actually to capitalize on these mistakes. And this is what we saw from them versus 3BL, when we said that definitely it wasn't 3BL day when Anubis beats 3BL 10-1 on sub-base. That's something that we don't usually see. So 3BL just gave them a lot of mistakes, and they did punish them for it. And also we've seen them playing versus TC, and TC also tried to play aggressive, try to do some crazy stuff that they used to do back in the days, probably for years, and still Anubis had the better let's say mind reads, let's say game reads, game plans, counter plans. So Anubis is a team that you should be trying to make the less mistakes. Otherwise, you're going to be in a very big trouble. And if there is a team that makes the less mistakes in the league, it is going to be Vitality, because these guys are usually the one who are fixing their mistakes. It's always a daily routine for them. They watch the mistakes, they fix it, and they try not to make it again. So if they did a mistake versus Anubis on phase 2, I don't think these mistakes is going to be happening again.
Of course, they don't really want to use play on those mistakes. I would say that also another thing about Anubis, that they actually have like a certain way of playing, which is always about like the mid control, like the mid contest. Other than pardon me, I would mention that 3BL, they don't do that most of the times. They just leave their spot, trying to play more defensive. On the other side, Anubis are the different way around. They, like, if you're coming to contest me, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. I'm gonna contest, I'm gonna play, I'm gonna force each and every thing that come out of you to just trying to fight over for the spot, trying to fight over for the place. And if it's just so hard to get it, they will just leave it. Just like trying to make for the 1-for-1 and try to walk around, play around Vent, or maybe do something that helps him and helps the team to play around that. But when that's for Anubis, on the other side you have Vitality. Those guys are the best in the West. And like nothing we can speak about them. They're the best in the West. They always like came at a certain point to give us some ugly wins that I would love to say, but other than this, they're winning, so there should not be any problem with that. And here's their record in phase 1, not even a single loss. Like, the more detailed round things will show different style, but other than this, they just got the win.
Yeah, they're winning, but the Imperium games is only 2 rounds different. It went to overtime. Song Gaming went to overtime. Titan Esports went to overtime. 3BL Galaxy, one of them went to overtime, I believe. Anubis, no, and Knights. I mean, it's a very close games, but this was the phase one. This was the beginning of them. This was the comeback. They were trying to make the way back again, trying to reshape their play style. But when it came to phase two, we've seen a better shape. Of course, they fall versus Anubis, and this is the biggest upsets I said that I've ever seen probably in this year, because we are not only saying that Anubis beat Vitality, it's Anubis beat Vitality 2-0. Which is kind of a big loss for them. And Horace mentioned that I don't care about the winning streak anymore. What I care about is winning the league and winning the title for myself and for my team. So that's why I'm saying Anubis did beat them. Anubis did kind of capitalize on their mistakes, and they fixed their mistakes. And Horace said that we weren't ready, but now we should be ready for the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and speaking about the upper bracket final, it looks like they should have not played the most games, the most rounds and everything, but the sad reality is they are the most team that have played rounds in the entire season. They have 495 rounds before we even get into this game, and that's of course about Vitality. I would say if we went back to phase one, I would say it's a lot different. Like, they would have been one of the most games played team, but currently you have a team like Anubis. They actually accumulated more rounds. They have 557 rounds, so a lot of hours been put in the league, a lot of games, a lot of stuff to work with. And looking at their KDs, is Snake, even though that he is the IGL, he is the highest KD amongst the entire roster.
Yeah, of course. And we mentioned that Snake is doing one of the best seasons, because when we saw Vitality actually struggling or trying to fight back, it was only Snake who was there and consistent throughout the entire, let's say, the entire phase one. And Slayer is actually, with his code, that he's telling the teams to be ready, that they're going to be bringing the best, and if you want to be the best, you have to beat them. So, and you have to earn it by beating them. In my opinion, that the code that Horace said was actually probably also stronger, because he said, yes, we did fall versus Anubis, we weren't ready, but when it comes to the playoffs, when it comes to the finals, nobody is even close to beat us on such games. So I would love to see Anubis actually probably trying to upset them today, just to make the grand finals actually better, and maybe even more competitive, that more than we're gonna be seeing.
And of course, the boys are here to shoot some heads and to just get into the grand final. They don't want to go to the longer road, or like wait for the third game to be watched, or like to be played, to be part of everything that they can do. But we saw Anubis, we saw Vitality, both they're ready, or I'm not gonna say getting ready, they are ready and more than ready to be playing in the playoffs, and of course to play internationally. And I mean, Anubis are like hungry, like they have missed a lot of international events at the current state, that those guys, they almost forgot how to travel, or like how to participate in the big events. And those guys are hungry for more wins, are hungry for international events, are hungry for getting into Paris and play in all of that crowd that's gonna be watching them. And of course, speak of the devil, you have Noor, Muffin, Gainer, Dirty, and Dome. Noor would be the happiest guy. He just finished his military service. Muffin is happy to be part of the mix, and of course, Gainer has been around for a long time.
Oh yeah, they are having a very good times, and we mentioned that they are the best team in terms of improvement. Comparing them to phase one, phase two was perfect. Honestly, I wouldn't say anything about phase two. They only had an unfortunate loss versus 3BL, but they beat Nemesis and they beat Vitality, which are kinda, let's say, their future opponents. Because if they win today, they're gonna be playing either Nemesis or Vitality. Probably the closest to be Nemesis, honestly. And if they lose, they also be playing most likely Nemesis. We don't want to be saying 100% because it's not like that when it comes to the playoffs games. But I'm saying that Anubis, they are still having the upper hand. And we mentioned that if a team beats Nemesis, Vitality, TC, 3BL all in a row, that team needs to be representing our region.
Of course, like a team that can do all of that should be in the mix, and let's see about more about the players, about the data, and about what they actually made across this year. They won versus, as you have mentioned, Vitality. They won versus Nemesis. Actually, I believe they have not played. Actually, no, they won versus Nemesis in phase 2. Phase 1 was a different story. 3 mappers here, and a lot of action that happened in phase 1 that we should recall. And for me, and for the audience, I believe that Anubis are one of the teams that have their own unique play style and a really good mix of the players. And for you, Penguin, like
Yeah.
we talked about the players, some of the maps. So I would love to ask you, who's your favorite player in Anubis and why?
Muffin. Only Muffin. This guy is just doing an insane job, and he's also a beginner as well. But if you want to be only one person, it's Muffin. This guy's been doing very good. He's always consistent. Why I'm saying Muffin, not Gainer, because Muffin was consistent on season 1 and season 2. But right now, Gainer is just unmatched. He's one of the best players, and I think he's the best on the West League right now. Because yes, I know Slayer is very good. He's probably having 1.37 KD. Yes, Snake is having 1.26 KD. That you are talking about the players that plays in Vitality. They have Horus, they have Snare, they have Snake, they have Godzin. But if you look at Anubis, of course, the names are still new to the league. They have Muffin, they have Dirty. So Gainer is doing a heavy lifting for this team on this season 2. So I'm looking forward to see Muffin, more from Muffin. I would love to see his first grand final ever. Yes, it's the upper bracket final only. I would love to see him probably in the grand final. I want to be seeing this guy the entire season. And if he haven't had any troubles, I think this guy single-handedly, him and Gainer probably can take Anubis into even further, let's say, matches, or probably win the league if they can just beat Vitality.
Yeah, also, I would love to back up when it comes to Muffin and Gainer, both been, like as you have mentioned, doing some really good and heavy lifting. And speaking of Gainer, he got like some code to say. I do respect everyone outside the game, but in the game, I don't care nor respect anyone. Don't fight me. He's just like, yeah, just avoid me in the game. Outside the game, I'm the smiley guy that doesn't hurt anyone, but when it comes to be in the battlefield, I'm a different person. Like, he's a beast, and I mean, that guy actually steps to what he's saying. He's not saying like some nonsense. He's just like, he is that guy. He's him. And for you also, Penguin, going back to Gainer and going back to Muffin, would you compare them or like put them into the same category as like one of the, I wouldn't say greatest players, or like one of the players that you would put in the top 10 good snipers in the entire Western League?
No, not yet,
Like
not
in
at all.
the
No, no, of
history,
course, this is
in the history, one
this
of
is
them.
in the history. No, 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 no.
No,
It's too
so
much for
far.
them, because in the history, yeah, in the history, no. Probably this year, yes. You want me to put Muffin, a guy who played probably 15 games of the West League, and comparing him to snipers like, let's say, Kai's. He played 400 games, I believe, 180 games, or just some other game. HTZ, I guess he's exceeding also 300 maps. It's gonna be very tough. But I'm saying, Gainer probably have more map games than Muffin. But I'm saying that Muffin, that's his start, and if this is his start, then I'm gonna be putting him the best in the history in just no matter of time. He's just having a skyrocket performance, and he's usually performing when it's needed the most. And even though when this guy is not performing, we either see Anubis struggling very hard, or it's a kind of a win for them that shows that he's very, very important factor. And yet he keeps this pressure and still performs to the best and carries his team to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, of course, he's carrying his team to the upper bracket, and we can't deny that. And of course, I I really wanna head into something like, when it comes to the history, like if we go back to 2024, you had like a very unique roster of Unnights, the one that they had HDZ, MKZ, Pietro, Beck, and Alucard. That was one of the most interesting, I would say, rosters to watch, since you had HZZ, not HDZ, TZ, the H double Z guy, and of course Alucard.
The same.
Both are really good snipers
Oh,
to
you're talking
watch.
about HZZ, the rifle player. Yeah, the Chinese
Yeah,
player.
the
Yes.
HZZ, the rifle player, and you had MKZ. MKZ. Like, man, there's
MKZ
a
is
lot
their
of
coach.
Z's. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but actually he
Yeah.
played at a certain point.
Yeah, he's their
MKZ
coach. He's their coach,
played.
and yeah, he's their coach, and he's their coach now, and he's also playing sometimes because he's also on a substitute. He was one of the best players. He a very experienced player. I believe that the first players I've ever saw in the competitive scene when I went to the Europe version of CrossFire, because it was two versions. It was Momux and also Petro. They were playing together back then. So you're talking about the heavy experience on these guys. He is the same, I believe, as probably Snake, Snare. These guys are also having a tough, a big experience. And also, we're just talking about Snake, and he's the player to watch right now. 1.26 KD, a rifle IGL. That's a blast for Vitality today.
Yeah, a rifle IGL, and I believe if we went to Anubis, I would say back in phase 2, you would have Noor up there also. He's the
Yeah,
IGL, and of course he's
definitely.
fragging for the team. So you have Snake. We have, I wouldn't say Pietro, since Pietro been coming short when it comes to fragging, but other than this, he would just like appear frequently to do anything. But yeah, you have him, you have Hunt, especially when it comes to 3BL. We have a lot of IGLs that actually manages to shoot,
Fragging, yeah.
and from like a former IGL, I believe that the game has evolved a lot when it comes to IGLing, and of course that rule, you particularly Penguin would like. I believe we mentioned that back in the days, like IGLs weren't supposed to be like guys that fragging or doing stuff. They're just like trying to get some information, flank, and like make the puzzle work, like put the pieces in the puzzle. Currently, it's a different story. Would you love to still be part of that puzzle or like a different thing? But speaking of the puzzles, I believe that we all figured out that Vitality are winning this one. No one is shifting his thoughts. Like, we're all
I
locked in on
wanted to vote Anubis,
Vitality, and
honestly.
look at this. Oh,
I wanted to vote Anubis, honestly, but the everything, the fact says that it's gonna be Vitality, just like yesterday. Yes, I had some feelings that Knights can make it, but the fact says it's Nemesis. So I wanted to vote for Anubis. Actually, probably, let's say this is the prediction. This is not who you want to see winning. Yes, I predicted the Vitality based on the experience, but I think, or I would love to see Anubis just beating Vitality, at least for now. Why? Because this is gonna be pushing Vitality even more and will give Anubis more confidence. That means that these guys will also kind of, let's say that they'll have more confidence going into the EWC. So that's what I want to be seeing in my region. A very strong team just improving, a new talents, and they have the full confidence. So they just fear nobody, as Ginner said. And this is the best for our region as well. So that's why, and of course, the reformed Nemesis, if they make it to they made it already to the WC, but if they make it and win and they go to the top 3, I would love to see them also moving forward, because this will boost their confidence and momentum on the EWC to show a good, to just give a good present of our region. And the West League just shows a very, very good performance.
so good performance it is. And speaking about the region, speaking about everything, let's head back into our game, since like I believe we have some really good teams to represent us in international. Let's head and put some focus into the title, since I believe we've been sleeping about this part, but the title is one of the most important things. And of course, if we are gonna speak about the title, we should be speaking about the map V2 and the maps that we should be looking for to see whether Vitality will get this one an easy one and done, or will Anubis make a different thing. And I love the fact that there is a respect for Anubis Black Widow, and on the other side, no one really want to play versus Vitality's New Mexico. To be honest, like, yeah, they play like a decent New Mexico, but I wouldn't say it's the best in New Mexico that I ever watched out of a team.
Yeah, but Anubis, they don't play it, so they don't care if Vitality is playing it very good, they're practicing or not. They just don't play it, so they're. I don't think it's their. It's the map that suits them. I remember that Anubis' first map ever on this season, I believe it was versus the Knights, or probably versus some other team. It was New Mexico, or maybe the New Mexico was versus the Knights. and they lost it 10-6, 10-7. So and they didn't practice it since then, and they improved their sub base, and they actually made the sub base very, very good. Because on the internationals, you will be playing sub base more than you will be playing New Mexico. So it's a right call from them to avoid New Mexico. And Vitality is going to be picking sub base, and then we're having Ankara and a size of redemption, because I believe it might be going or starting 2-0 in favor of Vitality. That a size of redemption for Team Anubis is that they're going to be starting on the global side on port. Actually, their strongest side on port is Blacklist, so that's still a size of redemption. So that's why I'm saying good veto for Anubis. At least they're not going to be falling shortly. They might fight back, but Vitality is having a head start.
To be honest, I kind of won't agree with you when it comes to sub base, since Anubis showed us some really, really good appearance on sub base, and I believe they won versus Vitality in sub base. So I believe sub base should be a more competitive match to watch between Anubis and Vitality, and it won't be an easy one and done. It should be a back and forth game, might go to like even overtime in the first game out of those two. I believe it should not be an easy one, since also Anubis are one of the teams that actually loves to defense from like upper lines. Like they don't just leave 2/3 of the map and like play on the last third. They like to contest the second one and be head to head and fighting over the other team. But I believe that the lobby is ready and our casters are ready. So Trav and Volt, take it away.
Well, the last day of the penultimate week, we are very, very fast approaching toward the end of this league, this season. And yeah, I think we've got probably two of the best teams here to really do battle in this first BO5 to get through to that main grand final. Firstly, Volt, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've just seen the bar brawl, as they would say, when you've seen like the games from teams like TEC, Unknights, and even Nemesis really struggling a little bit. And we're gonna see more of Nemesis later tonight. But I'm feeling great about this one because I'm expecting quite the opposite from the series that we had between Unknights and TEC and then Unknights and Nemesis. I'm expecting very few mistakes. You know, Penguin was talking about this. He said that the game will be high level and that those are the two teams that punishes mistakes the best and make the least amount of mistakes. So how they're going to actually break that deadlock, I think that's going to be the entertaining part of the game, where people are going to step up in specific games. You know, they were talking about Snake, specifically he's doing great, but do you have anyone that you're actually thinking about that could be the one to, I guess, unlock it for the two teams? I guess outside of the usual names, you know, because anybody can say, oh, Gainer is doing great, but like, who else?
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, the thing is that like I've always remembered when the going gets tough at the beginning of a season. I remember so many Horus clutches, so many Horus multi-kills out of nowhere, right? He'd be the player that I would look at over the next couple of game weeks, next couple of game days to kind of step up for Vitality and, you know, really assert their dominance on the league again. Because this is a BO5, which, as we spoke about on the desk and as Penguin said, like, realistically, for me, I have seen many a time that they look like they ramp up at the end of the season. But Anubis will not be run over easily here. I don't think this is a BO5, it'll be a 3-0. I'd be very surprised at that. So we're going to get underway on sub base. Vitality's picked to begin in the BO5. And yes, I expect this to stay very close throughout the entire night.
Sub base though, this is the place that you would say they've earned their chops, and now we'll have to wait and see if those chops are going to be earned. Oh, close call from Muffin. One of the people that perhaps, I guess, all of us really expect a fair bit out of him. And, you know, the starts from Anubis is great. They get control of those wooden doors. They're basically playing keepsake for Vitality. And look at that. The GR side is kind of suffocated, really. And they don't have space. They have to bunker down for what is a minute 30 with basically all the options open for Anubis. But in terms of where they actually are, they're closest to Machine, and that duel could be a problem for Talzin in the short term.
Nice catch from Gainer. He will be the first man to put his name on the score sheet in this BO5. Nor will follow up the same as well. Slayer does well to push back in though to find Doom and even find Dirty too. He was a little bit late on that trade, Dirty. And that allows that to come through for Slayer. He finds another one onto Gainer. It's a very fast back and forth. Even a 1v1, would you believe? With Muffin finding 2 quick kills. But Snare will deliver. And Vitality will grab that. What was, by the way, a very brief 3v5. Quick victory.
Exactly the word for Slayer. And Horus, you know, cometh the hour, cometh the man. 2 kills to his name. And Todson will be the one to bring the aggression this time around. That's a C4 round. And perhaps the round just starting and finishing in the first 25 seconds.
Muffin, lovely peak, but he's got a lot of work to do, isn't he? And then the C4 is a long, long way away. That is the main issue. So a bit of patience here for Anubis. Just have to maybe use a little bit this time to think about what to do in the next round. Wouldn't come, obviously, because he'll be wanting to talk over Muffin's clutch attempt. But he's not long for this world here. Good catch from Slayer, and the 2-0 start is confirmed very, very quickly.
Yeah, 2 very different rounds, mind you. So it's great for Vitality to see that they're able to bring both flavors of Crossfire. A very passive style that they rely on multi-kills and people play off each other, and then an aggressive round where, you know, they basically are proactive. They bring the heat to the other side. And Anubis, taking that timing, get a player deep in the vents, and it's a question of whether or not they'll actually utilize them. Muffin backs off, despite really not being pressured from the GR side. And last time around, they tried to play for Machine and B and didn't end up being that successful. And now, trying to pivot on the stairs, but lo and behold, Vitality have beaten them to that punch. They got Snake and Horus both together in the A side. Actually, like, that timing could be a problem. Horus finds the kill on Horus cleanly, and he does. And suddenly, this player in radio is left dead to rights. There's a second behind him on the vents, and he really should be a pickup for that side. And even the attempted flank from Snare is accounted for by Gainer. High level in terms of the tactics from the 2 sides. Now, the question becomes, can Vitality somehow bring it back? And apparently it will not be the case. 3 kills from 3 different players. And that is Anubis playing a holistic team game for the top team.
Yeah, just literally all doing their job at the right moment there in that one. Very comfortable, making sure they get on the board very early in this one and don't allow Vitality to creep clear quickly. Good work. Almost a bit of an opening pick there. That could have been coming through for Gainer. Slayer was also looking down that line, and but not anymore now, so they're going to be falling back into the default.
Like, I'm thinking about this, right? Like, a lot of other teams go into Vitality perhaps would be a bit more reserved, right? But Anubis are bringing their own game, but there are very clearly some subtle adjustments because they know how Vitality like to play that buddy system. And they're trying to exploit it. Even the round prior, they've taken a good timing that I'd assume they've seen Vitality vaults and they know that they like to switch players that interval.
Dirty ready to throw the util to send his teammate in for a look, but it's only a bit of a fake. I thought Nor might have pounced on that one, and that has been one of the main factors for Anubis in previous game days that we've watched, is that Nor has been pretty unbelievable with how much space he's willing to take, how aggressive he's been. I think I would put young sung heroes maybe of Vitality is probably Horus, and for Anubis definitely Nor as the captain. Now get the opening pick there with a bit of patience.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that this start has been probably one of the best that we have seen in the West League in quite a while. 2 teams that are playing the game and playing each other, but Snare still be a highlight reel machine. And apparently they're going to be able to slow down the pace enough. 3 players on the other side, and second for Snare. Gainer unable really to find the headshot, and eventually Snare will be able to spray it down to 14. And well, Nor will remain unsung for this round. Vitality again beating Anubis to the timing, keeping them at bay. The 2-round buffer remains. And while Anubis are gaining good space, the utilization of such space hasn't been the very best.
Nor pushes forward a bit more aggressively here, but Gamer's there for a very quick trade on Snake in a different part of the map. Gainer waits for Snare, takes his kill. Very, very quick opening fights going down here, and does go in the way of Anubis. They get a 3 for 2, but there's the response again, an important impact kill from Horus, and guess what? That's the C4. All of a sudden, we might have a 2v2, but look how far away Dirty and Gainer are, and the angle that Horus has got onto Dirty. He's tagged him down very low. Horus then goes back to check Gainer. It's perfect. It's perfect work from Horus here. And Dirty, he doesn't really have much to do in this one, being this low HP.
He picked up the sniper, right? Trying to at least have fighting chance in this one, but the moment he goes into the team, maybe that's right. The timing nearly betrayed Todson, but the USP is going to be enough to find that kill, and a quick timeout from Anubis, who, to be fair, I'm looking at what they're trying to pull off, and I'm really impressed by them tactically, but unfortunately, Vitality, just as they've all said, you know, like phase 1 and phase 2 is a very different ordeal, and it's very obvious that they're bringing their A game to this one.
Yeah, I'll call it early. I think, as you say, just the ramp up from everyone. I expected the most out of, I think, Vitality and Nemesis, to be fair, as the two teams that tend to look the best when they get to playoffs after the regular season. But Anubis have really had a great season. There's a reason why they're in this upper bracket final. This is not no surprise to me at all.
I'll say, though, I've been not that impressed by Nemesis in comparison to a lot of the other teams. Like, I feel like, here's the thing, they're not TEC, right? They haven't just have been on a downfall. But the rate of improvement of everybody else in the league have been higher than them. Even a team like 3BL that is having their own growing pains, and the young players are starting to feel a little bit shaky. Even they look like really competitive in terms of their mechanics. Perhaps some of their tactics have been a bit suspect, but I'm looking at Nemesis when we're talking about them. I'm not that impressed. I'm much more impressed by Anubis and what they have been doing all throughout. Like, their game against 3BL, they were absolutely prepared. And even here, like, they've taken a very early timeout, and it's very obvious they don't want Vitality to grab the reins of this game, because they know that if that ever happens, it's always usually going to be one-way traffic, and they're trying to deny such a thing. And even in those 5 rounds that we've seen, like, you've seen, I wouldn't say like anything groundbreaking, but a lot of the right reads, a lot of the right plays. They've been able to have contingencies for everything that Vitality do. Like, you see players like Slayer and Snake sometimes trying to take space, even Todson really at times. And those 3, it's very obvious that they have watched the games, know their tendencies, and they're trying to capitalize.
Get back underway here in the first map of Subbase with a 4-1 lead for Vitality on their GR side. That is a very good start from them. Anubis' change up is to play a bit more in the vent. Rapid timing. Second bit jumped on by Nor, and there we go. There's a start, and off the back of that kill, that's when they move through the vents. It'll be watched a little bit by Horus, but he only goes 1 for 1. Snare will now know it's a risk that he needs to worry about, however, and it's a great flick up, immediate. Would you expect a second? It's very rare that you expect a second, and he's going to look away from it for a second as well. Bomb will be planted in a 3v3.
Very hit by the HE. Muffin nearly found the timing, but instead he's the one that ends up being punished. And Vitality got a real chance at this one now. It's 1-on-2, but Nor placed the edge of the smoke perfectly. Doesn't find Todson on that timing though. He's got a fresh mag, but 2 players that are working their way into him. And Snare's rather healthy, so unless he finds headshots, it's going to be easy work for him. And nearly actually a round that could have gone the right way. Time ran low, but Snare found the perfect peak on Vitality off the back of Anubis' timeout. Still running the game to their own rhythm.
Yep, add that one to the list of rounds so far in this BO5 that they'll maybe look back on later and say, oh, that one could have gone our way. That could have been a difference maker. Especially, like, there's a big difference between 4-2 and 5-1. That puts Vitality guaranteed with a lead on the half already. Slayer trying to clear Gainer, but Gainer saw it and was ready for it, and goes for his peek on Toxin too. That's the Gainer we want to see. Immediately fighting, brawling for a double.
I guess he is really bringing back that form that we've seen on the best Gainer in the days of the Ping Pong Pals, and again, Vitality trying to recoup space, and Anubis just got the perfect read in terms of how they want to play and where they want to play. And I will say, like, the 5-1 is a very deceptive score. You think about how many 1v1s we had. This could have very easily been a 3-2 half at this current point in time. And then it would have been a lot better for Anubis, considering that this is a round that most likely they are slated to win. Gainer has found his third. And probably Snare is not going to be much of a contest either. He is on 20 HP or so. Gainer should eventually walk back into that line of sight, and Snare's taking a sweet time, knowing that probably this round is over. Maybe trying to pad the KD a little, because I don't really see any way for him to win now with this little time remaining.
Inevitability, just a matter of who gets the kill. Will be Captain to grab that one. Second round for Anubis. Starting a little bit slower here, maybe, but I wouldn't put it past them to build back into this one.
I mean, the one thing that I feel like we haven't really seen much of is utilization of the vent from Anubis' strats. Because you look at Vitality, they're not really contesting it because they haven't really been any presence on that side. But well, a contest of within doors, and this time, Vitality ends up successful. An opener for Snare. And here comes the Vent play. Muffin playing inside, actually on 417. Not the TRG, that is into the hands of Dirty, who is trying to take a contest to the other side. You can tell, two players nearly lining up on the side of the wooden doors, but for now they're buying their time. And it looks like the Snare's head it is, and Vitality is ready for such a thing. But even before they get to have a go, he's going to be down 2. Oh, that's a close call from Snare. Pre-fire that nearly would have just won the round then and there.
Snake hoping that the C4 does come toward him, and I think that might be the last option left for Anubis, if I'm honest with you. Snake goes 1 for 1, that's more than enough. A little bit spooked by the window in the control room, but no, doesn't fail in my description of holding up his end of the bargain. He does get his 1 for 1. C4 will be allowed to push down, but look at Snare. He's so fast on tracking and tracing here. It's a lovely tap from range. So calm as well from Snare. He was in full control of that one. And Vitality have a chance for 7 on GR in the first half here.
And if that is the case, it might just be game over for Anubis. They really needed a couple more rounds. I mean, 5-4, and there's a playing chance. 6-3 is the bare minimum. And it looks like they want to step up their pace, and nearly Horus found 2 on the pistol. That's TRG doing what it's here for. Another kill coming in from Snare. And Snare is there for the trade. It ends up in a 2-on-2 with Gainer. Slowly coming along next to Dirty, and those nades are going to finish off a C4 planter. It leaves Gainer the healthiest of the bunch. But can he even make good use of that HP? They really separated themselves into 2 1v1s, and they will. Slayer takes the peek before Thompson makes his way down the stairs. And now Gainer got the chance, and he is going to deliver. Anubis salvaging a third. And that could be the lifeline to bring them back into the sub-base.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big moment. First really real big moment in terms of Anubis's campaign so far today. And that is a really lovely clutch from Gainer. But you can't deny, even though it's Gainer doing what Gainer does, doing Gainer things, Vitality kind of did gift him those opportunities. I mean, the fact that it was even a 2v2 to begin with is pretty crazy. The nades were good to make it a 2v1, but then, as you say, they split up. I'm not sure why they split up in the way they did. They were just hoping that Gainer would show himself at some point, and his movement would push him into the view of the second player. And that's why they didn't team up. They thought the bait would work, the fake would work. And that's how that site kind of works sometimes. If you go together, it works, but it's it's not the absolute steadfast right decision every single time going together on that retake. And Vitality thought they could play it a bit differently. They couldn't. Again, they did it well.
I guess it's a matter of timing, right? If they had a better timing, they probably would have won that one. But that is woeful timing from Anubis. Every single player got in transition. Only ready players were Dirty and Doom, and they get the first kill of the GR side, but it's still too late. C4 down. Doom identified, and Horus should eventually be able to find that kill, and he does. That is another round. Vitality kicking off their Blacklist campaign. So strong to the point that I don't know if Anubis are going to be prepared. That is a high octane round, and Anubis just got caught off guard by how quick Vitality was.
Yeah, very pacey, and that's one of the things that Vitality can flag. That was a gimmick as such, but just was an extra factor that teams aren't ready for. Morris again showing some good important impact. Showing up after I called his name. I just remember so many previous seasons, like when he's gotten kills like that. Just even if it's singular kills that maybe he wouldn't get over the course of the regular season. Dirty's trying to make something special happen here, and this was a 5v2 for a split second, by the way, for Vitality. All of a sudden, they might have been a little bit lackadaisical, and it's allowed Anubis back into a 2v2, but Totson has good control. With this angle again, it should be seen. There's the kill. He's now got Snake up there with him to help out, and they bounce each other's contact to perfection. 8 already for Vitality. This is a very speedy start, and already looking like they are in full confidence mode in playoffs here.
I mean, think about Vitality's run in the regular season. They were not this pacey. It's great to see that they're able to adapt, because Anubis is actually one of the slower teams on GR. They can always find the setup. They like to take one of those doodles, but well, if Muffet is going to be on 4, maybe there is some life for Anubis after all. How did he get away with that third? Oh, that is kind of ridiculous. But even with all of that said and done, a 2-on-3 is a very real proposition. They could try to pivot on Noor. They're waiting to see if they can get the C4. And this time around, timing is going to be everything. Todson needs to sync up with Snake. Right place, right time, Noor caught off guard, and now it becomes a very plausible 2-on-2 with Dirty and Gainer. Again, very split up. It will be a player on the stairs, a player coming through radio, and Todson not really looking at stairs initially, but eventually they'll adjust, and it's going to be 2 1v1s. I say that, but they're trying to look to the other side, and if they do find Gainer, then that's a round that might be put on wraps. The HE doesn't find the kill. Both are low for Dirty, but might not be ready for how close Todson is, and he is not.
Wow.
Match point for Vitality.
So clean, so well played between them. This is the Vitality that I know can just dominate any team in the league so far. Sure, it's map 1 of a BO5. I'm not going to say anything's a done deal yet. It's by no means anything like that. But this is very, very impressive to begin for the title favourites. Dirty starting off the round.
I mean, good start. But definitely still some worrying signs for the defense, right? You look at the way that they're 2-stacking radio with a lot of pressure on them, and again, like that lack of control of the wooden doors is one thing, but the man advantage kind of makes up for it, because they can stack it a little bit heavier. Usually you would see teams a little lighter on that B site, because they are so starved for information. They really need to keep both Gainer and Dirty in that line of sight, which makes things a little bit complicated here at stairs, as they're setting up for a take, but that's great timing for Muffin.
Oh, another reaction from Horus, though. Noor will go down. Muffin has got to be keen with this one on time. He only connects with 1, but the second is really nice, and then Dirty's there to help out. There we go. There is the double snipers for Anubis, bouncing off each other really nicely. Okay, so a little bit of a recovery. It's step 1, but they need 5 more.
Oh, again. Lost for Anubis at the start, but that's what we were talking about, right? Like Horus coming up with kills like these in probably what is the most important time of the game. Not really letting Anubis maintain prolonged man advantage, and now a lot more pressure is on Dirty. They rotate that second sniper, and going to be the bane of Horus. And we'll see if somehow salvage a couple more rounds out of this sub base. Any mistake and they're out. So it's great that we're seeing them off to a great start. Maybe not initially, as they got 2 match points after all, but they've really been able to adjust. And I gotta say, I really like the pacing that they're playing. It seems like that they finally found an answer for what Vitality are bringing.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet anyway. I think look, it's a poor start for Anubis, but it's a long day. They won't get controls up too much for that, or I don't even see Slayer working his way through, and he's found 3 from that. Muffin, Dirty, and Doom all denied any opportunity at all. And just like that, that's about to end. Nowhere nor is. It'll be easy trade from Totson. So a very speedy start to this BO5 for Vitality. The real Vitality has stood up and delivered in this opening map in this BO5. But of course, it works both ways. There were multiple close rounds right at the beginning of the game where Vitality, where I think I mentioned it right, it could have been 4-2. It was 5-1 instead due to a close 1v1 and a number of other advantages as well. It's always not always a one-way conversation. It can often be a bit of both, of course, with Anubis and be starting a bit slow. So, yeah, but a long day, long BO5. There's got many opportunities for them to deliver.
Yeah.
And look, we've got 2 BO5 to do. They don't have 2 BO5 to do. We've got it harder than them. All of us here have got it harder than them. We've got even production's got it harder than all of us. They should be in pole position on that one. Joking aside, of course, we're going to go to the desk and talk about map 1.
I mean, I couldn't stop laughing about, like, yeah, we still got 2 best of 5s, but this one was pacey, and like I believe this game was very fast to watch it. Yet again, at the same time, I have watched that Anubis been trying to contest like some really very important spots to be holding, but at the same time they can't match the firepower that Vitality got, and that always been the thing when it comes to wooden doors, when it comes to lane around radio, or even the tunnel that's above radio.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis, I feel like I'm watching 3BL versus Anubis again, but it's Vitality versus Anubis, because Anubis are also losing all the clutches. They're trying their best, they are having good strategies, but still the luck isn't with them. They've lost a couple of 1v1s on the first half, and they lost 2v4 to Todzen and Snake, and they lost to 4v3 to Slayer, who triple killed one guy and his Snake. These rounds, when you look at them, it's not because Vitality is playing very well or Vitality is better than Anubis. It's because Vitality are focusing more, and they probably have more communication than Anubis. And Anubis probably still they are not locked in 100% into the finals yet, and it's just the first map. It's just the first map, and I talked about sub base is going to be completely one-sided for Vitality, because the way that Anubis plays this map is actually the way that Vitality likes to play against. They just go for the slow controls, and Vitality can easily pick them off one by one. However, I've seen a few changes from Anubis. I've seen them going contacted down multiple times, but unlucky for them, I think it was usually Snare who was sitting there and just grabbing the kills. So well played by them. By Anubis also for trying to change, and of course for Vitality for reading everything. We've seen Vitality playing aggressive versus machine. They pushed, they tried to take the control, which Anubis every single time they weren't ready at all on such pushes. So that's why I'm saying Anubis, they're kind of unlucky. I don't want to say they're having a bad day because it's just the first map, but I want to be saying that this map was completely unlucky for Anubis, and a good well played map by Vitality.
Yeah, and going back again to this map, I would say that when Vitality were playing at the Blacklist side, them contesting the B side, it felt pretty crucial. When you see Horus just running down the connector and like going with the bolt, scooping like 2 or 3 out of the conversation, and it's like, yeah, that's the entry guy that's supposed to die, not supposed to bring 2 guys to the other side of the game. So it was a different story, and I believe like they went through this like multiple times, and it felt like, yeah, you need to find a counter strat. They stacked 4, and yeah, yet again it was not even enough to play versus the firepower that's coming from Vitality. And I love how they distribute themselves in that connector. Like you have a guy immediately going on the left side to try and cover like the small pixels that might just like find your hand, your shoulder, or something like that. And at the same time, you have another guy on the left side, and you have Horus just running with the bolt and waiting for anyone to even get closer to him. And guess what? Like, yeah, he just made it work. And speaking of Horus and speaking of the entire team, like Horus as a front entry guy, got 1.36 KD. Tadzin was the guy that's always for the follow up with him, and you see his KD explains why he's the follow up.
Yeah, Tozin had a very good map. I wanted to mention this as well, and he made one of the best rounds when it was 2v4, and he had to move and make a play, and he pushed into a top and just killed one guy. Then he pushed into stairs, killed the guy behind the rocket. It was Noor, got the site. He actually fight with Gainer. He had a fight with him, and he had to disengage because he was very low HP, and he called his teammate Snake, who pushed Gainer and killed him. So they just reformed the 2v4 into a 2v1 and instantly killed the last player. So well played by him. He's very focused. I said that he's having a good season this time. However, if you look at the other side, we would love to see more from Doom, Dirty, of course, Gainer and Muffin. They are always on top. That's why you're seeing Anubis here on the upper bracket finals. So I think that Anubis are having an unlucky map. I hope they don't have a bad day, because having a bad day is not like having an unlucky map. A bad day, that means that you will be falling off shortly on the rest of the maps. But if it's just one unlucky map, we're probably gonna be seeing them bounce back on Ankara, because it's their own map pick, and they should show us the best now.
And as we watch this game, we have seen like a lot of ups and downs for the team, and like I have like a small question. It felt like that you have, I wouldn't say Snake, I would say you have Snare not always bringing his A game, and I mean even in the playoffs, it feels like we're expecting more from Snare, since he is Snare. Like, he's the guy that set the bar way too high for us to just wait to see him do some really great work as a team member. And I am still waiting for him to step up. For Tadzin, he's just like, yeah guys, let's shoot some heads. I felt like he's farming some kills, like at some point like his KD needs to be boosted, and he's just found a way to do that. So in this best of 5 2.0, KD is a really good thing to help your overall. And other than like, beside laughing, like let's put the jokes aside, as I would say as a one unit they did really good. As individually, I would say also they did really great, especially Horus, Slayer, blah 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 blah. But I still got like a question for you. How did you feel when they implemented their strats on the defense?
Well, let me tell you one thing, maybe very quick, because you mentioned Snare. The thing is, Snare will not be able to find an impact in the game if the rifles are always performing, because it's the vice versa of the fights. So if the rifles are getting the kills, Snare will be the defender and he will be on a passive play style. But if the attackers or the rifles are not finding any way or anything through, Snare will have to go aggressive and try to get the kills. So Snare today, I believe that, yes, you mentioned one thing, that he wasn't impactful, but I guess that the rifle did the right job, and they just earned it.
Of course, they did earn it, and I would say that as a team, they got the first win. Subbase was a piece of cake for them versus Anubis, but in Ankara, we might see a different story. And to bring it home, I believe that we have Volt and Trav ready to take out this game.
One day, Penguin is going to throw it to the casters immediately, and it's going to shock the entire broadcast. And everyone's like, "Oh my god, Penguin did the throw, and it wasn't Sekio!" Oh, shock horror. But yeah, this has to be an Anubis bounce back, right? Like they, at least when I say bounce back, I'm not saying they need to win this map convincingly. I'm saying they need to play it close, at least, right? Like they could win it.
Yeah.
But they just need to make sure that they iron out some of these errors that maybe they have shown in the opening foray into a BO5, a bit of maybe nerves coming into the game, right, losing some of these advantages. At least play this one as close as they possibly can and show they can compete today.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll definitely say, I feel like I definitely agree with them. Like, that was a very deceptive sub-base score line. It could have been a very different landscape. had it not been for a couple of the crucial rounds. When you think about like that last round from Slayer, a couple of rounds from Todson, a couple of rounds from Horus, really. And it could have been Anubis in the lead if they're able to somehow have contingencies for those positions, but not the case, not to be. And Anubis started off red hot, going through the A connector, and that's Horus down very early. And perhaps some question marks now for the Blacklist, as they're not really able to handle that aggression, and we don't get anything for the amount of space that is given away by Anubis, rather.
Yeah, that's going to force Vitality to make their move very, very quickly here. Look how speedily they are up into the A bomb site. They're already below Anubis. Good reaction from Gainer. Finding one more is insane, by the way. What a flick up. That means a lot too. That makes it an advantage now for Dirty and Doom.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. Like a nasty shot from that line of sight. But I really like what Anubis are doing, right? Dirty and Doom aren't going in and not giving Slayer any duels. It is actually Dirty holding the line on the TRG, and then Doom holding middle just in case. So while they're not gonna be easily tradable, they're not playing off each other as effectively as I perhaps wanted it to be. I think it's very smart, right? They know that Slayer's best odds is trying to play those 50 seconds and take any early duels, and they're not giving him an inch, and he'll eventually have to put down that C4 and play a 1-on-2 retake. And while he'd still have a flash and have an HE, it's not going to be the easiest of spots to play. And right now, things definitely slow down a lot. 30 seconds, he's on the spiral, and eventually Anubis are going to give this one a go.
Anubis do not want to let another one slip. Timing isn't great. Dirty just gets off the line as Slayer goes for the swing. A bit scary there for Dirty for a moment, but they'll figure it out between each other. Yeah, that is one that they don't let slip, thankfully for them. That was what round they were always in the advantage of. And they let a clutch happen. So, good start to Ankara. 1-0 to begin.
I mean, if that went wrong, I think that might have been the day done for Anubis, to be honest. Because how many times have rounds like these betrayed them? At least for now, doesn't seem to be the case, and they start off on the right foot. A little bit risky from Gainer, somehow getting out alive there, despite the amount of eyes fixated at that elbow position, but nothing really at the vents. And Vitality playing a pretty default setup here, and unfortunately for them though, it's not going to really find much success. They are down to half health. The A players are yet to take the space, and I think that's the right way to play it, right? You burn as many of those smokes as you can towards the A site. Eventually, they'll run out, and that's when you start moving. And that's why you see Gainer backing off the event, playing in the site itself. We've seen a lot of those setups break down, but now they're going to try to break down the heavier site as they rotate into B. And there's a good timing on the underpass that might give Anubis the advantage.
Doom. Looking for a second. Jiggles it out really well. Snake not ready for that. Horus had managed to find one, but there's Gainer again. Already, this is a lot better face from Anubis to start a map in this series. Didn't expect them to go quite, that's for sure. And you can tell that they're a little bit more locked in now. Not making as many errors in the first couple of rounds of this game individually as well as positionally. That's the first small error there from Doom, and it doesn't matter as much when you're in a 4v1. Only Slayer to get by. And he's got Dirty right next to him. It's a very difficult position to multi-kill from. Or be allowed to multi-kill from. Trying to go for the plant, but you won't expect Dirty so close. Well, that was... I say that. He unceremoniously slaps him out of the round there. That was beautiful. But it's still a very difficult task with 2 to 5 points on the clock. You can get something between the two of them, and Gainer will finish the job. So, Anubis again close it in a 2v1.
Goes well, and you gotta say, as always, really expertly managed by the side of Anubis. Like, they're able to, I guess, try to slow down the pace, and didn't give him the duels that would have made things a lot more problematic that they gave it in sub base. And right now, again, Like that early setup is there. They go off bridge, and they got ample reinforcements. But it's all about how long can North stall them for. Because if he goes down without a fight, this is the round that could explode on that GR side. But Dirty's there. He's moving closer.
Yeah, that's the explosion we were talking about. Horus is going through. Horus waiting for it, but again, it's Horus in the right position at the right time. Doing the work to get the 2 kills to force their way into the site. There's a flank already coming through, but Slayer's already caught a rotation. Look how far forward he was, catching Gainer off guard. And now, you know, that flank was coming through from Doom a little bit too late, and Slayer's is doing it all as well. Look at this round he's having. Looking for Doom to even finish it off. Slayer's got the line either way. Slayer can try and be a bit of a distraction, and Slayer will not allow Doom to face Slayer without him being there to help out. As you can see some smiles across the players as well, knowing that that kind of all just slotted into place really nicely there in that round.
Yeah, a couple of great shots from Dirty, but have that hold that mid. The fact that they were able to go into CR's pod so early on in the round caught Anubis off guard, and then when their rotations were cut off, it felt like the round was over. Now Dirty and Doom playing together, but off to the other side is Hotel and Bridge that they are at least looking at for now. And while Dirty is pressured, he's not letting off the angle. And it's a renewal of the smoke. The doors are still sealed. And back into the A side they go. Long rotation, so they've given up mid as well. Information that probably is going to be so valuable for Anubis as they eventually try to play for that pocket. But it means that, well, for now, Gainer is going to have a lot of worries on his minds. And I like the fact that he's playing that close up, because the smoke gives them a tiny bit of cover against Snare coming in from them.
Going through the smoke is never usually too advisable, and I think you can see why there. But they've done well to fight back into a 2v3. The setup there for Anubis was definitely good enough for now. They don't have control of the site anymore, so the Vampire one more kill if they're able to grab it before they commit to an afterplant, because they kind of need it from somewhere. And Dirty just waiting on that long line as well with the TRG, seeing if he can just get a kill while his 2 teammates set up a bit closer. Snake, as you can see, is glancing toward that position just in case. But here comes the main facet of the retake now. They'll all group up together. They'll wait for Dirty to come closer. Now Slayer and Snake have got a lot on their plate. Snake missing the first few shots as well. Not easy. They only put one play on that defuse, but not yet. That time is ticking down, and again, this is what Vitality do so damn well. In these close situations, even when they're disadvantaged, after plants so often go their way because their teamwork is just so damn good.
And just the amount of awareness that there could be a player on the balcony and never really overstepping that line. That is really what differentiates a team like Vitality from almost any other team in the league. They are so well aware and usually a step ahead. And right now, Gainer's trying to beat that, but he could be caught off guard. Quick down in the spiral, trade 1-for-1, and equal trades means that Vitality are actually going to be in the lead because they clearly find more. And now Doom finds this pocket of space. 2 at con, they can try to repeat what Vitality has done, and that this time the pincer is a lot more effective because Dirty got players that were pushing from A main. It made this round pretty much 10 times harder. Now it's Doom, Muffin, and Dirty, and 2 different players from Vitality trying to play the clutch. Usually, you would say that Todson is one of the best players suited for such a task, but the question now becomes they take the timing and they try to go chase from both, but neither of which are going to find a kill. That's Anubis finally stabilizing, and the best that Vitality can do apparently is to draw things up.
Minor spoiler there, as Muffin yelled very obviously on the camera just before they won the round. It was pretty obvious in the end that they were going to come on top of that one. And Muffin is very often that, I mean, they're all going to be, pretty hyped up, but he's the guy that will be getting the hype going every single time, and he deserves to show that. We've got Doom already on 9 kills in this game. He's having an incredible start to Ankara. We've only played 5 rounds so far. This is round 6. Looking for more as well. While he's searching.
I like the fact that it's not a single-minded search. They're definitely varying up the play, but this new spice of life could be a problem. Snake low on health. That's at the nest, but that's Doom perhaps being a bit overzealous there for that duel. They were going to present it to him anyways. They just walked into all of their crosshairs, and now they can take hotel. Probably go through the small stairs. And their sole worry would have been if Dirty's actually a lot closer towards the B side, but if it's just Noor, should be able to find a clean trade, and the sequencing is so nice on their side. Noor down low early, and it's not even going to find a single kill on those Vitality players working their way into the side. So they get a clean plant to the C4, and since Snake is still alive, they even got an insurance policy. It's 5-on-3, and they might get a freebie on Snake, but I assume that's the best that they're gonna get, and even then, Algainer is gonna have to work for it. And he does find a skill, no headshots from the other side, but that's a lot of time taken away. Only 20 remaining on the timer. And while there are 2 angles that they have to be wary of for now, they got the numbers to do it, and if Snare simplifies the round, it's gonna be all but over. And back to a tie again, 3 rounds for each. And Anubis starting to struggle.
Yeah, it's been quite a difficult game to predict so far in this map. It's been bouncing back and forth between the two teams. Even when they get advantages, it's never a done deal like we saw with Vitality winning that 2v3. A couple of great moments for both so far. Now push toward the end of the first half. Muffin going to try and take that aggressive fight. That's a change up from Anubis in this round. They're going to hold outside A for a bit longer. And it's Snow that thinks he's got timing to come in from the side, and that internal clock of Muffins doesn't really work out all too well. Able to slip the gap there is Snake, and that's a big kill.
Yeah, that trade could have made things a bit more precarious for Anubis' defenses. They actually pushed a little bit early, and Noor going to be pressured, and not a big fan of Doom making that move on the underpass. They're down on them. They're down a player, so there's always going to be a bit of an attempt to recuperate. But they kind of are aware that they're routing the play back into the B side. So if you're playing the underpass, you know there's going to be at least a couple players on that line of sight. Doesn't work out for them there. Doesn't work out against Snare. And he's a respectable player in his own right, but you're really gonna have to say it's hard to believe that he can win an ace club with this little time remaining. And despite him perhaps padding the KD a little bit, he knows that he's been hounded.
Yeah,
The Vitality
are
are on.
the KD.
Yeah, they're just farming, right? He's got a third, 10 kills. It looks good in the span of 6 rounds, but you think that, what, like half of them, perhaps, not half, like that's a little bit unfair, but like 3 of those 10 are really meaningless in the grand scheme of things.
The meaning behind those 3 kills is the ability to talk to each other. It's like an extra 30 seconds of their 1 minute 30 tack.
Well, he may do after all, but I mean, let's be real about this, okay? Like 3 rounds is good enough for a global risk side on Ankara, right? The map is pretty much BL sided. But I think I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at an Anubis that started off really good, and it's not that they're losing, it's the fashion that they're losing, and it's the worrying sign for the second half.
Yeah, I mean, as we spoke about in the first map, even between ourselves as well, off mic, it was a case of just both these two teams contributing in different ways to that first map in the result that we got to in the end. Vitality switching on, looking excellent. It's the upper bracket final, for goodness sake. If you expect them to play their best game when we get to this edge of the season, rather than coast like they so often do in the league, in the online portion, before we get to the elite group and contenders group stage. And also Anubis being a little bit below par to start the series. So when you put those two things together, you'll get 10-4s and 10-5s and easy games like that. So yeah, a little bit better here, a little bit more competitive. And again, it's Anubis who have to use their attack first, sure, but they are keeping themselves in the game a bit better than the previous map, because last map it was 5-1. So bit of a significant difference.
Yeah, and do mind you, of course, you know, we've talked about this a little bit, but I believe mathematically speaking, Nemesis are already locked for EWC, so it's just that one last spot that is now a fight between Anubis and 3BL, both of which can definitely make it. But this makes the next game really intriguing, right? Because 3BL needs to win, and I think even with that win, they need to win against Anubis again. So like the pressure is on 3BL, the pressure is off Anubis a little bit for now. Just them making up for finals is already a really decent result, but I'm pretty sure that they're walking into this one thinking, hey, if we win and we make it to the grand final, we're logged as well. 3BL can't do anything about it. And of course, that raises the stakes. It's not just about the domestic title. It's not what it means for international appearance, and apparently, domestically speaking, nobody got a thing on Horus. That is a perfect 1-2 swing. They even anticipated Doom right there playing the anti-flash and took him out before he even had a chance to play.
Yeah, we'll see what Penguin has to say about that one. That, for me, feels like they had no idea he was in that corner. I'm pretty sure they would have no information whatsoever, other than the information that they've done their homework, and they know that's a setup that Anubis like to employ. And I feel like that was a very good example of them just like going through the motions and realizing, well, we've got ourselves up to this point in the map. Let's clear our corners properly, because we know Anubis like to do that. And the pre-fire from Horus told the tale. As soon as he knew there was a player in that corner, the fire in the second was easy. The round's not over. He gets one, but only one, and can even bring it back into that 1v1 standpoint. So Vitality will run them over and get himself back into a 2-round lead.
Really good work from Vitality now, perhaps running away with the lead. And the one thing about this Anubis game on the entire in comparison to the other one, look at how defensive Muffin is on the TRG against almost any other team. We've seen him taking his chances at middle, and he takes his chances, but he just doesn't find anything. It's 2 clean kills for Vitality, while Horus goes down to Muffin. Eventually, he does strike, but he's immediately traded out from the other side, and oh, they might regret that one. He left an 1-on-3. To be fair, weak odds, but most likely not impossible. And especially if he's gifted a kill, he might have it easy. But again, because Vitality keeping the awareness, they know that that is a sniper player, and they know that the only way that they lose is they gift him a kill for free. So you don't do that. And now Dirty have to not be a fence sitter anymore. Needs to somehow make his way out, but with this little time remaining, he's hoping that perhaps he can catch a single player and try off guard and go for a defuse, but not going to be the case. Vitality playing for the round, not going for the hunt, not making anything silly, and a 6-3 half is acceptable on the Global Rift side of Ankara, but again, with how much prep we've seen the two teams have, and how good Vitality are looking tonight, I'm a bit scared for Anubis, because if they do not get a win here on Ankara, I think it might be all but over. I think that we're going to sprint through the third map as well.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. I mean, I was pretty convinced it wasn't going to be a 3-0. We've obviously all picked Vitality. Why wouldn't we? I mean, they've ramped up in plasma like this before. They are the best team in the league. It's just not a surprise at all. But we did think it maybe be a little bit closer. But it's not done yet. It's nowhere near done yet. So let's see if Anubis can bounce back a little bit here. Second half 6-3, as you say. Still full control, you'd feel. They are 3 ahead, only need 4. 4 is a big number, though, still. Crossfire. Through from Gainer, and that's immediate assertiveness from Anubis to start off the second half. They need a bit more of that from Gainer. The question is, of course, will he even be allowed to do that over the course of the second half any further?
That we shall see. Shots! Apparently, Gainer is going to be given that space again. Snake unaware, Tolton late on the trade, and Gainer, unfortunately, because of how late Tolton is, Did not expect him, and fortunately for Vitality, now back to 3 and they got their hands on the Pulse, but maybe Pulse is beating a bit too much for them. Right now, they're trying to force their way into the site. Very snare. In the lower angle, Todson caught with Youth in hand, and that might be the round. Snare left in 1-on-2. He has been impeccable before in clutches like these, but I think that Anubis are not going to leave any corner unturned. But if there's any world for Snare to clutch this, it's for Anubis to play like this. 2 players separated from one another. Smoke is not actually going to make them look that much, but the HE is going to tell them where Snare is coming from initially. So that's why he tries an alternate angle, and from there could catch Doom off guard with timing on the TRG. He spots the barrel. That's the kill, and he's got 15. Maybe he can make it. Does not take the leap. Takes out Muffin, and he's gonna have him for lunch. That's Vitality running this Ankara on the global race.
Welcome back to the upper bracket final Vitality. This is the Vitality that I know just runs over teams when they're feeling it. I mean, Anubis will have to look back at another one here and say it's one that's gone awry. They knew where Snare was. They didn't reposition themselves quick enough. Let's say, or at least guess quick enough that Snare was going to go for the full rotation all the way around with a quick B hops around toward that second flank position. And yeah, just too easy for Snare. Too easy. That is why he's always been one of the best in the league. One of the best. Need to fight again in the following round. Gainer will get caught. 5v4 off the rip.
Solid work from their side. Anubis now need to make up those numbers, and they're looking forward to doing that on the A side. Probably the best place to go on this Ankara. An infamous fight for how difficult it is to be held. And Sarah does his best, but he's only going to be good for one. Early rotation from Snake. And Todson taking his timing on the spiral, but somebody is climbed up on him, but Noor's not going to find that kill. And by the time he does, that is the round over. Snake leaping in for the hat trick. And that's Vitality locking down any chance Anubis have had.
God damn. I said that Anubis, that they need to prove to me they will fight this map a little bit closer. And look, at 4-3, considering it wasn't 5-1 like it was in map 1 to Vitality, I was like, okay, yeah, they're doing okay. It's an improvement. I can't complain. This is a bit more like it. Look at this. I mean, they've been discombobulated. One of my favourite words to use when a team is kind of on a losing streak like this in a game. Especially after the clutch, like losing the clutch to Snare in the 1v2, that is the one that's really just thrown them off their game even further here. And Vitality are really just pressing the issue. It's about to be 9-3. It's crazy. To be fair, Snare does give him a freebie, but they need to win this after plant quickly. Issue is already being flanked very speedily. In comes Slayer, already putting a bit of pressure on that line. We'll get immediately. Again, it'll get found too. As easy as that at the moment for Vitality. It could be as easy as Pi as well. 10-3 is on the docket.
It's just another day in the office for Vitality in the playoffs. If this was phase on Vitality, we would have been having a very different conversation. But I guess thankfully for them and for us, things are looking much better for them here. And they might start off on the right foot. The HE took a massive chip off 30. They look for a peek, and Snare had no chance there. Great work from the sniper. And that's the A-side completely open, mind you. They'll need to completely restructure the way that they're playing. So there's a world where Gainer perhaps could gain a real advantage here as he's trying to work his way up middle. And there's a timing on stage that will net Anubis most likely now a 4th round, as they are 5-on-3 up, but we've seen them lose those before, so a little bit wary, especially considering Todson is on a big flank, and he's gonna find Gainer. Might not expect Doom, and that is amazing news for Anubis, as now they can actually survive, and the C4 is not gonna be denied, and it's going to be the board indeed.
Yeah, it's the same pattern as you say. Just getting a consolation round at the end of the map, unfortunately, it feels like for Anubis.
Well, that is very unlike everything that we have seen all game. Huh? Just a complete freeze. Vitality, the one to break that deadlock, and unfortunately for them, that means the one to go down in numbers. They've taken information, and they've made a proactive and a preemptive defensive setup now. Right idea initially, but if they're going to have a setup like this, they need to find kills, because if they pivot back towards the A side here on the side of Anubis, it might be around over, and I don't really want to see them overstepping anymore. Like, a 4-on-5 is pretty winnable. 3-on-5 is pretty much game over, but they will need to make a plunge. And for that, they go back, a pivot back into the A site, right on time, ahead of Anubis players who are still waiting to see if somebody's going to give them an inch. And very well measured from Vitality here.
Yeah, see if they can find a way to close in a 4v5. They're going to try and look for information now, because 35 seconds left, and really, Anubis aren't budging apart from right now this second. Nothing is waiting for the push through with double vent hold. We need to make sure they find one of these players very quickly, and 20 seconds is a very slow round, a bit of an unlikely one, a bit of a change up for Anubis in terms of their pace. It's working to begin with, but continues to find 2 kills. It's a bit difficult for him, but he does get gifted that second duel. Low HP on Gainer, it works out. But still, incredibly stuck. The nade will force him into the open, and that is why Muffin will grab that kill. Horus needs a 1v3 of his own. We've already seen Snare deliver the goods. Let's see if he can do another one. Nor on the angle, maybe peeking a little bit too aggressively here. He needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible. He knows that Doom is on that line. Horus knows exactly where these two players are. It should be an easy pre-fire for Horus. He realises it, but it's just too low HP. Too low HP in the end for Horus. Nice try. Doom holds on this occasion.
He was left to fight another day. That early man advantage, bailing them out there. That could have been a round that has gone disastrously wrong. And credit to Horus, made that round workable, but perhaps as he said, like the HP, especially on Noor, spamming those wall bangs, it's gonna make things a lot more difficult. Now, they're all back again, and Vitality triple stacking that A site. 30 down to half health from the nade. He's been willing to take that chunk of damage in return of maintaining that line of sight, and it's not a bad trade at all whenever you're sniping. But we haven't really seen Vitality do one of their usual conditioner breakings, right? Like, they've conditioned them that they're playing very defensive on the A site. We haven't seen like a 3 or a 4-man push down those pillars, at least for the, I guess, like 15 rounds that we've seen, more so. This is round 15, so 14 rounds that we've already seen.
Yeah.
And for now, an underpass approach. Snare posted. Needs to at least get the one before backing off.
Pretty significant change up from both these two teams in the last couple of rounds. It's been very pacey so far. Slowing it down, it's working a little bit, but maybe not enough. Look at the damage being done. Did a bit too much there from Snake. He could have fallen back with the advantage there because it was a 5v3, but it doesn't matter because Horus is there right with him. Dirty, knows he's coming. Easy kill for Totsin as well. And Gono is about to be a dead man walking. Snare will hold the line from 10-4 to 10-5. Guess what, Anubis? You improved by 1 round.
Yeah, that's how, I guess, of an impenetrable fortress Vitality are when they are serious, when they are in the money, putting everything down on the line. And, you know, you gotta give a lot of credit to Anubis too, though, because I think that if it was any other team than this Vitality here today, the upper bracket final Vitality, they would have made a mockery out of them. Like, I'm thinking that this is very high level play, and we've seen them take down numerous opponents in their playoffs run. Like you're thinking of Anubis run, it's really nothing to scoff at when you're thinking about that playoffs. They've taken decent scalps when you're thinking of TEC and how much they've improved in the, at least their game against Anubis was the one that they looked the best on. and even their game against 3BL. But here in Ankara, it's a different story. So to figure out the details of those stories, we're gonna give it back to our desk. So let's go.
Thanks, Volt and Trav, and of course, that game was not even a close one versus Anubis, but I had a lot to talk about. But before we get into this, I believe that Penguin also would love to mention some stuff, so I'm gonna leave it to the expert first. I'm gonna yab after you.
The thing is, I mean, Anubis, they are still. I just thought that it's unlucky map. I said I hope it is not a bad day for them, but definitely it is. Yes, I know that Vitality is a good, strong team, but the strategies that we've seen from Anubis is actually not working. Everything is just red. We've seen a very good start from Anubis, 2-0, and then we've seen them actually going for a 3-0, and we said, okay, that's the redemption for Anubis. That's the map that they pick. Anubis also, I mean, Doom also had a very good moment. So then suddenly, just like 2-3 rounds in a row from Vitality, a tactical timeout coming from them, but wasn't successful at all. And this is from, I guess, I don't think we see this so much when Anubis just takes tactical timeout, and then after the tactical timeout, they still struggle and suffer during their own map pick. So everything that Vitality did is kind of all based on Anubis, because we've seen changes from Anubis, we've seen aggressive plays, we've seen gain front push, we've seen also Muffin trying to get the entries and the kills for his teammate, but yet all the rounds just went to Vitality's favor when it comes to clutches and everything. So Vitality today are giving Anubis no chance to play the map.
I agree with you that Vitality are not given any single fracture of a chance for Anubis to play the map, but I would love to get back into like looking at the highlights back in 2 rounds ago when Vitality were not were in the blacklist side and Anubis were defending. They had a very unique style of sending 2 players to A and 3 guys to cover into B1 on the upper part, and like 2 are defending a bit aggressive, I would say. And at the first couple of rounds, it looked like they got a Vitality on a red hand, but after this, it's a different story. But like before we get into those stuff, I will just like mention about the of course the highlights. We'll see the scores. Vitality won 10-5, and you see 7 rounds in a row going to Vitality. Snare and Slayer been definitely doing some really good and hard work to the team, but I would love to talk more and more about like some situations that actually happened from Team Anubis and their defense mechanism. Like usually you would see like the guy on A side that's holding the upper part is usually standing with a sniper, and the other player that's covering the entrance would be using AR. But the thing is, they were going with 2 AR players in A to cover that spot, and on the other side they're sending a couple of snipers. One of them of course is reaching from B side if anyone is actually trying to play through cat and trying to come to the back side of A side, and it was just so red from Vitality. They managed to just stop and eliminate everything that came out of Anubis. And on the other side, Vitality were like, yeah guys, we are always gonna be contesting mid. And speaking of contesting mid and speaking of controlling that area, you have to look at Snare and you have to look at Snake at those plays. Of course, we have Snare as the MVP, but other than this, they were going. I remember at the first round on the second half, they went 3 from mid and only 1 covering them, the A ramp, sorry, the B ramp, and the second guy is just holding the stairs. That's like sending 3 guys to flank, and they have done it over and over again. That they actually caught Anubis red-handed on a certain spot, and I believe that was one of the things that caught Anubis in a really bad spot. What do you think about that, Penguin?
Yeah, Anubis, as I mentioned, they are struggling so hard in the map. I don't think that any strategies would have helped them because it's not their day. It's just like 3BL day versus Anubis. I think no matter what they do, it's not going to be working in their favor. The guys are just losing the momentum slowly. And Snare and Snake, as you mentioned, they're doing a very good job, and especially Snare. That's why I said if it's a map that favors the sniper, Snare will be definitely just having good games.
Of course, that was it for map number 2. I believe that those guys actually did their best, I would say, and I believe that we will hit to a small break and get back to you with game number 3.
But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Now, right angle. Should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops and all. Find himself falling. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds will be this time too. Last play. Multi-kill. Get away. Nemesis able to find up some triple kill action.
I hope that you didn't miss us like a short one, but I believe that we just finished the first 2 games in this best of 5 and we're currently 2-0 for Vitality. I mean, we had a lot to talk about the past 2 games, but this one is a deal breaker for Anubis. It's either staying in the upper bracket and working for the 5th game, 4th game to be part of the grand final, or they will drop down to the lower bracket, and of course they watch today's match to wait for their opponent from 3BL and of course Team Nemesis. It's not gonna be an easy one, of course, not in this one, not in the second best of 5 or the upcoming match that's gonna be the lower bracket final next week. So this one 2-0 Vitality, and we are heading to the third map, which is Port. And man, when it comes to Port, it's not looking too good for Anubis.
Well, I said that at the beginning of the stream, the only signs of redemption for Anubis is Port, because I knew that the first two maps is going to be going for Vitality. And I said that the only signs of redemption for them is they are starting Global Risk on Port, which is actually, they have the strongest side, which is Blacklist side on Port. So if you start Global Risk and you get 4 or 5 rounds, your strongest side is yet to come, so you might be able to upset Vitality on Port. I know Vitality's Port is unmatched, but lately I've seen Anubis doing very good on Port as well. Yes, they missed one of their best maps, Ankara, but Vitality are also good on Ankara, so I would love to see how Anubis plays. I would love to see Anubis just waking up. I don't want to be saying, hey, we need to flip the script, we need to go to map 5, but at least we need to see Anubis on the line in order for us to kind of push Vitality to the limits. So that's why I'm saying Port can be a good signs of redemption, can be a good angle for them to come back if they played well on the first half.
Of course, they should like get like more rounds in the first half, because that's the place that they should have just collected the maximum amount of rounds that they can actually do and bring to their pocket. And once they can do that, this will help them a lot in the second half of the game, to just like trying to pick like a couple of rounds, like 2 or 3 maximum, so they can close the map. And Port, trust me, it's not a one-sided map, but like once you have like the better side, you should just like trying to put in the work to get everything that you can do. 6-3 will make them feel like this is like the most precious thing that they could have ever do in this series. But other than this, it will be I wouldn't say a shocker, it will be like so obvious that Vitality just closed this series in a 3-0 fashion, and this would be one of the fastest best of 5s that we would ever have on the broadcast, I would say. But other than this, I believe that we have like the players are ready, and this game is not going to be an easy one. So Penguin, what side are you going for in this game?
Vitality. Sorry.
Man, you just said like Anubis, they got a chance, they got the better half, like the better side in the first half. I was like, huh, is it gonna be like the opposite of this season or like the opposite of this series? And you're just like,
I don't think so.
nah.
The momentum,
It's just like-
the everything is just against Anubis, and Anubis, I guess, they only play for the AWC. I don't think these guys can just go further, but I would love to see them. Of course, I said I would love to see them, but reality, Vitality.
Of course, the reality goes to Vitality, so I believe that Vitality are ready. And of course, Anubis, they are on the other side. Volt, Trav, take it away, guys. This might be the last one in this game.
For Vitality, they might be the one for whom the bell tolls, and I guess you would say that these might be the bells of a coup de grace, of an ending of the upper bracket miracle run for Anubis. You know, they fought hard and long, a couple of tough games along the way, but I don't think that anybody expected them to be here, and I think rightfully so. Like, Vitality have also leveled up, as they always do in this time of the season, Trav, and perhaps I'm actually more intrigued than what's going to happen once they go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the reality is I feel like they kind of belong there. I feel like they belong in that group of 3, right? Knowing what we don't know, which sounds funny, but you know what I mean, about 3BL and Nemesis later, that is always a bit of that could always be a tough one. We expect Nemesis to do well, but 3BL have had a very good season. I think Anubis, if they can make the grand final, because we've seen them in that sort of position before in historic seasons, that would be fantastic for them. But I think, as you say, it probably has to be through that lower bracket. I mean, the real Vitality has shown up, as we thought they would, in the upper bracket final, and it's been complete domination. I mean, even the rounds that they shouldn't win, they're finding a way to win. The 2v3 after plant, the snare 1v2, like this is the Vitality that causes a problem for every single team that faces them, right?
Yeah, it's a Vitality that have even shown that on this level they can perform even internationally, which is something that unfortunately has been ailing the West for a little while, but they always have been the beacon of hope of like, hey, there's a team here, and they seem to be a ceiling raiser. They also seem to be a floor raiser, honestly speaking, considering how we've seen this second stage go on. Teams that got complacent, like DEC, and even Unknights in phases 1 and 2, got severely punished for that. Unknights, I think, leveled up pretty well, but not enough to make it to that international stage. And now, this final chance is just going to perhaps be in a case of, like, the one thing that I'm thinking of is that if there's ever a way for Anubis to, or sorry, not Anubis, sorry, for 3BL to make the EWC run, they will need to win both against Nemesis next up and against Anubis later. So when I'm thinking of both of those at a single time, I'm thinking like, hey, what would I do if I'm Nemesis, right? Like, I'm already guaranteed to make EWC anyway. And that is going to be an important discussion, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of thought processes and mental situations in terms of how they would perceive the game from their POVs. And it could be very different, as you say, with the possibility of maybe if they're feeling the game has a slightly less importance. But I think at the same time, while they are, relieved to have certain things locked in, when it's playoffs, they won't, they won't lie down. When it comes to Nemesis and other teams. I think they'll take it as seriously as they ever will. As for Anubis, do they really believe in themselves to come back and do the full reverse sweep from 0-2 to 3-2? I'm not so sure. They'll start on the GR side of Port, which is something, obviously, but they're going to need to find a very, very good half here.
Yeah, faith-inspiring first blood, though, might be an indicator of how they want to play this one. Like, don't get it twisted. Yes, of course, Vitality is the best team in the West League here on this port, but Anubis have had a couple of really decent affairs on here, so we'll see if things perhaps could improve from the side of Anubis throughout. This Blacklist side can sometimes be dangerous. For Vitality, sometimes they struggle with pace, and they've been a bit too slow for my liking to start off this one. But at least Horus trades one back. Falcon finds Nor clean. Then suddenly, this round flips on his head from being a 3-on-5 to a 2-on-2 after everything is said and done. Horus find another one. Doom caught off guard. The USP is going to get the job done. And that is the most important kill of the round, because that was a C4. And it's still caught in the middle of nowhere. 28 HP for Horus. If Doom was a little bit more aggressive, perhaps he could have found an easy 1v1 there. And Horus still taking a sweet time. Chance now for Doom to step up the pace. Holding that barn. Spots him. And Vitality off to a bright start on the weaker Blacklist side of the port.
Yeah, and if they can just keep that momentum going from the previous two maps, it's going to be very, very hard to stop them. Going around where Anubis had something going for them early. Nothing going to fight him quickly. Pace of Vitality. One, is it enough? No, I can't hold on. Toxin again gets the pace catches them off guard. Doom doing a good job here, though. Brings it back into a 3v3. Has a chance to get his team in action, but Dirty. Oh, that kill gets caught off by Horus. And in comes Horus all over again with big damage. Doom needs this one, and he's going to find it at the very last. And imagine if Vitality won another one of those close rounds. That was so very tight, but they got it over the line in the end, and they'll hit straight back.
Finally, one of those go the way of Anubis. Of course, they'll be really happy about this, but this might be a very long BL slide for them. Unfortunately for Vitality, though, Anubis played the GR side really well. They found a couple of proactive kills, and I really like the way that they've actually sped things up a lot, right? They've been keeping two different paces, and they're playing an alternating style. And apparently Gainer isn't just going to catch everyone off guard. He seems to have the timing of every single member and Dirty that have his back. So that 1 and 2 is going to leave Vitality reeling. Only Snake remains, and I think what he's doing is very obvious, right? Like, they're talking a lot. I think the Snake is going to do what you're talking about, Gainer, right? Just, hey, we're going to spend as much time as we can staying alive. And this is basically a timeout without them needing to take a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. And also, it's so early in the game. Vitality throughout the first 2 maps haven't even needed to use attack pause throughout the entire series so far because they've won so easily. It's only been Anubis taking tack pauses. So, yeah. This is Vitality's tack pause right here.
I mean, Snake have taken a minute of time. I think that if there's anything that he needed to mull over, probably mulled over already. There's a good chance that he can probably still make his way to the A site uncontested for the most part. There's a couple players that have their sights set, just in case he ascends up, and it seems like Snake not even taking that chance. So, you know, like things are going to be great to have a look at from Anubis from that perspective, right? Like you think about the way that they played that round. An opener for a TRP, a very aggressive pick on the A site, and then Gainer re-aggressing. Perhaps, yes, the timing was a little bit favorable, but the idea is absolutely there. And that's probably the one thing that is going to keep them in the running if they are able to somehow outcall Vitality. We're talking about how much time Snake took on that last round, probably setting up his team for success, and it's a full-on A-side hit. Now, can Dirty and Muffin somehow stop this? Apparently not. First blood goes the way of Anubis. 3 kills, and now 4 between the 2 TRGs. And if they thought that, hey, we're calling a good round, apparently Anubis knew exactly what they were up to.
Yeah, that was a very clean one from Anubis. One of the most convincing rounds they've played in the entire game, it has to be said. Snare again has unfortunately lasted alive for a very, very long period of time. So the truth be told, we have nought to say for these last 2 rounds. It's been a non-starter.
Yeah, I mean,
this is where the 2-minute 30 round timer and also 1-minute 30 tack pauses comes back to bite you.
Yeah, and again, like to be fair, it came back to bite Vitality. Like they spent 1:30 of a round.
I know.
Thinking, hey, like we can take our time, we can plan, and I guess there is such a thing as over planning after all. At least for Snare, though, there might really be a chance to perhaps find a kill here. Go back and put the C4 down, and then find his way on that one. At least for what I am seeing, Snare could be walking into the lines. Then the flash is going to give his position away. Spots Gainer. But Gainer thinking about looking around. That's the one. Eventually, though, too many people are going to corral on him. All 5 were on here on the A site, so he had no chance of surviving. And now we're back to our usual 2:30. I'm hoping that this is actually going to be a full-on round of CrossFire, not like a segment from a round and a segment from attack.
Yeah, on a 2BO5 day, and you've got a player pretty much saving in a game that doesn't need saved weapons in, you know, I guess for 2 minutes almost, a 1:45. We need to save our voices a little bit. Snare and Slayer will give us something to shout about this time, though. They've got an advantage in this one. Looking to try and answer back, and it's a miss from Slayer. Slayer had that first shot. He had an opportunity, but missed it. That could have changed many, many things about this round. Snare's got himself into the corner, though. There's no doubt. There's 2 players on Snare's screen. He actually doesn't get the player I thought he was going to get, nor was the player I thought he was going to kill. He didn't. He found Dirty first. It doesn't matter. Totsin finds Nor anyway. So that's a bit more like it, a bit pacier, a bit more exciting back and forth. And Vitality will find 2.
Set from that side. Vitality finally got the round, but I guess even then, We're not escaping the plague of stalling for time. This time it's a technical one, not a tactical one. And you know, like, jokes aside and all of this, I gotta say, like, I'm really impressed by Anubis's global risk slide. The problem is, the bar is so high from Vitality that even a good global risk slide is not enough, at least by the Western standards, right? Like, internationally, I would say that this is like a 7 out of 10 port. It's like, okay. But by the standards of the West League and, well, how did some of the teams do play port, and especially when it's against Vitality, it's probably a pretty good look from the Egyptians here.
Yeah, for sure. This tech doesn't last too long. Anubis still in the lead 3-2. So a few players, getting up and getting back down again. So hopefully I'll figure that out soon. You can tell, I think it's probably a Vitality tech pause. They have no reason to be, pausing here for anything other than an actual issue, because they're just very much in control and just won the previous round.
Well, they're taking their time again. I swear, there's so much talking in this one map that I don't even know if it's even necessary at this point.
Volt, look, King, my love, don't feel the need to talk if you don't have anything to talk about. That's the key here. That's the key in long CrossFire days.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking that, like, it's a shooter game, guys. Like, I'm sorry, it's the map that you're comfortable with. It's the map that you know how to play. Like, is there really that much to talk about when it's only 5 rounds in?
They've clearly got, I think, an issue with either a headset or something, maybe a PC, because we're crouching under desks and unplugging things and replugging it back in again. So, you know what? I'm gonna do some digging. Where's the channel? Where's the Vitality Anubis channel? Here we go. I'm gonna go massive scroll. Question has been asked. What happened from our lovely admin Cribsy? Cripsy, give him a shout out.
Yeah, I mean,
so what we're gonna do? Sorry, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
No, I was gonna say shout out to the production. Like, I do not know how I would live if I have to start every working day from like midnight until the sun rises. Like, look, I have insomnia as is, so I already go deep enough into the night. But I think having no sunlight for a week, it's kind of crazy, to be honest.
Well, yeah, fair enough. To be fair, I also don't sleep all too well either. Like, I get like max 5 hours, and if I'm lucky, I will. If I'm not working in the morning, I will have like another nap for an hour for between like 11 and 12 or whatever. So. Or between 10 and 11, sorry. So yeah, I completely agree with you. It's rough out here. Anyway, I think this is going to take a bit longer than a couple of minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop talking for a while to save our voices for the long day ahead. We've got more BO5 to come, just in case we go late into the night. And we'll see you again when the game goes live.
Double kill! Kill! Headshots! Double kill! Double kill! Double kill! Double kill! Kill! Multi-kill! Headshot! Double kill! Headshot! Double kill! Double kill! Headshot! Double kill! Multi-kill! Headshot!
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thankfully not that long a tech pause. I tried to figure out whatever it was. Clearly it was some kind of PC issue with how the players are looking at their peripherals and their setups. And Vitality will have to try and reset mentally because they just won a very, very nice second round. Very clean one as well. Anubis are still 3-2 in front. Looking to recover their 2-round lead. It's a great start for Muffin.
Yeah, and it's Horus of all people that are shut down, and the people that could be a difference maker in those late rounds have consistently been that. C4 is down as well. And yeah, apparently we got it. It is the peripherals. I don't know if you've had that experience before, but it is confirmed. It was a water spill on one of the keyboards.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, it's let's just say it's not a fun experience. Because I don't know if you've ever had to like break the keyboard apart to clean it, but not that easy.
I haven't personally, but what I can tell you, the reason for that is because I don't drink anywhere near my keyboard.
Fair enough. Yeah. So,
By the
some of
way-
us are not that good at maintaining their liquids.
I mean, yeah, well, fair enough. Two things. Firstly, yeah, my PC and my desk is very close to my window, so I just pop it on my windowsill on my left usually, which is way out of the way of the keyboard. And even when I don't have it away from my peripherals, it's on the floor away from it being spilled on the PC or the mouse or whatever. So it's one of my steadfast rules that if anyone comes into my house or stays over, if you put any drink or any liquid near my PC stuff, you're banned from my room. But talking about being banned, well, Anubis might be about to be banned because Vitality are banning them out of the server at the moment. That exactly what happened here. Same situation. Muffin got the opening kill. Vitality didn't lose a single man after that opening kill in that previous round. Looking to try and do the same again here. It's a similar pattern, if I'm honest with you. Doom's going to get caught by Horus disgustingly over the top of that smoke. And look at Gainer. Right now, Blind Snake is a necessity. Just about gets it done. 3v3.
Oh, the M14 is so good on those spray down. Gainer just held mouse 1, and got the better off that, but now, tough duel between Slayer and Noor, and whoever wins here, it's a massive advantage for their team. They know that the Snake is acting on the B side. I mean, Vitality could have backed off. They didn't really need to commit to the side, but thankfully Horus is going to find an important kill. And now, they could go back to the A side. Horus re-peeked into Gainer. And I gotta say, unnecessarily so. That was an unforced error. And both of Slayer and Gainer are really low as is. 50 seconds on the timer. And I think the best course of action is going to be this, right? Like Slayer closing on Gainer, keeping his time and space. And he should start moving on the site. And he went back to A. I really thought that he was going to like stay there until around 20, 15 seconds. Then go to the site itself if Gainer already have rotated. Not going to be the case. Now, playing off the A side itself. And it's not the easiest of sites to retake, especially from the global risk perspective. A lot of angles to worry about, but the fortunate part for Slayer, even more than all of that, is that he's got a grenade. So if he just waits for it, tosses the grenade at the C4, he should win the round.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds, but he's not even on the site yet. That's just so easy for Slayer. I mean, he just had full information. Again, he was coming from that position, didn't have to worry about the flank. Why would he be on the flank with 10 seconds to go? He can't even get to the bomb in time. So, yeah, I think it was just too obvious for Slayer in the end. And again, Anubis have gotten 3 early on in the map, but again, they're stuck on 3 for a little while. Vitality on 4 already, on BL on 4. You already think that might be enough. Dirty will find one onto Toxic. Could even be more, of course, for Dirty. Second, will jump on Slayer for the third. That's a lot more like it. And Noor will find Slayer. There's a pace change by Vitality toward that A side of the map. It doesn't work all too well on this occasion. Important round for Anubis, and Noor knows it. Something to shout about. They're already up to 4, and this time, I think it's the first time in this entire series they've been at a 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, so pretty well executed from that side. A couple of nades at Dirty. Left him at 5 HP, but still survived after all of that. Perhaps they needed to spam him a little bit more. I swear, they'll be a little bit wary. They know there's a player at that connector, but they don't understand that there are 3 in total on that side. And that's where things could be a little problematic for Thing is, though, 4 rounds on the blacklist is already good enough for Vitality. If they get the 5th, it would be a little bit more difficult on the other side. So Anubis stalled for a minute. Still 1 minute 30 remaining. But at least from the way that Vitality are set up, it might just be an A-site ending again. And this time, it's not actually Dirty that is playing on top. Dirty's playing underneath, and he's got an open sight line that Vitality have got to be wary of.
Dirty will get his one. Snake made on to Gainer, but again, Dirty's going to work here. Look at how aggressive he's going. Wow. He was very confident on that one, wasn't he? Jumping straight down in front, but Slayer's still alive and Slayer is still healthy. He's gotten 2 kills. He's got 2 more to find. He's got quite a lot of time as well. He can leave with the C4.
He can wait as well. Like, he's got enough time that he can see if he can force the issue from the other side, and this is where things get the most problematic for Anubis. Is rounds like these that unfortunately they have the tendency to concede. And Slayer, well, not that much time left, so he'll probably need to go for a punt, and they're playing the buddy system, which is a lot better from Anubis. But Nor has got to be wary. Needs to take a little bit more time. And now Slayer tested in a 1-on-2. He's thinking about Barn first. And the position that he's in will most likely either be cleared very late or not cleared at all. So Muffin taking that 1-on-1 gives Slayer a chance. Can't find a kill initially. The USP is there. Slayer low on health, and Nor is able to pepper him down for the last one. So 5 rounds on the board for Anubis. Subpar considering the expectations for the global risk, but good enough considering what they have been going through in this best of 5 today.
Yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, they're going to have to take slightly subpar in this series. That's all they've been allowed to have over the course of 3 or 2.5 maps so far. Let's see if they're able to show us another great BL side on this map like we have seen from them previously. Sure, some of them have been superb, but also some of them haven't been against Vitality. Some of them have, but yeah, it's never easy. It's a different kind of Vitality as well today, obviously. It's playoff Vitality, a whole different Buzzy B, I think you'll find. It's like one of those massive bees you find in Minecraft, not one of those little ones you find in other games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can talk about this that much. But yeah, Nintendo would be knocking at the door at any moment that I talk about this. Okay, so
I know what you're thinking of. You're thinking of SMG, right?
Yeah.
You thinking of SMG?
Yeah.
Not Submachine Gun, the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
I mean,
all right. 2 of my favorite games of all time, by the way. Genuinely. 1 and 2. Just absolute masterpiece.
I am a very big fan of Fire Emblem, but
okay, fair enough.
To be fair though, like I think there's a very funny thing with, like, at least what I've seen, right? Like, most FPS players, for some reason, either end up having the best taste in games and media in general, or just the worst. Like, there's no in between.
There's no bog standard, yeah.
Yeah. You're either brain rotted by the stimulation of shooting people in the head, or
True.
like you still have a level head around you, and you're like, okay, yeah, you know that this overstimulation, I need to regulate it in some way.
Alright, we're going in game, so we can start waffling about the game again rather than other games. And let's see if Anubis can have any say in this series whatsoever on the more difficult side of the map against Vitality. On the favoured side, is there a chance for Anubis to win this one, or are we going to see Vitality streak clear again? This is the first lead at the half we've seen Anubis grab in this series so far.
Yeah, and well, the good thing for Anubis is that consistently throughout those 5 rounds, they've done this. First blood all across the board, and it means so much for the Blacklist side, and they're able to outpace Vitality throughout. Thompson now put under press himself, and his 4 unanswered kills from the side of Anubis. This is a sweep from their side. And this really reminds me of map 2, right? Like when we were playing the Ankara, there were times, even the sub base really, there were times that Vitality just basically outpaced Anubis. This time, Anubis returning the favor.
Yeah, that was a really nice one. A convincing one to start the half as well. So it's making me a little bit more hopeful for them. More patience this time, though. Slowing it down. Making Vitality guess. Already some early damage on Snake.
For now, though, Vitality very respectful to what Anubis are doing, and that's one of the things that you don't usually see, right? I feel like Snare is always peeking into those bridges. He's not done that for the last minute, and now he's pressured. Thankfully, he's got a teammate to cover underneath him. He's able to take him down from the other side. Not usually a 417 spot. Horus makes do. He at least gets the one, so he keeps his team in the lead. And Doom's trying to cut off rotations before they're even allowed to exist. Damage traded between the two sides. And Gainer is going to finish off Snare. Now is Slayer, the only one remaining. Low in HP as is. And that M14 might not be enough after all, because he really needs accuracy and lethality. The M14 gives you that spray down, but is it going to help from the position that Anubis players are playing from? At least he knows that there's one on top. He can try to take a sweet time, but Doom perhaps can't beat him to the punch. Goes out in the open, and there's a real chance that Slayer might get that one for free if he takes a look. Doom might not be prepared. And if he's there, he needs to be aware, and unfortunately, he's not going to expect him that up close. And maybe we got a game on our hands after all. Anubis, a lot more impressive on this Blacklist side.
Yeah, that was a really, really convincing one. And the reason why, for me, that gets away from Vitality, it's kind of the first round of the entire series where they've been in some semblance of control of a round and a slight advantage and then thrown it away. It's because Horus takes a little bit too long to get that kill from the A side, right? You notice that he was a little bit whiffy with the HK, and he gets his one, but then that means he's dropping down the ladder on his left later than he would have done otherwise if he'd gotten the kill cleanly. And that is the difference maker, because he's not then ready for Gainer being so close. So, yeah, that's a big deal, and it contributes to Vitality losing the advantage, and then eventually losing the round. Anubis are 3 ahead and 3 away from a map.
And at this pace that they're going on, they actually might take the port from Vitality. And if we go to the compound, I gotta say, it could be anyone's game at that point. Oh, Muffin got the shoulder. This time got the kill. That is complacent, to say the least, from Vitality. I don't think I've seen him make errors like these in a while. And, you know, we've seen the technical timeout. We might have to see the tactical one pretty soon.
It might even be too little too late, honestly. This is comfortable for Anubis. Again, showing that they're really solid on this Blacklist side of Port. Not the first time we've seen an impressive performance like this. I think that Horus and Totson can really do here. And going to just play one player per site. Go. There goes Horus. 3-2. So, firstly, it's Anubis improving. Secondly, it's Vitality looking a little bit more lackadaisical. And, you know, you could argue, maybe, ever since they'd, you know, had a couple of those tech issues earlier, it's been a bit more of a harder game for them. Not saying it's a contributing factor, but it did break a little bit of momentum. And now, 8-4 behind. That's quite a long way back.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I'm really impressed by what Anubis are doing, but I gotta say, from Vitality, there's definitely a lot of things to change, right? Eventually, they will need to reach the conclusion that maybe putting Horus on the 417 on the A side is not the right call. And you can tell, like, Vitality feeling the ramifications of that one. Game faces are back on, and you know, the thing about the Vitality team is that I don't know why, but I feel like, here's the thing, it's always easy to be the team on the top and have a target on your back. But I feel like, you know, they really have a target on their back, if that makes sense. Like, it's very similar to like Argentina in the World Cup, where like almost every other team that have lost to Argentina were pretty much saying, hey, like, we're cheering for Spain. And it does feel that way at times, right? Like, when I'm thinking about locally here in Egypt, how the scene works and like their rivalry against teams like Nemesis, like 3BL, like Anubis. Like, there's a lot of pressure on this team. Like, anything less than excellence is unacceptable. I'm really actually amazed and pleasantly surprised by how well they're coping with all of that pressure, because I've seen other teams here locally in Egypt, other players that perhaps initially you would think that they're touted for greatness, just either the pressure gets to them in a good or a bad way. Like, and both of them are actually bad ways, right? Either they build an ego and they think that they're better than they actually are, or they just crumble under the weight of that pressure. And Vitality have done neither. Like, they've maintained their humility, they know where they are, and they are still ambitious. They still want to give like more top 4 finishes, like the one that they've had in the Summer Invitational, and they're still looking to go far.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's not just that, it's the fact that the pressure for them, at least in this league, of which there is maybe not as much pressure overall, only when it maybe gets to finals week, like it motivates them, it feels like. It really motivates them to stay strong and perform, and when then they start playing internationally, that's when it's truly on them, and that's the practice you need to kind of have, right? You need the practice of... almost for Vitality, it sounds silly, but I almost feel like they sometimes need to put pressure on themselves in CFWL in these sort of games to practice performing under pressure when they play internationally.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? It's great that more teams are able to deliver that pressure, because last stage it was only really Nemesis that were able to put up any of a fight against them. So right here, now they're doing it, and we'll see if that will be done even more so by Anubis. If they take the port, that is definitely a clear warning sign for Vitality, because this is one of the maps that they like to play internationally. So if they're pressed here, then things might just go wrong. And at least for now, they start without losing a first blood early. And, you know, I say that, and a couple of seconds into the round, they've lost Snare. And it's another 5-on-4 out of those.
It's too easy at the moment. It's too easy. Vitality maybe is a little bit checked out of Port at the moment. Just thinking, oh, we'll get it done on map 2, map 4 or 5, but you can't have that mentality. Okay. Totson's going to go for a peek now. Horus is seen. Doom noticeable and pinned. There's no way out for Horus. That is free for Doom. Again, just too much space for Anubis to move into. They're reading the map very, very well. They're really going to have a flawless BL side here. Something that we've seen from them before, but on this day against where is the real Anubis? Are they just going to have an off day here? Well, certainly not overall. Certainly not full time. It's going to be a bit of a rebuttal here, showing they've still got some level, showing they've still got a something for this BO5, and they're going to get up to 9-4.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, the score is very deceptive in the sub base. I think that they have done very well on the subbase. The Ankara is the one that they definitely disappeared on. And now they're back into what is full form, and full form in the most convincing fashion yet. Like, they've won a couple of rounds, so they had all 5 players alive. And for Vitality, I'm a little bit surprised that they're not even being more aggressive, because I thought that's probably what their solution is going to be. That maybe if we pick up the pace ourselves, things would work out for them. But no, they're letting Muffin run the game again. And if anything, there's nothing that smells desperation other than bringing out the AK. But hey, maybe the players got the feel for it. And definitely Placebo does work, at least it does for Slayer here.
Playing catch up like this, just have a bit of fun. It's not meant to be fun. It's meant to be serious. This is the upper bracket final. It matters to both teams a hell of a lot.
Shot.
Vitality will hold on a little bit here though. Again, we've got a little bucket in the map. Inside will close. There hasn't been a real close map yet in whatever 3 we've watched so far, but now it's going Anubis' way. Can Vitality provide some crazy sort of comeback?
This might be it for Vitality. They need Snare to step up. The take on the A side is going to be coming shortly. Plenty of time for Anubis to play this. Can they find success early? The smoke is kind of conceding that initial bit of the round, is making Snare antsy, and that could be the difference maker if they're able to find him in a good timing. But if anything, it gives Snare a freebie. Those are pot shots now, and it's not going to find the required effect, but the rest of the team are now trying to press on, and Snare is going to seal off that round. 3 to his name in total. And Muffin is not going to be much of a task against the remainder of Vitality. That is much better off from their slide. Snare in the A side seems to be the difference maker.
As he so often has been over the course of his career on this team. Okay. 3 rounds away are Vitality. And 3's not that many for a team like Vitality. They can string to get rounds like this together at the blink of an eye from absolutely nowhere. It's almost like they're testing themselves right now. We've seen it before. We've low-key seen it before, but in less important games. In important games like this, not really.
But the pressure is on for Anubis. They feel like that Vitality are encroaching, just as we all feel it, and that is like half the battle nearly won. For Vitality, Snake cannot really find a connection. If anything, he nearly lost his life there from the spam. Now they got Barn. Could definitely try to work their way back into the B side if they want to. Minute and a little bit remains. And now a chance really for Anubis to institute a solid hit on the B side, but that should be a little bit telegraphed. I like the fact that Vitality are still not really breaking down their hold, because they know that there's a rotation that could happen, and well, Anubis might after all go back towards the A side again. And Snake, the first line of defense, is going to be on a measly amount of health, so him finding his could be very important. And well, that trainer getting the one Horus identified on the other side, and maybe they're actually going to finally close it off.
He's got push forward here, even though Toxin was waiting for him. It's an easy pre-fire for Muffin. A quick, fast-paced kill. Player needs a lot of kills from that position, and as you can see, he's only ever really going to be good for 1. So it will be Anubis finding something here. Finding something, and there we go. Close 10 to 6. There we go. Something to shout about in this series. I said at the beginning of the game, I just refuse to believe, even after Vitality got that incredible map 1, that Anubis lay down comfortably and easily. And thankfully, for Anubis' sake, they do show something from this series. It's another quick map as well.
Yeah, and a very convincing one on what is supposed to be one of the best maps for this Vitality side, and it really was disappointing from their global risk side. And we're saying how Anubis had a bad global risk, but it was even worse for Vitality. They really lost a lot of those key duels, and I feel like their fixation on keeping Horus there on the 417 was one of those problems. But perhaps the person that would be even more inclined to know and explain those problems is going to be Penguin on the desk, and alongside him, of course, is Sekio. So let's go to the panel.
I mean, I understand that Penguin is the most experienced guy, like the guy that played CFS like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, but me, man, like, I'm trying to bring some stuff to bring it to his level. Of course it's not. But other side, I mean, it felt like Anubis, they found a way to just break Vitality out and just win this round, and it's 2-1 on the scoreboard, and it feels a bit tough for actually, it doesn't feel a bit tough for Vitality. It feels like they need to just get back on the right track on the upcoming round or the upcoming map.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis, we said the redemption starts from port. I knew that their port is better. They played very good. They had a very good first half, actually. Yes, I know that on global side you usually get more rounds, but I said the blacklist side is just way better than the global side. So if they don't fall on the global side, they can be having a good fair blacklist. We've seen a 2v4 from Anubis that actually stumped the game and made the game look way easier for them. And also, we've seen a lot of clutches from them. The last round was a clutch, and we mentioned over and over that Anubis, they are reliant on the enemy team mistakes. We've seen, and again, Snare just swinging bridge last round, fully open to Gainer, who just snaps him out and gets him out of the picture early. And this is exactly the mistakes that we are looking, that Anubis is looking for, and we usually see from them. So well played by Anubis. I still see that this map for them is one of their best. Yes, maybe alongside Ankara a bit, but I still think that port is very good from them. The executions are perfect, and if you play a very good, let's say, blacklist side on port, that means that you will have a very decent map.
I agree with you. Also, I have something that I really liked about it is that Dirty brought the HK, I believe, like he played with the HK in a couple of rounds, and man, they paid off. I mean, it worked. So, I mean, if it works, don't fix it. I would say you played as a 4 riflers and 1 sniper at some points, and it worked. And for that guy, no one actually expected to see Dirty on AR, but like he's been working with AR, he's been working as a TRG, and he's going into being the most flexible guy on the team. Like when you need to do something, he's here to help you. Of course, Gainer didn't step up as much in this game, but he did actually get some really good and key kills. But of course, for this game, you gotta give the crown to Muffin. That guy been just shooting heads with the sniper of the bridge, of A site. If you're playing on the attack, if you're playing on defense, he's just doing everything correct to his team.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I've seen a very good performance from Doom. When Doom is playing very good, usually Anubis is having an edge, because Doom positions is usually the hardest on the game. I used to play most of his positions, and it's always rotating sides. Him and probably Snake as well on Vitality, but Doom has been doing an insane job in this map and on the first 2 maps as well when it comes to rotation. Sometimes he's not successful because if his team is always dying very fast, then the rotation for him is going to be completely a disaster and he's going to be dying instantly. But now his team was holding, Muff was doing a very good job, he was holding the side, he's doing what is needed from him actually. That's why Doom is also doing an awesome job. Of course, Dirty as well on the blacklist side. I like how Dirty plays on the blacklist side. He knows exactly, his experience maybe is helping him as well. He knows every player and he goes just to quick scoop the guys out there, and we've seen him quick scoop with Todd's spot, which is uncommon in my opinion, but still he expected him and he killed him out of nowhere. So well played by Dirty, Doom, and of course the guy that's always leading the wins, Muffin on Anubis' side.
Yeah, of course, he led the win, and it was just a really good one to take it home. It's not gonna be an 3-0 for Vitality in this series, and we're going to the 4th game. And speaking of the 4th game, I just don't want to jump into conclusions, but when it comes to new compound, I believe that Anubis are one of the good teams that they have a new compound on their bucket. And that's because they have some really good and skilled snipers to play alongside the road for them. You have Muffin would be the guy that's holding mid probably, and you have like of course Dirty will be playing on the other side to just control and hold the place. But that's for the upcoming game. For this one, I loved how Anubis been reactive. More of they're waiting for anyone to just slip a hand or like slip a muzzle to check his place to play on that advantage. And of course, they're always counting util. At a certain point, I believe that Vitality drained all their util, and Anubis just went in for the very late execution into the A site, and like they still had their stuns, they still had some of the smokes, and guess what? It worked. It doesn't work each and every time, but I mean, if it works once, you can just like gamble on it for a second time after 2 or 3 rounds, and they did it. They won the game.
Yeah, Nubis, this time they are better. They look more decent in terms of everything, not only the util, but also their communication, their execution. So I believe if they continue the same way, especially shooting, because now they're shooting, at least we're seeing 3 players on Anubis shooting. And if you watch the whole series, we haven't seen it so far. So on this map, 3 players shooting, it's 2 Muffin and Dirty. Definitely Anubis will be having the upper hand. So if they do the same on New Compound, because we've seen a very good, decent performance from them on New Compound versus 3BL. So if they continue the same, I guess also Vitality's New Compound is not the best. Yes, they might have an easy win versus some other teams, but Anubis, they're usually the team that you will be struggling against on New Compound due to the 2 sniper setup that they have. So Anubis, they need to focus on the global side. Yes, I said also Port, they have a good blacklist side, but on New Compound is not as good as Port. So they need to focus this time on the global side. They need to get more rounds. They need to let a Muffin just kills anybody who just goes for a big and mini control, and they need to have someone having this control because if they lose the big and mini, they lose a big part of the map, and all the rotation is going to be in favor of Vitality. So they need to be focusing on big and mini in order for them to win, and that's what they did versus 3BL. And 3BL actually they also did their very bad mistakes of not even contesting this, and every time they go and contest, they die usually to Muffin, who was playing aggressive, or Noor, who's trying to get a pick. So I hope for Anubis that they can fix the things. Yes, we would love to see 5 maps, and we would love to see Anubis pushing Vitality to the edge.
Of course, you'd love to see 5 mappers. It's always something that we all love to watch, especially when we're in the playoffs. Like, what's the other spot that you would love to watch 5 mappers? Like, I don't know. It's just like that. Like, we're in the top 3 category. We're in Anubis versus Vitality. We're in the spot that we should see and watch everything. And of course, speaking of New Compound, unlike the old Compound, it was just one-sided map. This is a different story, and having Anubis on blacklist on the first half will be something to watch. And guys, I believe let's cut to the chase. I believe that Trav and Volt are ready, and all players are in the server. So let's hit into game number 4.
Is it going to be a 5 mapper vault? Tell me right now. Are you feeling 5? Are you feeling 4? What's the magic number in your head today?
My heart is telling me no, but logic is saying that off the back of that port, it really should go to all 5, and that's where I'm gonna leave it.
Okay. You think the momentum's going to continue? Fair enough. I see that. We do know Anubis is very good on their BL side of port, and they did show it once again. And of course, New Compound has been maps where I've seen Vitality exposed in the past as well. So looking forward to seeing how that goes. And maybe we do get all 5. You never know. It would be a crazy opportunity. We've seen it happen before. If I don't remember correctly, that it was a grand final a couple of years ago where Vitality were in full control, 2-0. They got pegged back to 2-2, and then won it 3-2 in the end. Was it another Vitality and Ibis final? I can't remember. It would have been obviously a Rock back then, but still, I can't remember. Either way, it was. I think we've had something similar before.
To be fair though, if I'm looking at this from the perspective of this Vitality team, if they lose both the port and the compound, then there's something that is truly wrong with the setup. Because to be honest, like I really expected the port to be a cakewalk. I thought, hey, they got over the hard part, they won the Ankara, and that should be it from there, but not really going to perhaps be that well from that side. Right now, though, Anubis starting off pretty solid. Right? I like the fact that they're taking better control, but not forcing the issue. Usually, you would see teams try to stack nades at that line of sight, but Dawson gets away safely. And Anubis are holding all the necessary util and holding not the necessary positions rather. And now Todson should be under a fair bit of pressure. The nades come in at the pocket, but no one really on the side of that box. Instead, Todson playing by the door. And it's about to be tested. It's a 50-50 for his position. And instead of actually committing to that one, they go towards middle, but probably the worst possible timing because it's re-smoked for now. That is going to leave very little time for Anubis if they're going to eventually pivot back to a mid-A split, which seems likely here.
Yeah, indeed. Well, they got two options. They can still pivot with the position on the ball, but they can come back now, so I think you're probably right on that one. It's a great pick from Dirty to begin. Slayer feels the need to reface that one. Muffin's already bypassed the angles, and maybe they don't check Slayer in this corner because of that, but no. The trade from Dirty is really, really good. Slayer only gets allowed to take one kill. Then we'll find Horus. Good stuff. Just to begin again. 4v2.
And Tolson is the only man alive. Unfortunately, though, DRG aimed at exactly where he is going. And he's already softened, so could be a matter of time. And it is. Dirty takes a few seconds and then closes off the round. That rotation was the right call. And Vitality, well, this time around they fell to the TRG, but let's see if the TRG pistol shenanigans are going to continue, or Vitality perhaps are going to be a little bit more assertive. Two players pushing into that A-long position. And Horus is putting himself in pretty much a one-and-done position at best. So there's a lot of risk actually in that A defense, but they get lucky because Nor just doesn't check it. And it's not just Horus that goes down clean, it's also Snare that dies in a one-on-one to Muffin.
Slayer will find Muffin as in the end, though, and that recovers it to the 3v3. Very quick flank coming around from Totson. He could have a great timing in middle here. Dirty and Doom, and especially getting not so ready for this one. There is one, could be two. Could have been a cleaner two, though, but he's got that first kill a bit cleaner, and because of that, he gets punished. Dirty will take him down. Recovered into an even man situation again. Slayer playing close in that A-long area. You might not expect a player pushed up so far in that position. I'm just expecting both Vitality players to play from a bomb site.
I mean, Dirty though, like, with how patient he is, I think that Vitality might be bound to make a mistake because this is really one of those games that Vitality like to take the initiative, and for now, they've not been tested. That mid route is probably the best one for this Anubis offensive, but Slayer might actually make it the worst one if he finds the right timing. There he spotted, and that's a C4. All he needs to do is to be patient. Doom left in a 1-on-2. As long as Snake and Slayer don't give him any duels, he should really be fresh out of luck, because by the time he gets a C4, wherever he goes, he will have to immediately stick that plant. So it's going to be so easy for Vitality, whether they want to play the retake as a 2-on-1, or if they just want to deny the plant, both should be easy options. Doom in the servers will have to go for the plant. Stick here from the side. Nearly a chance for a kill. Half health on that one side, and with a flashbang, should be a pretty easy kill. They try to go now. Sweet time, and the 417 is going to get the job done. It is much better played from Vitality. No mistakes this time around.
Well dealt with. GG easy indeed. Not GG for good yet. Recovery to get to one round apiece.
Right now, same setup again, but Snake Got the support for Todson. Just gonna be careful not to be picked off. And there are 3 players on this line of sight. Unable to get a single one, but there's a chance for a multi-kill. Snake frozen at 2. That's perfect shooting from Noor. But, well, real chance maybe for Vitality to still find another multi-kill. Slayer gets one for free. And taking the repeat into Dirty, to be honest, I think that would be a fool's errand. But thankfully, Slayer is pretty aware, spotted the other 2 on the site. And that should be a done deal. Like, if they go back, there's Slayer holding that line of sight. If they try to go forward, Slayer is in a really good position to play. And he's even absorbed more utility. And now, our eyes set back at Snare. At least needs to find the one, if not both.
Yeah, this is a great position for Snare. Let's see. Even, as you say, even 1 is enough. And look at the HP on Nora as well, 6 HP. If Anubis find their way out of this hole, it will be a surprise. Snare's going to rotate back around. They're actually playing a little bit safer, but they are going back into Horus and Slayer again. Slayer did such a good job in this round overall, just blocking them off for so long. Still continuing to be a nuisance either way.
They'll go out, but if they go out, they need to be a lot faster. And unfortunately for them, oh, I was about to say, like, Snare got the best position probably in the entire round. Still got the timing for 1 if they do go towards the A site. And okay, you know, on second thought, I actually like this a bit more from Snare. That means he gets a kill, most likely for free. And they get to play a much easier retake. 10 seconds on the timer. Snare aware that they could press on him. So you're not even going to find that one. And suddenly, I'm a little bit more worried because a 2-on-3 is a lot more winnable, especially if Noor finds the timing, but not going to happen. Snare beats him to this punch. Dirty taking his time. Oh, that could be beautiful, but he needed that second shot. A 1-on-2 still. And Horus is not even needed. That round confirmed by 2. And it's 2 on the board after all for Vitality.
Yeah, it was a little bit nervy, a little bit scary. That one could have gone either way. In the end. Because Snare's, flank through was almost a little second too late. But, just managed to get that first catch and that made it a little more comfortable. Long drawn out one, but Vitalities. And a nice opening pick from Snare as well this time. Nothing will drop early. Big scalp to take. Starts to the map. Nothing.
I mean, for now though, Muffin gone. I have some questions of whether or not Anubis can still keep up the pace. Usually it's either him or Dirty that gets most of the openers for the team. Riflers have been doing okay, but nothing outstanding. There's a chance for one of those snipers on the side of Vitality to get the job done. That's Doom out. Snare thinking about the repeat, committing to it, and deleting Gainer off the server. There's a 2-on-4. After all, a chance for Noor to even double down, and I gotta say, a bit too ambitious from Snake. The smart play would have been to let it go, but I guess that high tempo play from Vitality nearly guaranteeing them the round here. Dirty left in a 1-on-3. Shouldn't be an easy spot. Snare should have his eyes set on that position in a little while. And there it is. A couple of important kills from Vitality, and now they get the round, and I would assume that's a tactical timeout from Anubis, and it is.
Yeah, forced into it. Vitality feeling a little bit back in control again. After the way that previous map went. It doesn't seem totally calm though, obviously. Stray looks like he's still feeling it a little bit, maybe. With the reinforcement of some of the calls that he's making here.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I feel like most of those rounds do really live and die by which sniper is going to be performing better, which, you know, it is the nature of the compound, to be honest, just like the port. Both maps really put a lot of power into the sniper's hands, and while there are some pockets of space where riflers can find their mark, it is really both Snare and Muffin that I'm looking at to dictate the pace of play. And you know what? Snare's been doing really well here. And Muffin have been doing even good, like pretty good for his side. So it's touted to be a pretty intriguing one, and I'm really happy for one of the things that maybe you don't talk about that much is that when you go international, when you play all best of fives, sometimes, especially like the second and third seed of the West League can be a bit more suspect, is the way that I would label it in terms of their map pool. And so far, like, yeah, like maybe a couple of the maps, especially the Ankara, might not be the home turf of a team like Anubis, but they've played a really good port and they're playing a decent compound Evans.
Tac pause finished. Fortunately, we have no cam POVs for Anubis, but we will they'll be trying to fix whatever has been going wrong in this map so far. Snake will stop Nor for his push forward, his aggression. That is one of the things that have been working very well for Nor against teams that aren't Vitality. He always pushes forward, finds space for free more often than not, and very often gets a kill from it. But he's been stopped in his tracks quite a few times in this series so far.
Yeah, you know, like pretty solid from their side. Again, the riflers of Anubis perhaps falling a little short in comparison to those of Vitality. And once more, a lot of the pressure is on Muffin and Dirty, both of which at mid trying to really find any space. Vitality not giving them much of a look, but as I say, Slayer probably takes one of the worst timings. The Gainer is going to do the same. Easy shot for Snare. That might have been a multi-kill, and Horace is identified and known. That is some excellent awareness of how those people set up are. We said that both teams study gameplay. Very obvious from both sides, and it's even more obvious that Muffin is on one. 4 kills so far, and might even find all 5 if they're not careful. It might be the first ace of the day. And still Snake. Let's give this one a look. Muffin might be posted. It's a very difficult angle to take if he's playing from here, and Snake has decided to take the long approach.
It is the very long approach. He's going to try and get there as quickly as possible. But he's going to have to make his move right here, right now, but he won't be allowed in. Dirty will guess it. A little bit too long, and it was easily predicted there for Dirty. So Anubis will hit back straight away. Important after the tack pause. And don't forget Muffin. We've kind of mentioned earlier, they've been a little bit quiet so far. And that was exactly what we want to see from Muffin playing like that. They want to have a chance in this entire BO5, want to try and come back. Snake, we shouldn't be allowed out, nor will not allow him out.
Good work there from Anubis to make sure that, as you said, like catastrophic result. Well, this is a catastrophe for the Vitality camp. There's both Snake and Horus back to back, so both extremities are pressured. And it means that Slayer and Snare might each have to play a site on their lonesome, and Snare's trying to beat them to the punch by playing middle. Chance here for Muffin or Doom, and while Snare does significant damage to the former, the latter is able to finalize that kill. And Slayer goes to mid thinking that maybe it's actually an A-side head, but lo and behold, they pivot back into where he was. And that most likely means the Anubis are going to tie things up. It's a 1-on-3 in that post. And Muffin has been on a deadly form, and even Doom and Dirty really have been doing really well for themselves.
defense. Will be allowed through for a split second there by Michael. The pistol follow-up is good enough. 3-3. Again, competitive. Is Horus going to be ready with the Vepr? The VEPR -12 to be exact. Well, to be exact, CF balance. Is he playing the close angle, as he so should with that weapon? Bit of a change up. He's already been naded down a little bit lower.
Well, I mean, Horus. An attempt after all, and that second nade somehow didn't actually get him. He's gonna get out of it with the one. I mean, considering how much nades he's actually taken to the face, I think he's gonna be really happy with taking a kill because he could have very easily just died to 2 HEs back to back.
Yeah, I just didn't want to fall back. Wanted to commit to the play. Vitality need to find this fourth, I think, because Anubis again are trying to ramp up a little bit in this map, and Snare's in a good position, but it's a position that can definitely be traded. If you can find multiple, it's okay, but he's about to have 3 players come toward him from one angle. What's it going to look like for him? Seen, shot hit, ready to close, and now of course he can left him to the side, but a lovely bit of patience, finds that second, as I said, that should be enough. He goes down, so that should be enough. They need Totson to come in and help, and he will. 2v1, 40 seconds for Noor to plant that bomb and make a decision on what he wants to do.
So he's made his choice already. Tuck tail on the site. A bit of a longer rotation. It's a much quicker one for the GR players. Eventually, they'll have to piece 2 and 2 together. The question is, are they just gonna basically avoid that A site, or are they going to wait for the C4 to go down? Because if it does go down, then there's a chance for Noor to put down a smoke and make his play easier. Default plant, pretty typical. And now that the smoke goes out, there's a world where Noor can somehow make the magic happen. He's got the M14. A spray down might net him a kill. Patient here, about a single box, and oh, the timing betrays him. He spotted the one, but it might be too late. They've already got him boxed out. Noor needs to win this 1v1. And Snake is aware of that, so he just waited for the flash, and that was perfect from Totson.
Yeah, I mean, you see so many teams there just thinking, oh, I've got the drop on him, no problem, I'll swing and get the kill, all good, no issues here whatsoever, and then there's a fumble of some sort, and it's into a 1v1, which then is losable. In fact, that one was a nice little setup with the flash, just confirms it, and going through the correct protocols there to make sure all is good.
I mean, I'm interested to see if there's going to be an overhaul of that protocol from the other side, but at least as is, nothing really changed from the side of Anubis. It's still the same play, and it has put Horus in a lot of difficulty, right? Like, he's playing a very thankless position, but not doing too bad. Just because of his presence, they've bought a lot of time, but now middle is going to be a concern. Snare needs to hold that line. 3 players peeking, finds the one, even despite being flashed, still buys himself significant time for that side, and also takes down another one. He's forced Gainer and Doom off the door, so if they have to go, they'll have to go towards B. Even then, the servers are not safe. Good nade, but not that much damage. They anticipated coming. They're able to take their steps away, and Anubis have basically wedged this Vitality defense into 2 hobs, but even then, Snare alone might be enough. Only a single kill coming in from Slayer, and that's Horus chiming in for the 5th and final kill of the round.
And can it be the 6th and final round of the half for them? Or will we have another 5-4 to play out in the second half? Vitality looking quite strong. Anubis have pushed up into middle this time. On Snare's flank. Can he get in this position? Oh, he'd love a third, but it's only 2. Fair play.
Shots.
And Nor will run down Horus, so it makes it very difficult for Snare. He's actually hit pretty quickly. And the C4 was dropped, by the way, but in the end, Nor will find him. So, no problem. Anubis will get their 4th, and it'll be another 5-4, and I'll keep them very much in this entire series. And I think Vitality know they've really got a game up against them right now.
Yeah, pretty good one. At that, slides will swap. But I mean, out of 5-4, how do we feel about this, right? Like, I'm actually really optimistic for Anubis, because I think with how good the 2 snipers have been, Muffin and Dirty are going to have the time of their lives when they're going on the GR side.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced it's going to be a walk in the park, that's for sure. I think Anubis really are in this game proper now. I think for Vitality, even though, you know, there's a few laughs and jokes going on here, which I think they still feel like they're pretty in a comfortable position. If, once again, Anubis throw in a good map here, they're in a good second half, like we've seen already, and they take us to map 5, then it's just like anyone's game. You know, sure, you could argue about Vitality's ramp-ups, whatever, that they're improvements when the nitty-gritty comes. Personally, in a 5th map of a BO5, I don't think that really means much at all. It's just one game of CrossFire on one map. And it can be anyone's, if there are mistakes, if there are big moments, etc, etc. So, yeah, Vitality will really want to try their best to avoid that.
Yeah, I'm sure, but can they? That's the question. Unfortunately, I don't think they can avoid Muffin. Hypnotizing he is. And Gainer, as crisp as ever on that 417. The 2 TRGs doing exactly as thought, exactly as prophesized, and it's pretty much cut down the round there for Vitality. I was just talking about this, right? Like, how important is it going to be for Vitality to somehow deal with those TRGs? And unfortunately, I don't think that they have their timeout, right? So they're just going to have to deal with it, and that might mean that Slayer might stay alive for a little while longer as they try to mull it over.
Yeah, it won't be the first time, won't be the last either. This is definitely getting very curious now. I'm gonna look back. I'm gonna see if I can find that game that I told you about earlier, that I was talking about before. So 2025 season 2. Was it this one? It was not. That was a Rock 3-0 against Gaming Gladiators. I think it's 2025 season 1. Here it is.
Maybe.
Yes, this is exactly. Yeah, there we go. I found it. This is exactly the game I was talking about. So April 20. I'll give you even the times. April 27th. Sorry. April 27th, 2025 at 18:30 British Standard Time. Rock versus Anubis. Rock, of course, are now Vitality. Rock, 10-5 compound, 10-5 sub base. Anubis, 13-12 in a golden round, Black Widow, 10-7 Ankara. It went to Port as a map 5, which Rock won 10-7. So, similar pattern is happening here, just with different maps. In this series.
We might be on pace for it.
We might be on pace for it. I'm not saying anything is confirmed yet, because of course it's only 5-5, and Anubis are only 5v4. It's not like it's a done deal yet. I'm just saying that it could be a similar pattern to a whole year ago.
No, be real with everyone, Trav, right? Like, we're just making the script at this point, aren't we?
Yeah, that 27th of April 2025 is actually 26th of July 2026. I misread that.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, Muffin.
Look at Muffin. Look at Muffin going through. That's an insane play. They might still get taken down here by Slayer, though. This is a big deal, and Slayer does find him in the end. So Even though Muffin makes a big play there, Vitality still get a 2v2 in the after plant. But Slayer, oh, I thought Gainer and Doom might have gone for the retake while one player was actually playing that bomb plant, and while one player didn't have his gun drawn. But it's different now. Gainer is so very low. Slayer knows it. The dance around the boxes, around the servers will go in his favour. Vitality hit back.
You know, with how good Slayer has had to be for this round, I'm a little bit wary, right? Because I'm thinking, like, even with all of that, still, Muffin and Dirty could have won them around, and Gainer now switching to the AK-47, and he's gonna catch Snare on the spray down. Still got a couple more in the mag, might find another headshot, and Slayer out in the open, leaving himself to be meat on the table, and Gainer might have had them all for lunch. It's a 2-on-4 when all is said and done, and it's so easy for Dirty to farm that final few. Snake remains alone. I guess a commander without troops is never really gonna be as effective.
No, indeed. Again, it's a close round for Vitality, but easy round in the response for Anubis. 6-6.
What a couple of individual moments, though. Like, you think about the Muffin flank that nearly could have won them the round. Then Gainer, then they got more. Okay, Anubis are really, like, here's the thing. I haven't seen this from any other team against Vitality other than 3BL. So I think, just off the basis of this alone, that there's a team that is willing to be this ballsy about it. Like, we might really have a true best of 5 on our hands. I think that we might go to Eagle Eye this way.
Headshots.
I'm really feeling that too. Just on the basis of momentum, I am very convinced that Anubis still has something to say that we could go to map 5. But a big moment here for Vitality does mean they break into the site, does mean they'll get the bomb planted. Gainer and Muffin probably won't be retaking this from here. And Vitality, this could be the most convincing round of the last 5, honestly. Here we go for Horus, gets one, goes to trade, should be found by Snare and Will. Vitality have just edged himself into that lead bit by bit. They're keeping it Anubis at finger's length right now.
Yeah, we'll see if that is going to continue for Vitality. They got 3 kills, by the way, in the span of like 5 seconds, and that's how they got the ace light so cleanly. Right now, a lot of focus from Vitality. Middle. Anubis have been willing to present the fights, and finally Vitality seems to have out the way to counter that one, but I say so, and here decides to give a masterclass at a smoke spamming. He gets a kill. Snake is left on half health, mind you, from that sequence as well, so for Vitality now, if they're gonna push through those smokes at middle, they'll need to find duels, and they'll need to find them clean. Otherwise, there's a real chance that Noor might absolutely chop them up. The flash is perfect, still Noor on the spray down, only good for 1. The C4 is down, but it's immediately picked back up, and now it is supposed to be Muffin, who's off-site, to try to stall as long as possible for the rest of his teammates.
That was really close for Noor to getting a multi-kill and really making a difference there. But now the 3v3 after plant, as you say, is a big one. Muffin trying to force his way back in. Yes, to try and make that happen, but that's a great angle take up from Slayer at the right time. The timing as well. So we'll even find that second onto Doom, and Slayer finds Dirty. Vitality have found in a bit of an extra gear to keep Anubis at bay. They are 2 ahead and 2 away from the main big boy grand final.
This game for Vitality if they're able to close it off here, but I think that Anubis is not going to present them that again. In a couple of rounds where they were willing to handshake that initial duel this time around. A lot more wary of that being a possibility. Gainer asking for support off of being flashed, then is going to leave a very difficult position for Doom. They're going to press there. I think that they might have found a little bit of success, but Well, back towards the pillars they go. And it's open grounds for Muffin to perhaps try to find a first blood, if that's going to be the case.
Huge round here. It's either Vitality feel very, very safe, get down to 6, or it's 8-7, it's still very much game on. All down, it's going to be very tough for Nor. Again, he needs 2, but only gets 1. Very unlikely to get 2 from there, to be fair. Slayer finds that trade. Gainer found Snare on the trade, though. Of his trade, his fight. So, again, it's a 3v3, but again, it's a difficulty of retaking a bomb site like this. Vitality are quite far forward here, though, with Horus's position. It's very easy to be fair, but he does give it a bit of a glance, though. That's a great one to take, but Snake will respond onto Doom in the meantime, and again, just breaking through this even is not easy. Again, clock above the heads of Anubis, down to very low HP. Gainer also low, and Snake can just take point, take contact. Gainer might find that kill, but Snake can just hide. He's dancing with the angle, he's being a nuisance, there's no time for his TPs, whatever happens. And Gainer will jump straight into him. 9 rounds of Vitality, they are 1 away.
Big time game for Slayer and Snake. The IGL has always been consistent this season. He's been really one of the saving graces for the team. But it's a great time for Slayer to come alive, and unfortunately for Horus, his woes on this compound will continue. Dirty, giving him easy first blood. There's a real chance now. Anubis bring it back to a 9-7, especially with this lightning fast flick from Muffin.
Ready. And there you go. Okay, get spray down.
Headshot.
Anubis not saying die just yet. They don't want that lower bracket just yet. Vitality will take a tack with 2 more chances to close the game in regulation.
Well, have to wait and see if Vitality are somehow going to be able to rectify whatever is going on. I mean, there are like 3 very obvious things that are going wrong, right? They're giving those to the snipers, Anubis' aggression is catching them off guard, and their takes are very swingy. Like, it's never here's the thing, it's either a fully clean execute or an execute that goes horribly wrong. And like, at least in the third, they kind of can deal with what happens. I think that they're experienced enough. Just my question is, how do you deal with a sniper on compound? Because it almost feels like it's impossible.
Yeah, that'll be what they're discussing. And as you can tell, the pressure's pretty high right now. They don't want to consider overtime. They've been caught before. It's almost, as I said, it's not exactly the same map order or the same scorelines on those maps, but it was Vitality up 2-0, pegged back to 2-2 a year ago. So, yeah, we'll have to see. I'll have to find out. I don't want to go to another golden round and then lose it and have to play one more map. But it's stress for Vitality at the moment.
Well, back in the office, as they would say, or well, in the compound in the case of this map. And hopefully for Vitality, it's not going to be business as usual. They just need 1 out of 2 to close this out before overtime becomes a concern. Eyes are set on Dirty and Muffin for me. The latter on the pillars, the former taking a very aggressive angle on the A site and nearly actually losing his life. Now Dirty's got to be careful. It's going to make him a much more defensive and reclusive setup in terms of playing that A site. There's a chance now for Vitality, but they found that damage, trying to route back towards the B site. And maybe they've played them well, right? Anubis are very wary of them perhaps pressing on that bit of damage they've done to Dirty. They've left the B side very light. Yes, Muffin is not that far off from North. North can relay all of that information, but even with that HE, there's not a lot of stopping power. And if Vitality gains that position too, suddenly Anubis have got everything to worry about, right? There's stairs as an option, there's pillars as an option, and there's even mid that they don't have full control of.
Our Anubis about to be silent and shushed and ushered out of the server by Vitality. In comes the decision from Vitality, I think. Utility is being set up. Doom's on a good angle. Charge over through their smoke. Big damage going. Gainer gets one. Doom gets one. Slayer's able to play back. They need a bit of pressure from somewhere. Maybe Slayer and Snare will be that somewhere. Snare will run down Doom again. They recover things. 2v2. How many even after plants have we had so far? Multiple on that B bomb site. And bomb's not down yet, but Slayer will punch in those digits right here. With 24 seconds left and now 35 on that bomb, Muffin and Nor have to decide how they want to try and retake this one. How they want to try and put the pressure on. Muffin, seen on the line. Snare can get though. Which angle is he going to be on? They both know where each other are. Out of bullets though on Slayer. Oh, and it's not able to be held this time. They had a chance, Vitality, but Anubis will hold their nerve.
Yeah, Anubis just found the perfect timing. That flash was perfect. And they're able to catch Vitality at the only time that they were not ready for that duel. Perhaps Vitality overplayed their hand a little bit there, but good recovery from them, because at the mid-round, it almost seemed like it was all Doom. And now, they bring it back. Pressure on B. Muffin is there. They got a fair bit of utility. And they got 3 players coming in from that B connector position. Look at that on one. Gainer must find a multi-kill. Thompson finds the trade, but Gainer is still alive. And he's going to be a nuisance. C4 down. Thompson fighting an equal 2K. Snare is going to be the difference maker here. But Dirty immediately trades him back. And now it's a one-on-one for Thompson. He's been left here multiple times in his career. More often than not, successful. But I have a feeling that Dirty might be too fast for him. Look at how far he's gone trapped.
Oh, it's for all the marbles though, isn't it? It's either overtime or bust for Anubis. They're down to that lower bracket if they can't win this 1v1. Toxin's going to flick round for it though, and he'll find it at the very last. You can tell how much Vitality wanted to avoid overtime, avoid the stress of a possible map 5, and they're going to be able to do it. Once again, it's another grand final for Vitality. Not surprised. I mean, I think Anubis, to be fair to them, fought pretty well after the first 2 maps were so easy. But Vitality, once again, as they so often do in CFWL, get it over the line some way, somehow.
I'm not going to say that sub-base is easy. Ankara, definitely. I'll concur to that point, but sub-base could have very easily actually been a 10-6 win for Anubis, given how many sequences have gone the right way. But, well, I mean, all in all, great resilience from Anubis, something that they will really need in the lower bracket. They still got a chance to make it to the grand finals, but we can break down how our first grand finalists, our reigning champions, have found their victory. Back to the test we go.
Thanks, Volton and Trav, and of course, this is how Vitality reached to the final. With a small window of a 1v1, just one headshot from Tutu Basha to close the first best of 5 that we have on today. Tadzin just closed everything for Vitality, and of course, the rest of the team, they had some really good work to do for the entire series. And also, I would say that Anubis give them a fight to be a part of. It was not an easy catch for Vitality and Anubis. Actually, I would love to mention how they actually played earlier on this game. They had a really decent early game, I would say, like closing the first half 5-4 on the first half versus Vitality was not an easy task. And walking through the second half, their been fighting over and over to get closer, like trying to get round by round, round by round to reach Vitality, but at the end, one bullet closed everything.
Yeah, it was a very good first half from them. I knew that they're gonna be having a stronger global side, uh, based on what we've seen from the past performance from them. And yes, they could have probably done better on the blacklist side if you got one or more rounds on the blacklist side. I knew that the global side would be very decent because of the double sniper setup that they have and the crossfires that they usually make on the tower. And we've seen Vitality first round, we tried to take mid control and dirty every single time. Also, I remember the first 3 or 4 rounds on the global have for Anubis, they always got the first blood. They always get one kill. It's always dirty or always muffin. Just gets one guy from below, or dirty just gets one guy from mid. And also gainer. He instantly pushed it on. He's doing the gainer round. This is in the competitive scene. We call it the gainer round because that's the gainer spot that he's looking for these, and he's always going for. So Anubis, he started very good on the global side, and still I felt that whenever they have a numbers advantage, sometimes one of them just overextends in the side and just loses his life instantly, just leaving his team with numbers disadvantage after having a huge advantage on the beginning of the round. That's why Anubis kind of fall in few rounds after the first best team take. Other than that, I've seen that Anubis they fought hard on the last 2 maps. We're talking about Port, we're talking about, of course, New Compound. They started very slow. We expected them starting very slow on Subbase on Ankara, because Subbase on Ankara is one of the best for Vitality. But Anubis, they didn't have a bad day as we expected on the first match, but probably the Veto wasn't the best. But still, I would give them probably 8 out of 10 performance for what they have done today, especially that they are playing versus Vitality. So Port, New Compound, I guess also if they went to Eagle Eye, they could have done a very good performance, but unlucky for them that Vitality closed the first 2 maps.
Yeah, Vitality closed the very first 2 maps in a very convincing way, and of course, for this one, I would say that Anubis, they fought for it, and yet again, they just came short by a tiny bit, like they were one step away from going to overtime, but like it was not what it meant to be for them. I would say they still have a really good chance in the lower bracket, and their place in EWC is just about to be determined on the upcoming match. I would say it's not even in their hands currently. I mean, they still have the advantage, but they're playing versus either Nemesis or 3BL, the winner of the second best of 5 for today. That's for Anubis Gaming, and of course for Vitality, they just logged in their spot for the grand final as the reigning champion for 3 seasons in a row, and now they are in the 4th final, and I believe there is no other team have done that before.
Yeah, nothing. I'll just probably roll back to what Famous said on our podcast, that these numbers is gonna stay forever, probably for a long years, but I will just top it up and say forever. I don't think there is ever gonna be a team that can have such success. Yes, we've mentioned that Vitality, they fought hard on 2024. The kind that 2025 they had some, let's say, some competition, but 2026 I don't think there is a competition for these guys. Yes, the teams are rebuilding, but we can't ask a team like Anubis to just rebuild with one guy just joined in season 2 and he's IGNing, leading them into one of the best teams into the West League, and just go casually, hey, beat Vitality for us. No, that's too much to ask for them. But for what we've seen from Anubis, I can say that these guys can, if they have sometimes, if they just practice together for some other days, they will probably do it one day and take down Vitality. We've seen also good performance from 3BL. TEC might come back, so it's just a matter of time for them. But Vitality right now, I don't think they are matched. These guys are just unmatched.
They are, and for me, it's not an easy task to take them apart and from that crown. And of course, speaking of a guy that deserves to have a crown, it's especially Snare, the guy that's just a sniper specialist. He can just wait for him to clutch most of the rounds that you will need him. And I would say that earlier in this game, or even this season, Snare was coming short in a little bit of times, and also I believe that he was not having his best season. But once we got into the playoffs, I'll just skip the first game and say that he is on time and delivering for his teammates, and that guy is just making some really good work currently. I believe like sometimes you just need to give him a little bit of time to practice, to warm up, and then he will make it look like a piece of cake.
Yeah, Snare is just a huge experience on his shoulders, so whenever it matters the most, he will be there with Horus. I've seen Toddin having his times. Snake is one of the best across the entire season, and it was a surprise for me that still having your IGL is the best player for you. It's not a thing that we would usually see, but now Snare is stepping up with his deadly do Snake just to take the match MVP in a fashion style. He started very slow on the first maps, yes, but it was because of the rifles that they did most of the job. Now he's back with 1.52 KD across 4 maps against Anubis on the upper bracket final. That's a thing you don't usually see, daily.
Yeah, we usually don't see that daily or like by any chance. I mean, I would say that Snare was decent in the first game, and then he just exploded on Anubis. I'd say also Anubis was a very worthy opponent to play versus Vitality. And for me, I wouldn't be surprised if we got Anubis versus Vitality again in the grand final. And man, for me, this would be a banger. And to be honest, if I would wish for another rematch, it would be either Vitality versus Anubis or Vitality versus Nemesis. Those are the match that rings the bell for me. But other than this, I would say that like yeah, CFWL are a really good team, but like the pressure is very high. The players are very young, and this is not gonna be an easy task for them. But speaking for an easy task, Snare been used to this stage, the pressure, and he's just like, yeah guys, this is a walk in the park for me. I'll just make the enemy team work for it, and like whether you need me in A, whether you need me in B, you know that he is delivering the hard bullets in the enemy's, I would say, in the enemy's heart. It's just like that, and I believe that we will have a Snake with us on the interview in just a matter of moments. So I mean, hope to see it again. And hello, Snake. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing, Habibi?
Hello, alhamdulillah. All
Of
good.
course, okay, thank you. Of course, congrats on your win today and getting into the grand final for the 3rd year in a row. Like in 6 finals, you won 5. Actually, not in 6 finals, you won 4, and you are up into the 6. Like number 6 on when it comes to playing in the grand finals. So how does it feel to be consistent and have all of those numbers on your belt?
Yeah, it feels great to fight for our title, our champion, because we won last league, so we are defending the title again. I think it feels great to be here in the final again.
Of course, it's lovely. Bingo.
I mean, talking about defending the title, of course, this win keeps your title defense alive, and that you guys are still the favorite team into winning this league. So tell me, what message do you have for your opponents, and let me go through about who do you expect to meet again on your grand finals, not upper bracket finals.
I think it will be between Nemesis and Anubis. I think Anubis are doing really good right now, but I think it's gonna be Nemesis again.
Yeah, so you think that Nemesis can go up again into your grand finals and you
I
do the
think.
Nemesis one? Okay, what
Yeah, I
message do you
think
have
they
for them
will.
then?
I'm not gonna be toxic, so it's gonna be
Come on, man.
interesting match because they already qualified and we already qualified, but we are now defending
Yeah,
our title. So I think it's gonna be interesting match and will be good match.
Right. Like defending your title is something, of course, special, and I believe that you guys had like a little bit of adjustments mid-game. So, can we ask you about what adjustment did he actually made mid-game versus Anubis to find a way to close the final game?
No, we were just preparing for Anubis was 1 week because we know last week we're gonna play against Anubis, so we know their play style. We know they like to hold and they like to do strats later on. So we were preparing for them a lot of strats and a lot of counter action for them when we are doing these stuffs. We were ready for everything what they are doing. But even we were playing so bad today, but in the end we won. But we individually it wasn't good, and we're gonna do our best for next week.
Me and I hope for the best, of course, for you, Snake. I have another question. Before you start your journey with the current roster, Snake, Snare, Todzen, and like the rest of the boys in one spot, like in one team going to 3BL, you were one of the few members that got the title with Anubis. And I believe playing versus your former team in the finals and having this a little bit of nostalgia brings something uh, in the mix. Like I can see the smile already. Like you know where I'm going to. So, do you have any message for Anubis fans? Do you have any message for the people that actually started this trend in Egypt? Since I believe you were one of the first players to play with Anubis back in 2018.
Yeah, I just wanna say a message to them. They are really good players, and they are. I'm very happy for our Egyptian players because they are stepping up and they are improving every elite every season. I hope they make it to AWC. One of them, maybe 3BL or Anubis, it doesn't matter. But the best will go, of course. But yeah, for them, good luck to them in the lower bracket. Yeah.
And good luck for them in the lower bracket, and good luck for you in the grand final. Thank you, Snake, for your time, and of course, staying with us after this game. Any last words you would love to say to anyone?
I would like to thank our fans because we played bad this week, and we will do our best and fix our mistakes before the finals and before the AWC. Thank you for the support.
Thank you for your time, and
Congrats
that
again.
was a Snake for you guys. And like, yeah, it's just like that. You have anything to say, Bingo?
No, good. He's just he want to be rested and he want to be fixing his mistakes. So thank you, Snake. Thank you.
شكرا. سلام.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that was just like that. Like that guy been competing for ages, almost 8 years in the mix, and currently he is in the final for the sixth time in a row with Vitality this time. So guys, we need to give them a round of applause. But of course, that was for our first series. For today, we still have the upcoming match, another almost Egyptian derby. We have Nemesis versus 3BL Galaxy. So, guys, bring up your popcorn, get your snacks, and be ready because this one is gonna be lit.
but he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops and all. Find himself falling. Well done, Matthew. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds, it will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Hello and welcome back after what is a very entertaining 4-map series. Vitality were the first team to book their spot in the grand final. The hunt for that second seed remains. Today, we continue in the lower semi-finals, as of course, if you are not aware, as per our seeding, 3BL, despite losing in the same round as Nemesis, Nemesis actually
Yeah, they had to
dropped
go
down
for
earlier,
the semi-final.
right? Yeah, exactly.
It's
like,
because of the placement, yeah.
yeah, because they got the second place instead of the third place in the elite stage, they get a bye basically in the lower bracket. So this is their run. Of course, you know, the stage is set. We've seen the initial game. How do we feel about this one, right? Like, how do we feel about Nemesis? How do we feel about 3BL? At least from our internal conversations, there are some growing pains with the 3BL roster. Like, you know, the experienced players are functioning pretty well, but are we starting to feel the same question marks that we've had about them in the last stage, right? When they were able to beat LCK and then they ended up losing to them again in the lower bracket. Are those the same problems, or are there new problems in the lower stage?
Well, the guys are just reformed into a new roster, so we're talking about 3BL. They played Nemesis before on the playoffs and they lost 3-0, and when they meet them on phase 1, 2026 season 2, they beat them 2-0, but Nemesis, I mentioned that Nemesis weren't ready for how good 3BL played this game, but when it goes to phase 2, we've seen a 2-0 from Nemesis. Yes, this game, 3BL, they were already logged in into the second place, so they didn't need to burn anything, but still, I would say that the what's happening with 3BL is quite normal, but the guys just, it's the matter of how you can accept this, because you can't come here with 20 years old players and just playing the playoffs for the first or the second time, and probably the first time for them in this year, and you ask them to beat one of the veterans that's been playing the game, either Nemesis, Vitality, Anubis, because Anubis also, yes, they reformed, but they reformed a full of veterans teams. They are all full of experience, except Muffin. Dirty played for a couple of years. Doom is here forever, since forever. Gainer is here since forever. He played with multiple teams. He comes with a big experience. He played with Petro. So you are comparing an experienced players from Anubis to a non-experienced player from 3BL, and they couldn't handle the pressure and they couldn't face what's so often this game. So, and then it's not this game, it's the matter of how you're going to be accepting this loss, because yes, this loss actually maybe killed your EWC dream, but why are you guys even going for the EWC dream? Why are you looking at only your EWC dream as if it is going to be the end of the season for you if you don't go to the EWC? Normally, you wouldn't expect 3BL even fighting for this, but you would expect them going for the CFS qualifiers or CFS regional finals. So I think that these guys needs to listen to that, because yes, the pressure is so much among them, but nobody, I guess, asked 3BL to just try to go fight for the EWC. It is a good thing to do it, but usually when you put a lot of pressure on yourself, the team will just fall apart and you cannot just handle the pressure anymore. So that's why I'm saying 3BL, they are in a normal, quiet state. They are just having the normal process of improvement. You win, teams adapt versus you lose, you need to accept they are in this stage, and then you improve. If they don't accept, they will never improve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing though. I want to take it to the other side, because you're saying about how there's a lot of experience on that side, and very obviously a ton of veterancy in this side of Nemesis, but I feel like the pressure should be on Nemesis, right? They're the team that, after the inner circle roster kind of got shuffled, some of those players really are, I feel at least personally, on their last legs, right? Like, Alucard is still doing really good. Beck's calling perhaps was one of the things that was called a little bit into question last season, because they clearly hit their ceiling, right? They were better than every other team that was not Vitality, and Vitality was better than them by a big margin. And this season, everybody thought, hey, like maybe it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be those two teams, but Nemesis, to be fair, yeah, sure, they always ramp up comes the playoffs, just like Vitality. But perhaps as I was talking with Travis a little bit earlier on, I don't know if they've improved enough in comparison to phases 1 and 2, in comparison to the rest of the league. Like, yes, they might win here today, but honestly speaking, the performance that I've seen from Anubis was probably one of the best non-Vitality performances that I've seen all year.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Nemesis, they are showing a strong performance because the competition on our league is kind of not the same. I'm not saying that they would have lost, no, but they are showing a very strong performance. What I mean that they are sometimes sweep, they get 3-1s, 3-0s versus Unknights from the first game in the playoffs, and then they beat them 3-1. It's just because Unknights are not really a good team right now. Now they're gonna be playing 3BL onto their downfall as well, so probably they're gonna be winning. But still, if they meet or if they face a team that actually have structure, I'm not saying they will lose, but they will struggle, they will fight back, and they will have a tough win. Even if they win, it's going to be tough. And this is quite normal also on the competitive scene. But for them to improve, they have to kind of face a stronger teams. A teams with more structure, a team with more gameplay, game plans, let's say analysis. And this is how 3BL is trying to do. But you said that tons of experience on the Nemesis side. They are having, you're talking about Alucard, it's probably 10 years of competitive experience. Beck probably 8-7 years. Raffen is probably 4-5 years as well. Comics and Dipsy, probably Comics is the youngest, but he has like 3 years or 2 years of experience. And Dipsy, of course, 5-6 plus years. So that's huge experience on their shoulders to go versus 3BL, the guys that already, I don't think they accepted the loss versus Anubis and tried to improve, but probably they are feeling a downfall. But now they need to fight versus Nemesis to get the EWC spot, not their spot, to keep their EWC dream alive.
Yeah, I mean, as far as things do stand right now, we do know that, yeah, as we've always discussed, like, it's sealed for Vitality anyways. That was always
Nemesis
going to be the case. Yeah, it was now Nemesis that with their last win have sealed their spot. So this 3BL lineup is really looking at Anubis as their only opposition for it, right? And that could lead to a problem. Maybe they were watching, and as he said, they were thinking about that EWC slot more than they should have actually been thinking about this Nemesis. Because I think that Nemesis, even in the win against the Unknights looked much improved on the lower bracket game in comparison to the one that was in the upper bracket. But even then, they brought them pretty close, right? I'm going to say a 10-6 in new compound for how good Nemesis traditionally are on that compound was a little bit underwhelming, especially considering, I'm going to say this, Penguin, I think that some of those games, if there was a player or two that played better on the side of Unknights, it could have gone a very different way. Like, it was famous on for Subbase and Ankara, and then he didn't show up to that same world-beating level on Eagle Eye and compound. And imagine if he had an on day, I think that it may have gone to all 5 maps, and Nemesis would have been in a scary position.
Let me tell you this, let me add something that Famous didn't look to the servers for over 4 or 5 days before the tournament. So these guys are not practicing. That's why I'm not saying, honestly, I don't want to be harsh on Knights, but these guys, the 5th place suits them very well for this season because these guys are not practicing at all. I don't know if the guys are having problems, but we cannot expect a better performance from them. Petru is doing miracles already with this team because this team is not practicing, and yet he's putting this team into fights that you would never expect him to. Honestly, I thought they might relegate. But then suddenly, out of nowhere, they beat everybody on phase 2. And guess what? They had phase 2, they had TC. They had also Imperium, a team that was rising. Yet they beat everybody, and they came to Nemesis. Yes, they had a tough fight. Then they beat TC again, 0-0. This is miracles. This is not usually you don't expect that from them on their side because, as I said, they're not practicing. Unlike 3BL, the roster is fast now. The guys are practicing. They do a daily practice. They try to improve. They are young. They would love to go through long fights, but one thing they have to have in their mind is to accept losing in order to improve.
Well, I mean, at least for Sad, I like this though, right? It's not that he's not accepting losing or winning. It's just saying, I want to keep my head down, right? I want to play today's game, play the right game, and wherever it leads, that's the right thing. And I think that's the right mentality to have, right? Is the mentality of, as he said, a very young roster. I think that, like, honestly, outside of like Sad and Hunt, the only player with any relevant experience in the team is really Noxon, and even that's like very little experience, like almost as little as Comics, right? When you're putting that in terms of the comparison of where the two players are in terms of their veterancy. But I'll say this, like what I've seen from Noxon has been some really impressive stuff from his initial segment in TBI to now his time in 3BL. Like you gotta give credit, a lot of credit for 3BL and for Hunt and Sad for building this team, because I really thought that this team would have been where Imperium is, but like of course better, right? I don't think that they would have ever been relegated with the kind of firepower that they've had. But yeah, like they would be like a fifth, sixth kind of team. And you know, we're speaking of TEC. I honestly thought that TEC should be relegated this season. Like Imperium got so unfortunate in terms of their last game day. But case in point, though, back to the game at hand. That's the thing that we're talking about, right? Like 3BL and they're keeping their heads down, experience being a factor. And I feel like we always see it in the server, right? Where a player like Omega, for example, and I know I talk about Omega a lot, but because for me, like Noxon is the more calm and composed guy out of like him, Omega, and Losha, right? Because those are the three younger guys in the team. Yeah. Omega has the highest highs, but the lowest lows. Losha, I think, since he's only been here for one season, he's still adjusting, right? So I'm giving him the same leniency that I gave the entire team in season 1. But I think that, like, really, like, Noxon and Omega are the two that will need to, I guess, be most malleable here today, because Nemesis really forces almost every single team in the league to play to their level. And I don't mean, like, high or low level, I mean, like, the pace of the game. It's very rare that you ever see a team that will actually change the pace that Nemesis wants to set. And that's why when you're saying Pietro's making miracles, I fully agree with that, because he was able to play switch-ups on Nemesis that, yes, I think that Hunt and Sad are good players, and they definitely, Hunt calls a good game, but I don't know if he's gonna call a game that is good as Beck. And that's probably like one of the other things that could be another problem for 3BL.
Exactly, and you can't expect from Hunt doing the same as Petro, of course. And yes, you mentioned that Omega and Noxon, they need to kind of step up, because usually, exactly, Omega, if he's having a bad day, is usually falling very, very, very hard, and that's an entry case. I mean, that's the case for the entry fraggers on Crossfire. If you're not having a good day, you'll not be able to shoot, you'll not be able to get your kills, so you'll have a downfall. They will just use you as a decoy on the map. However, I still think that Hunt is doing a very good job with the team, trying to lead them, trying to push them. And I still think that you mentioned that I expected these guys also having fifth place again, considering TC can be on the top. Anubis is sometimes good, sometimes bad, so I expected them go on fourth before the season starts. But then I said that, okay, if these guys decided to go for a competitive level, maybe they go for fourth, maybe they go the fifth, and now they already secured top 4. So they had fifth place last season, and they topped it up with fourth place. That means next tournament we can see a better performance from them. So if they accept the improvement and accept the loss, they will kind of just release this pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the things that we don't really talk about as much, right? We have been keeping the narrative as this is the final ticket to the EWC, this is the race to secure a slot, but we haven't talked about regionals that much, because regionals is quite far away, right? It's only in September that you will have to rethink about the regional qualifiers for teams like Swamp and Imperium and TEC, and like the regional finals for the top 4. And you know, like, I think that there's definitely a good amount of time for the team to actually level up again, because of how much they leveled up between seasons 1 and 2 is so impressive. And I want to credit that to Hunt and Sad and the coaching staff of 3BL, because you know, you're talking about Pietro making miracles with little practice. Yeah. I think that they've improved, so like they have been the most improved team in that break between the two seasons. But perhaps the one worry about 3BL is that they've improved so much in the off season that they don't really improve in the middle of the season itself. And maybe that's why most of us are predicting Nemesis. They're the team with the better experience, the team that have had the track record. They know how to beat 3BL before. For me, I've always said, like, Nemesis is their kryptonite, because they play a game that is the absolute opposite of what 3BL wants. 3BL wants to play against an Unlights. They want to play against TEC. Nemesis is their worst nightmares.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same case, Nemesis as Vitality. They want to be playing versus anybody but Vitality. It's not because Vitality, because they just have some nightmares fighting them. So it's the same case here for the guys of 3BL, that usually Nemesis is a very tough opponent. And if Dips is playing without the pressure, you would see this guy doing crazy stuff. He's just pushing mid, trying to get sniping shots, trying to do a quick scopes, trying to get under your skin. That's a classic gameplay from Dipsy when I used to play versus him. So he's also playing very well when there's zero pressure on his shoulders. So it's gonna be tough for 3BL, as you mentioned. And yes, you said the one thing which is good, that these guys improved very well. I think that they are already achieved one of their dreams. We're always saying ticket to the AWC, ticket to the AWC, but if you ask every single player playing Crossfire competitively, and if not, you guys are going to the AWC, you guys missed the trips to the CFS, they would definitely pick the CFS trip, because that's where they meet the best teams, and they have the longer trip, and they have maybe the most prestigious tournament for CFS. Yes, EWC is huge, but sometimes you play versus very, very strong teams that you don't get a chance to fight back. You just lose 2 games and you're out. Unlike CFS, you have chances, you have loads of brackets, you can play, you can have let's say an average opponents from different regions. You play versus a variety of teams. So that's why I'm saying the guys are improvement. Yask is doing a very good job as well, the same as Petro's doing, the same as Yusuf Hussein. We need to mention this guy as well, because he's putting Anubis from a 6th place team into a 3rd place at least for now. So this is an improvement already, even though I still think that these guys might go for the finals again.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, that's definitely one of the things that we're talking about, is that how much they've actually improved. And well, that improvement will have to span into the map pool, as we have our veto ready. So, let's talk about it. Let's see where we're actually going. I think that the bans make the most sense, right? 3BL have had their woes with Port. They have been willing before to play it as a decider, but not this time. And considering the pool of maps in play, I think they would rather play like a Black Widow or a Compound over a Port with their current run.
Well, let me tell you this. Look at Subbase. Who's blacklisted? Who's global risk? Who picked Subbase? It's 3BL.
3BL.
Picked. Yes, so that means that who's picking the side? It's Nemesis. Nemesis took global side. These guys, they didn't just study 3BL. They actually, let's say that they kind of have a strap book just for 3BL, because they know that if 3BL is having a tough time on the blacklist side, their global side is going to be very, very, very weak. So Ankara is not the best for 3BL. I mentioned this. I don't like the way that they play Ankara. They need to change. We're probably going to be seeing a change. The A side setups needs to be changed. The mid setups needs to be changed. I don't like it at all. Subbase is kind of very, very, let's say, shaky from them lately, but it's good. It's not bad. New Compound is not the best at all. Eagle Eye is decent. So if we go to map 4, probably it's going to be a decider game. Or if 3BL gets 2 maps from the first 3, I think they can close on Eagle Eye if they continue playing the same way, because it's one of their best maps. So it's a good, fair veto, I would say, but a good head start for Nemesis. Global side on Subbase, and also Ankara, if they secure those 3 things, because talking about 2 sides from Ankara, if they secure both, and if you go to the global side on Subbase and they secure it, I think 3BL will have no chances getting back in this series.
But you're talking about the side selection. I actually know that it's a global risk start from 3BL and Ankara. So could they have actually changed? Because unlike Anubis and unlike Nemesis, they've had more time to play, right? Because of the game that they had to buy on. Because of course Nemesis dropped and played the quarterfinals instead of the semifinals. They've had another whole game day to prep. So is that gonna be enough to fix an Ankara? Because I've seen their setups and they're giving me the unnice vibe. It's like they need to restructure how they play the entire map. Or do you feel like it's actually more minute? Like, can they make subtle changes and fix things? That's what we'll figure out in the game, because apparently the game is ready. I'm sorry, Penguin. We'll have to hear about that in the post game when we know how they've done. But now it's back to our casters for our first game of our second best of 5.
Yeah, I'm not feeling overly hopeful for 3BL after what I've just heard from the desk, even though I have picked 3BL. And look, the reason I have picked them is because I have seen amazing work from them in the regular season. I know it's very different when we get to playoffs, but also last time I didn't pick the underdog, which I think was Unknights against TEC. And I was absolutely convinced that Unknights were going to beat TEC because TEC was so poor that season. I just followed the leaders when it comes to the predictions. all the others picked TEC. I didn't pick a Knights, and I was upset with myself. So this time, Sekio, I want the underdog, and I'm going to stick with it. We'll have to see how it goes.
I mean, you're going with the underdog, and that's something I really respect. And also, like, if you look at 3BL, they had a really, really good run through the entire season. Look at their, I would say, win probability in Ankara, it's not there. And I would agree with the stats, with the numbers, because, like, their Ankara been not the best suit for them. But other than this, 3BL been having some really, really good season, finishing at the runner-up position. Other than this, they've been doing some really, really good work here. And speaking of good work, Nemesis are moving their way into A side, and looks like they're up into a very quick start. Comics, Obbins, the first kill here, in 3BL are on the retake position. Comics actually holding a really, really good and tight angle from the A back, and Lucia might just caught here mid. Sees Depsy, he goes for the trade, and he's actually gonna turn the tables on Nemesis.
Yeah, there's a chance that he can force their way back into the round now. Space and Raffin's going to spray them down, and Beck not being removed. He also does exactly the same thing for the two other rotators. And Nemesis will start well, and it seems like Beck's comment in the player cam there was pretty simple. It's like, yes boys, more of that for the next like 2 hours, if not more.
You're heading to the 2 hours, like you hope that it's an only 2 hours. Is how I'd
That's
say,
why I did the if not more.
That's why to just stop the curse from happening. Like, smart. I really respect the hustle here, but for me, I would say that 3BL might not leave this one go in a very fast fashion, or like in a very bad way. But yet again, on the other side, the Nemesis, I really like the way that they are playing. The first round, they went for the A main rush with their smokes and setup into A, and now they're playing this slower game. 3 in the middle, like from mid to A, and you have the other 2 with the C4 actually moving towards B, and that's something they're trying to bait the rotation to come from 3BL. But the thing is, they didn't expect to see someone actually beaking the A long and taking down Depsy. That's a very, very good one. Sad is going for the second one. Like, the snipers are working, the rifles are working, and 3BL are walking through this one.
Looking a lot more confident in this. Still trying to play aggressive on the front foot. A bit of an unfortunate miss from Sad on the follow-up. It's one of those kind of shots where we know he should and usually does hit. A number of hope maybe for Beck and Comics to force their way back into this one. Bomb not planted just yet. You can kind of see that they're trying to surround them before that comes through. But it will come through now. 2v4 would be stunning for Nemesis to start with. 3BL just need to make sure they encroach in at the right time, don't give away too much for free. Beck now knows what's up. Corner is one. It should be traded and will be, and Comics can get any of his own. So yeah, we'll convert. It's 1-1.
Yeah, we're going back to the tie game, and also I love the way that we're just kicking off the game, and it's going back and forth between 3BL and Nemesis. And for 3BL, like at a certain point, I felt like Zed could drop more guys from the other side, and it would help 3BL to close this round even faster and faster. But I like the fact that they are going with the same setup that we have seen Anubis go through. They're giving them it control, but they have 3 guys to cover the B main and hotel, and you have also 2 other guys in the A side. None of them is actually playing with a sniper, which is quite surprising for me, since we usually see one holding the A main with a sniper and have the other guy holding with a rifle. But skip the rifle, there is a shotgun in the mix, so we should be looking into some very, very, very tight angles, positions here. Holding only 80 seconds on the clock to play with for Nemesis.
Yeah, the shotgun already pulled out. We're taking a bit of damage as well on his push up. Sad. Bit more aggressive angle. Noxon will not be overpicking this one with his first shotgun. If Alucard watches this all round, Noxon probably... I lied to you all. I was going to say Noxon's not going to peek, and then he peeks. Unlucky. Doesn't matter. There's still a recovery kill. 4v4. And expecting Hunt to be retreating back and then pushing back forward. And to be fair to Raffin, that's a very good reaction. Lush is now under a lot of pressure. He's not been able to confirm the first until then. It means he's going to be encroached upon pretty quickly. As you can see, 3BL are forced back away, even though they were pretty close. They just don't want to fight too much and give free duels to Nemesis once they've got the bomb planted. So they're going to reroute with 2 players and hope that they can make this retake happen.
And the problem is they don't have a lot of HPs to play with. Also, they're running off Util, only 1 smoke and 1 stun to play with. Omega is going to the hard and a long path. Sad goes for the stun, but it's not going to be enough here. Raffin dodges it, goes on the back in seconds to play with, and that guy will just drop a multi-kill to close this round up. And I love how Nemesis are locking in this game. Like, they're locked in, of course, and you'll see Raffin and Beck both are making some really good work for the team. Like, both of them, I believe. Raffin just landed a triple kill Beck with a 2 doubles, and like with doing everything in his hands to do it again. I like how Nemesis are going for the mid game. They're way too aggressive than the Nemesis that we have seen in Phase 2 and Phase 1 and even earlier on the playoffs. That's a different story and a different team.
It's also a different Raffin from what I've felt, from what I've watched as well. I mean, I think he was a conversation point throughout quite a lot of the regular season, right? Where he wasn't available to play, to power issues or whatever, or internet or something. Sometimes we had other obligations, maybe. And maybe when he did play, we were all very honest. I think it was quite underwhelming very often for his form. I think he's improved that a lot in the playoffs already. Good game from him to start already here. We'll push forward and fight Alucard nicely, but in comes Raffin again. We have the possibility of Noxon looking to reface. We'll see that before he hops away. 4v4 for now.
Man, like, he chose the worst time to reload. The worst time. Like, that guy, if he just waited a little bit of seconds, he would have done some really good work here. Noxon might just land, but he's going for the rotate, goes for the double, man, jumping over this barricade. It's not going to be an easy catch for the rest of the team. Sad is looking for anyone that's coming from the base. He will found nothing. Hunt will drop down. Sad will get comics, and it's a 4v1 situation already. It's over. I believe this shot here and close this round to Reveal, and Noxon just made a really good work for this round. Him actually understanding the position that he had through. He was like in a 1v4 position and he got to and stayed alive, so it's just perfect as this shot that's coming out from Zad.
Yeah, 3BL being pretty active on their GR side here. That's good to see. Happy to see the start they've made at least. It's not like they've got a lead, but they are being proactive. First opening kill as well. Dipsy not having a good start to this lower bracket playoff match. And they are looking to try and focus again their attention toward the vent. Noxon's got the secondary sniper this time around. They did have one sighted by Hunt, but Noxon will hold on as Alucard picks into those vents, and it's a very easy kill for Noxon. Not really pushed off that angle whatsoever, just held the same position, got the click, and that kind of pushes Nemesis away into a bit of disarray.
Yet again, we're in a 5v3 position. Comics is trying to find anyone in the balcony. But that's not gonna be the case. They're moving from underpath, and I believe they might find a lot of people waiting for them. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 guys who's just waiting for anyone to peek here, and I believe they're gonna get sandwiched, like one from the left and the other from the right, and they are just so dead. Raffin is alone here in the A side, and that guy doesn't even got the C4, got nothing to play with. Good start to 3BL, almost flawless round. Moxon will take this one over from them. And like, in what world I don't think, like in any world, that Ruffin can just clutch this round. But we'll see how it goes from here. Like, it's a 1v4, anything can happen. So C4 here, getting caught. He's 8 HP, which is pretty low, but Hunt will just get him from across the road.
Very comfortable. Taking back into the lead again at 3-2. Again, not really giving Nemesis any space to play with. Opening pick found, and when that opening pick was found, they had to go forcing the issue. Nemesis looking for the recovery kill. Every single position was held as they would have wanted it. Waiting for one of the players in the smoke, and of course he finds it. So there we go. Opening pick in the previous round for 3BL, opening pick in this round for Nemesis. It's back and forth thus far.
Also, 3BL at the current meta, they're managing some really good work here, especially in Ankara first half. Getting 3 rounds is a good thing to work through in the second half, but I believe they need to add more rounds to secure their potential of closing this game. Noxon goes for a very long shot to get Debsy out, but he doesn't know that Raffin is actually waiting for him behind the 3 boxes, and just like that will close the round. And I mean, it feels like Raffin is logged in, but you need to add Debsy, you need to add the sniper momentum with you on your side, since Debsy been one of the most important players for the team. Like the entire squad been working as a one unit, but it seems like you're losing a couple of your soldiers in this battle.
Yeah, it's a weird one right now. A bit of a strange scoreboard in this game for Nemesis, because they're level at 3 each, which is totally fine. But Beck and Alucard and Comics have the same amount of kills as Raffin. Raffin has the same amount of kills as his entire team put together, which is unusual. You don't see that too often. Usually it's a bit more spread around the around the 5 players. So yeah, 5 plus 3 plus 2. My maths is still decent these days. I think I know that is 10. Catherine's got 10 and Dipsy's got 0. So it is pretty crazy. And now they're going to try and change that, because Comics and Raffin are up together. They're going to try and entry their way through. Losha could be caught off guard by this one. On that little high ground. Good flash down to delay time. But the spin around from Raffin is insane. And how good has he been? It's not just the fact that he's got the stat I mentioned in terms of his kill count. It's the fact that how good he's looking with that kill count. He's looking so sharp at the moment. Here's Raffin, and that gets him another 5v4.
Osha here will be the first one to drop down, but immediately Hunts in a matter of seconds will find the trade, and he dropped down as the guy that's holding the ramp on the B sides, which is a very crucial one. Like, if you're coming from med and trying to rotate into B, that's your spot. And of course, if you're doing other stuff, this will be the place you should be looking at. Alucard, him yet again is trying to get closer and closer into the B side control. You still gotta go to the second floor, which is not gonna be an easy task, since you have Hunt, you have Maxon might try to run over you from the backside, but Dipsy here is actually holding a really good flanking position, waiting for anyone to get closer here. But look at this POV we're seeing this side, and we're not gonna see anyone closer here. Hunt is getting closer to enter this place, but he's not gonna be alone. You have Knoxon is waiting for the smoke to fade out. The first guy to drop down will be Dipsy. The second will spawn. Hunt is going for the third, but I believe that Dipsy won't be alive for a longer time. It's a 1v1. He's trying to stick it. Comics is very far away, but he will catch him in a matter of a fraction of a second to close the round. And Nemesis picks this one.
Oh, so tight. I thought for a second he wasn't going to reface, and that defuse would have actually come through and Hunt could have pulled off a crazy clutch, but not to be on this occasion. Nice try, really nice try, considering what a disadvantage it was for 3BL in that entire round to be fair to them. Nemesis almost let it slip, but they make sure to count in their head correctly. If that defuse was tapped and then eventually held, to have to check it quickly in case the player was holding it, and there you go. Hunt was holding it, but the hunt is over in that round. Good work for the lead back again, and they're gonna take their time in the following as well. Keep their mid control. 3BL playing a bit more of a standard defense as they float around the map.
Also, I like the fact that they checked the hotel and the Bs to just like deny anyone coming for a flanking from the B side, and they're currently just plugged into getting closer to the execute. Hunt goes for the double kill. That's how you love to see it. Alucard goes for the trade like it's not gonna be an easy task for your team. Omega and Noxon will drop down like it feels like what Hunt just made. Alucard had the correct and the perfect answer for it. He just switched it from the sniper to a rifler. Him and Sad are currently trying to play for the retake on the B side. Yet again, Hunt is going for the shorter plays to try to catch anyone. Losha will caught here off guard. Alucard with the double might get the treble and close this one out. Sad is left alone. And 1v3, is it clutchable? Yeah, maybe if he can land a couple of those shots. He got Alucard, the nastiest one with a sniper here. So 25 seconds on the clock to play with, but the problem is Bick and Comics won't hand it to him that easy. Might get caught here from Bick, and in a matter of seconds will get tapped out, and Nemesis grabs another win on this half.
Yeah, impressive that they're finding a way to problem solve these close rounds that they're seeing, and this is where 3BL try and change the pace, and Dipsy's ready for that one as well. Only a second kill of the game, but that could be a really impactful one. 3BL stopped in their tracks on their push forward outside A. As you can see, they're going to try and go a bit deeper on it, but it's already given Nemesis the ability now just to play out a more standard default and chill for a while.
To be honest, chilling is something I don't see, quite frankly, in this match. So is 3BL are up to something, or Nemesis trying to make a play, but it looks like they're logged in into the DX. They're feeling most confident on it, and they're making it look pretty good at the current state. You just drop the full kill once you enter the place. You don't even have to plant. You'll just get it done with a matter of seconds. Dipsy with a double K, and the remaining points goes to his team, and a convincing first half from Nemesis. I felt like 3BL could have done better.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they play that half again, maybe, let's say, 5 times, I think in 4 of those 5 times, 3BL might get a 4-5 or even a 5-4 in their favour. Like, they didn't play that badly. I think they tried to be proactive, they tried to do what they know, but the thing is, I think Nemesis just fell back on what they knew from previous times playing against them and knew what gaps are exposable and what they're weak at. And I think they haven't played badly. There are signs that are good, but they might win this first round of the half. Unlikely so too, considering how the start of the round went. Omega and Sad will break through on very, very low HP, and they'll take the A bomb site. But yeah, like, getting that consistently for 3BL at 3-6 behind is going to be very, very rough. Nades coming flying in. Actually, for Omega and Sad not in position to eat that damage. It's going to be retakeable. It all comes down to this fight with Dipsy and Noxin. Noxin is trying to pin Dipsy away and waste as much time off the clock as possible. A little bit of a freeze, so I'm not sure where it's going to go from here. I think it was just the obs, so there we go. It wasn't for the players, it was for us. Dipsy will get that kill in the end, and that will activate that push through. Now, it's really difficult to force their way back in, even with time left. And Hunt, in the end, looking at that kill feed, I'm pretty sure, yes it is, that is a 1v3. He was all alone there for a second. He did a very, very good job to get 3BL off the mark.
I mean, for a quite slow start for Hunt in this map, to close the first round and the second half in this fashion, that's my boy. Like, that's the guy that you should be looking for to have in your team. Like, you should just put your money on him. Hunt, in a 1v3, as you've mentioned, he just went fully swinging right and left. This round, and speaking of that, this time it might go over the other way. Rapfin will pick one, Comics the other, but Omega just makes it equal. Like, you take two, I take two, an eye for an eye.
Yeah, really nice from Omega. He had to make that move too, because if he didn't make it then, Nemesis could have gotten away and played out a man advantage situation rather than a 3v3. Look at this though, look how quick they're hunting. Look at that right now. They are hot in 3BL, and 3BL realise that. Maybe they're too close in piece, but never mind. The answer back from Anubis and Beck is superb. And that is the lost in the underpass. Losha is in a good position to try and trade this one back, but look where Beck is. Will he predict that? Oh, he's seen both of them. He has seen both of them. Losha, big opportunity here. 1 minute on the clock to play out the 1v1. Alucard will retreat to a more favourable angle. There's a fight for that C4. Look at the damage being done. 3 HP on Losha. What a crazy clutch this could prove to be. If 3BL want any chance of winning this game, in map 1 anyway, they need this Losha clutch, and now the mind games will start to begin.
I mean, those mind games won't stop anytime sooner. Losha is actually sticking it to the B side. And the other guy around, Alucard, is going to A, trying to hold the place to make sure that he can play with it. And I believe with a sniper, he can try to catch him while trying to plant in the B side here. But the thing is, I love that Losha actually tried to check these boxes and play for it. Still got 35 seconds on the clock, 25 HP, playing versus 3 HP. So it's not going to be an easy task. Anyone could die coming from it, and Alucard might be expecting him to come from this angle, but Losha peaked at the wrong position at the wrong time.
That was a very fascinating round, a really fun round as well. I mean, I was so surprised how quick in pursuit Nemesis were when they realised all 3 players had rotated away from the outskirts of A. But I thought they'd just rotate normally around B, but no, they all hunted, all 3 together, and tracked and traced 3BL. In the end, it just about worked. It was very tight. Losha getting the information in the 1v2 as well, seeing both Beck and Alucard in that setup. I thought for sure that knowing where both were could give him an advantage, but too much damage in the end and too low in the 1v1 when he went to a different bomb site. That was a fun round. Genuinely a fun round. Enjoyed that one. And now, unfortunately for 3BL, now Nemesis have won it. They're in full control and 3 ahead while being only 3 away from map 1.
To be honest, it feels like most of the clutches are going to Nemesis side. Even though that most of the times we would see 3BL with a numbers advantage at some points, getting some really good work done. But in the second half, they only got 1 round and the rest are just clutches to Nemesis. Whether it's back, Alucard, Comics. I believe Comics was not part of those clutches, but he's definitely been shooting. But other than this, it's very, very hard to expect from those guys. But let's see how 3BL actually walk through this one. This one, they actually changed their whole strategy the first time they are attacking in the B side, but not sure what Hunt was aiming for. He's just walking around like it's his hometown, walking in his bedroom. I don't know. Hunt a bit weird. Just like it doesn't make sense. You're trying to enter the B side and not even clear any corners. You're trying to just rush in, which makes definitely no sense. But Losha and Noxon will clear his name and get the side control. But pardon me, that's A side, but B side, and you have Losha actually closing this round. And I don't know, 3BL just won this round.
Yeah, they were really far forward, weren't they? Like, way further forward than Nemesis were expecting, and some individual brilliance. Get some control of the map, 2 quick kills, that forces moves from Nemesis elsewhere, and they weren't able to predict it, were Nemesis in the end. 3BL back within 2, keeping themselves interested in Ankara. Something to work with here. Rapid's they're going to try and jump toward him, and to be fair, clear. They're letting him go 1 for 1. Comes to help out. He only goes 1 for 1 as well. Not alive, not doing anything at all in that position. Beck will respond though, and Depsy will help him out. So that gets them to see advantage forward back. Long range for Hunt, good catch, but Beck's always in the right position at the right time. And even though Noxin might have that bomb, he needs a cheeky kill on the flank from some position very, very quickly. Dipsy right below. Timing is not great toward Beck either. Beck's got a good position to cover this eventuality. I don't think they know anywhere of where Noxin could be, but with back turned, yeah, I think he's been shot. There we go. As soon as he has been shot, that activates Dipsy to peek. So immediate hit back from Nemesis, 3BL, 8-5 behind. Again, another round which, like, it doesn't end that close, but it feels like it could have been close if a few percentage things go a bit differently for them.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And also, I feel like most of the times it feels like, wait a minute, I'm sorry for speaking, but it looks like that 3BL are cooking something in the middle here. And it's definitely Nemesis, the top 3. I mean, Omega and Losha were the trade, but you still got the man up, so you should get the leg up and get your control to the A side. And going back to our point here, like, in this situation, I hope that 3BL close this round. Because it doesn't make any sense to have the numbers advantage, have the site, have the util, and yet again, you might be dropping yourself and losing this round. That's how was the scenario for the most of the game, so anything can happen from 3BL.
Exactly. Can't make a play, but hang on, this could be a big play. Sad is worried about Alucard, understandably so. He'll turn around at the right time though. Good understanding and internal clock there from Sad, and Noxin will hold on as well. And that will force us into a tack pause for 3BL. That's after winning the round as well. So, fair play. Gonna try and make Nemesis think. They might be losing, but I'm pleasantly surprised that this is, like, again, as I said earlier, if they played some of these rounds again, they could very easily go the other way. But it's about stringing them together, and right now they haven't been able to string them together enough, right? So you'd think it would still go back and forth in this sort of fashion and Nemesis would close, but you never know.
So true. Yeah, I will back you up on each and everything that you just said.
Hell yeah.
3BL could have just, like, I would say even win this game, not even make it tight with the Nemesis. But I would say that Nemesis are like, we can be taking things out of them. since like the clutches they're winning it, the plays they're doing it. And if you can just win like those aim duels at those certain situations, that's the difference between a mid-tier team and a top tier. A team that can actually manage the stress and the crucial moments. And for those players, I believe they have decades of experience. Alucard been here since the start. Ruffin like have 6 or ish years back doing the same thing. So all the squad is actually holding tons of experience in their spot, and we can see here from the other side 3BL making a really good process. And man, they're missing some bananas. Like they should follow Anubis' strategy that we didn't see actually today, but you need some bananas to help you focus and win those type of situations.
Yeah, that's if you were coach Sekio, I know you'd be getting them in there. You'd be forcing them to be bananas on site, right? A bunch in the fruit bowl near the desk. That's for sure. We'll see if they adopt that ideology in the future. For now, Nemesis 8-6 as the attack pause from 3BL after winning the round ends. What are they going to pull out after the success? Usually you would have seen the attack pause when they were 8-5 behind, and then they want it to make it 8-6. This time they won the round to make it 8-6, and then they called the attack to try and keep themselves in this opening map.
I'll see how it goes for this one. It feels like neither of those teams got the grip of this game on their side. Omega might be going for the execution again, but on this side, I think that they're actually leaving the C4 back, so Noxon will go for the thread here, entering from lower part. Him and Hunt will close those 3 out, and now it's time for the rotation, and guess what? Sad is actually waiting for you, but no, he whiffs the most crucial shot here. Alucard spotted too, but he waited for the right moment to try to take them on. He took the first one. Hunt will be taken out. And they're waiting for the support. C4 just got picked off the middle back here. You have Depsy going for the long rotation. And on the other side, Sad is waiting for anyone. Alucard is just hunting them down from 5v2 into 3v2. And man, that guy can just close everything around. And keep in mind, Dipsy is not even in the picture yet. So once they have that crossfire, there might be things been happening, but Sad would just say, nah, that's not gonna be happening anytime sooner. 20 seconds in the clock. Sad is playing with him, and he's closing another round to 3BL, and 1 round away from heading into a tie.
Okay, 3BL are here to battle, here to fight. Respectable recovery, very much so. Putting a bit of pressure on Nemesis now. That was a very active and aggressive play in that previous round. As soon as they got information, they pounced upon it rather than letting Nemesis reset. The same part. Hunt now knows what's up. Great flick up to find Dipsy. In comes Nemesis to try and put the pressure on, but Hunt will connect with another one. And that's not the first time, by the way. We've seen him get a crazy multi-kill in that exact position when he should really only get one. And Alucard will flank Noxon 2v2.
Come on, not like this again. But I'll say you gotta give it to Alucard for doing all of those stuff. Comics whiffs all his shots in that duel. And we brought down to 10 HP. Losha will be trying to hunt anyone here in this rotation. And I love the fact that they're not actually playing it defensive, but the problem is, if you got into Alucard crosshair, you know that it's over for you. 7 HP into Comics, 20 seconds to play with. What can they do in the remaining time? They don't have a lot of util. 1 nade and no more stuns to play with. The smoke is out. Alucard spotted Sad, and it's gonna be harder for Losha to play. 3 seconds on the clock. Alucard is jumping here and he will spot Losha.
Wow.
7 seconds on the clock and round goes to Nemesis. Match point. And oh boy, this is getting closer to Nemesis in this round. We were into 4v2 and Nemesis closed it. So what could they do more?
Yeah, it's close again, isn't it? It really was close again. That's another one to add to the list, I think, for 3BL, to be fair. Rounds that they'll look back on and say, oh, we've done such a great job to recover this game. Just one or two of these close ones. Maybe we won a clutch or two. Say we won one of these 1v2s just to make it a little bit more competitive. Could have made the difference, but they still only need 2 to bring it to overtime. It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Every possibility is here. Now, if the guy can bring this one home, should be Hunt, and he yet proves it again. He's that type of a player. Put him under pressure, and he will deliver. A double for Hunt. Mike goes for triple. Here, knowing where Dipsy's at, Hunt goes for the third one. Man, like that guy is a one-man squad. He needs some reinforcement. Omega and Losha, come on guys, he needs to step up. Put everything in his hands. Losha goes to takes another one, and it's a 2v1 situation. But keep in mind, Hunt got 3.
Wow.
Omega picks another one, and we are heading to the overtime. I just need one more round to 3BL to clutch it. But other than this, Nemesis can close everything out if they found a way to break 3BL's attack.
Yeah, Nemesis have got their tack, so they're going to use it. Going to use that tactical pause. May as well. You'd feel like it was, not doing. You'd be doing your team a disservice if you didn't call it and it just went straight into the final round of regulation, and then lost. Obviously, they're going to call it, and now it's anyone's round. Really, great possibility of overtime. And I honestly, I really do feel like if we do get to overtime here for 3BL, it would be the least they deserve. I'm not saying they deserve to win the map. I think they deserve overtime, even if they end up losing in overtime. I think they played pretty solidly, and Nemesis are not having it all their own way by any means.
You know what would be a really great play from 3BL, but it's a gamble. That's the thing. Them trying to play from mid to B. Just ignore the A side, since they had most of their successful rounds on the A side. They should be trying to change some stuff in the upcoming round, since I believe that Kevin is speaking about their A executions and how should they shut down Hunter, like how could they find Hunt in the mix. So you need to bring something to the table that Nemesis are not expecting from you. That's my take on this one.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like you've got to a point where it's especially in a BO5. It could still be a long night for both these two teams. They know they've got at least 2 more maps to play after this one. They may as well go down swinging and go for a call that they're not unhappy with. And of course, I mean, it's something that we always talk about. Nemesis might have called their tack, but it doesn't mean that 3BL aren't allowed to talk as well. They could absolutely use it here. What do these two teams come up with to end off regulation on Ankara and this BO5 to stay alive in the tournament? Map 1 will set the tone for the series, you would think, and Nemesis have just about dragged themselves to this map point, but 3BL not going quietly. And it is a bit more of an aggressive push from Beck with Dipsy in support. But it seems like 3BL are wary of that possibility.
Yeah, it feels like Kevin read my mind, man. Like, he knew that those guys might be trying to go for the re-execution, and he sent 2 guys to block their way. Got Losha down. Like, as long as Hunt is in the mix, I believe anything can happen, but ironically here, Hunt is not playing with a sniper. He's going for the rifle here, I believe the HK, so you have a lot of heavy hitters on 3BL's side, They're going through the mad. Sad is actually going for the push. You have only Alucard in the mix here. But if you call Alucard, he's been always a playmaker and a deal breaker for this team. Of course, that guy is not going to be an easy catch to take. Him on the backside won't let you get closer to their base. And they're currently B3, like no one is holding B, but you have like two guys holding one in the base and the other guy can just go into a B backside.
Oh, it's nervy, isn't it, for 3BL? They're a man down, and I think Nemesis is doing the right thing. I know that B is a bit more retakeable. They've got 2 on A, 2 in middle to cut the rotations. Pretty good setup, I think it's fair to say. Raffin now sees what's happening. Of course it is. It's too easy for Raffin. Raffin looks really good today. Noxon will find 2 in response, at least keeping this one slightly alive. He's still got the bomb as well, but both Nemesis players, Beck and Alucard, have rotated into position. Will he realise that he's got a free B bomb site? I think he does. So he's going to work his way through. And actually has quite a lot of time and space to use here. So with 7 seconds left, they'll get that bomb down. Big moment for Noxon's entire season. He's been an incredibly talented player. We know that. But these are the moments where the pressure really kicks in, where the heart rate will get higher and higher. When it's this round in an opening of an important playoff game, when it's 1 round away from overtime or a map being over, it's a great opening tap on Beck. Alucard now scrambling. He knows where he is, but can he get the kill in time? He's a bit panicky here, Alucard. Nade coming through. Will it find Noxon? It won't. And time can still be played with Noxon just high. And he might have won this round. Alucard will get it, but what about the time? I don't think there's enough time for this one. There we go. Noxon's done it via the time. And talking of time, we're going to overtime.
That's perfect, just perfect coming out from Noxon. He knows that he doesn't really want to take this aim duel. He knows that it's best for him to just play on time, and he executed it perfectly. I would say that 9 times out of 10 he would lose the aim duel, so he would just like play on time, like wait to put Alucard under pressure to try and either defuse or go for the play. And Alucard got the bait and gave 3BL their way into overtime. And for me, you see the desperation into the face of Alucard, like he's thinking, what should I have done in that situation? But I would say that they have played this round very good. Alucard, I mean, like, I believe he got double kill or like 3 kills in this round, so I mean, he's done some really, really good work. And on the other side, 3BL Galaxy, you had Noxon just knocking 3 heads out and manipulating the 4th guy. So that's a really good one. Oh wait, that's not a banana, but like I'm not sure what Sad is eating here, but like it's some kind of a fruit. But like any fruit is really good mid game. Like I would always go for fruits that gives you high energy, like stuff with a lot of carbs in it, or like some healthy snacks.
They're going to need it because we could have a long night ahead as we go into overtime. We're not anywhere nearer to finding the winner of this one. Alucard will be feeling a little bit frustrated. He knew he kind of had Noxon dead to rights. It's just the time was the issue. And that is the you know, every single millisecond counted in that afterplant, right? It was the fact that Noxon wasted the time, but it was also the fact he got over to that opposite bomb site with 7 seconds left, got the bomb planted. It took him a long time to rotate in. Maybe a bit too long. And then look back at that round later. I want to study it. So yeah, very, very well deserved for 3BL to get to overtime. I think they've just managed to grind it just about enough. I mean, Nemesis not playing as good as we know they can, but 3BL have taken advantage of it on a couple of occasions, and maybe you could argue they even have deserved a map win here already. But let's see. We're into overtime now. Alucard is aware of the aggression coming through. There's 3BL players hunting him down. There's never going to get more than one on that one. Thankfully for Nemesis, they're able to get the bomb into the bomb site, but there goes Raffin. And the 3BL talking about not going down without a fight, but they're really fighting here.
And I love the fact that they changed their whole play style. They always play defensive, but this round they just went all in into the middle, waiting for anyone to just get closer, and then they just made it like perfection here. Dempsey will be dropping out. At least he got someone with him. Beck is not stopping here. 1 HP to end the mix, and Losha is left alone with 5 HP to play with. It's either him or Comics, and Comics actually trying to play his odds. 7 seconds on the clock, and Losha will find the kill. Can he actually makes the fuse? 4 seconds on the clock. I don't think that he got this millisecond will be holding him apart from winning this round. If he didn't check his left corner for the bomb, he would have got this round, but this one goes to Nemesis. And look how close this one was. I believe like those guys were wishing if they had this round and the previous one.
I know. That's a very good point, isn't it? It's crazy how it goes. What goes around comes around, eh? Incredible. Definitely the most, I think without a shadow of a doubt, this is the most entertaining map I've seen, maybe in the entire league this season. This has been crazy toward the end. It's been very, very good to watch. Both teams really trying their best to put their foot down and start well in a very, very important BO5.
I mean, if that's the first game in the best of 5, I'm logged in for the entire series, man. That's it. And for 3BL, they listen to everybody to some extent. Like, they are just observing ideas they always talk about. And speaking of ideas, they talk about Hunt here is having one of his own to drop Bicken Raffin, but Comics will put an end into it. Man, like Nemesis, control Losha here. Man, that's the way that you love to see it. He's playing in a 1v3 situation, but Comics will just shut him down. Look how close this round. Again to Nemesis, man. Like, this is mind-blowing.
Oh, what a shame. 3BL, bit of a heartbreaking one for them, I think. Maybe in this one, we'll see. Nemesis has managed to drag 2 rounds at the beginning of this overtime. Another great reaction from Losha. He's been sharp, hasn't he? Look at that. He's already done 5 kills in this overtime. Trying his absolute best in that clutch as well. Comics sees where Losha is. Doesn't even want to try and take that fight. Doesn't want any of that smoke at the moment. But Nemesis have still got an opportunity, albeit a slim one in a 3v5. 3 rounds and a half. Sad is under a little bit of pressure here. Oh, the helping utility is superb. That is really nice from 3BL. Just try and get his teammates out into safety. Be able to retreat Sad away. Hunt is going to hunt down Beck. You can see Beck tried to hop away, but won't be allowed to be. And yeah, I'll at least get there one. Bomb shot can come through. I tell a lie. It's denied by It's more stuck than a stuck thing. He's down. 3BL find 10.
I mean, both teams are up to double digit. Still, the first half goes to Nemesis for the leg up when it comes to the round count here. But I will give it to 3BL. They're fighting to their last berth. And don't get me wrong, but this series is one of those ones that actually gives me those chills. Like, yeah, I'm logged in. I really want to watch the full 5 games. And trust me when I say that, I won't be mad or sad to watch those guys play 5 games. If all 5 games are the same tempo, same style, same everything, I'm logged in, man. Take me for this ride.
Yeah, imagine. I don't think we've ever had a BO5 series that has had that sort of consistent clutch moments over and over and over throughout. But yeah, I've had a few bangers over the years. I think this is, as I said, I'm pretty sure for poor, maybe reasons that 3BL don't want to think back to, But yeah, they're definitely one of the most entertaining maps of the season to start off this BO5. Nemesis will try and hold on now, back on GR's side. If they win this round, they're going to have another couple of opportunities. They had 2 at 9-7. Could have 2 at 12-10.
A very quiet start here from 3BL. But it looks like they're logged in into the A site executions. They're not leaving this part away. And they're back with Sad and Hunt on the sniper department. I believe that Noxon did some really great work in the last round. On the first half, of course, but this one is a different story. They're going in a up notch, a very close one. They're waiting, but there is no shotgun in this town. Raffit had some moments early on this game, but it's been quite lately. All of Nemesis fans are waiting a lot from him. And also, I believe that we have Hunt on the B side, and no one is actually noticing that. The thing is, I believe he's gonna hold this side, and he's waiting for the rest of his teammates to rotate, and he's just exploding right now. And he might see Alucard here, and that's just perfect. He took down the most dangerous guy, and now you need to take the second one back. Is in the mix here. He's taken down by Sad. Him and Omega are ruling this place. Make it one more, but Sad whiffs this shot. It was either Raffin or Comics under her crosshair. He missed the first, but the second one won't be whiffed. 4v1 situation, and Comics got nothing to do versus those crazy guys coming from Upper Egypt.
Yeah, fair play. I think 3BL realizing that at the right time, just about the right time. Again, it's one of those close ones where it could go either way, because even though Hunt had got himself in such a powerful position, the issue is that they were still somewhat cut off from being able to take the bump all the way over to him and feel safe. Imagine in the end they did, but imagine if that one went awry as well. Anyway, they'll get their reward. The reward is 11 all. Comics will stay alive to use this moment as a tack pause, and of course both these two teams have used them.
Uh-oh, I'm scared of something here. I believe that I saw 3BL players are laughing around, and they're just like, they weren't logged in, I would say that. And that gives me like some flashbacks that like, some of those guys are still new. So this might be the thing that breaks them down. If they're not fully logged in, they lose this game 100%. I mean, like having Hunt on the B side was something unacceptable. Not unacceptable, it's always unacceptable and unexpected. But yet again, they need to be 100% logged in to win this game. Hunt here is going for a road and will get back out of his first swing. He still got Dipsy, another guy on the max through the smokes. Will take him down, but Comics with the immediate rebeat. Hands Omega goes for it. The jump will be enough here. Him and Sad are living their life here. 3v1 situation, but that one is nonetheless by Alucard, and that's not an easy target to take. But Omega through the smokes will give them their match round.
Oh my word, their first one. As I was saying before, it was 2 for Nemesis at 9-7, but they've got one at 12-11 now. I'm just absolutely convinced that Nemesis will not let this one slip though. I'm convinced this is the golden round. I can't see a world in which Nemesis allow this to happen. They're going for aggression as well though. And look at this! Oh, what a time for that! At 12-11, Sad gets a collateral, but how do they settle themselves down now? Deep breath. Sad's going to reface for another when Raffin goes aggressive, and maybe they don't even need a deep breath. Maybe they can get it done here and now. Maybe the worries we had about 3BL in these close situations could be put to rest, but hang on. Alucard's not going away. Look how nervous Losher is. He knows that Alucard's still very dangerous in this situation. They're struggling to find him, stuck behind the wall, but they'll get it done. My word, what a battle for me, without a shadow of a doubt. Map of the tournament so far, and easily map of the playoffs so far. What an overtime, what a game overall, and that is only the first map of the BO5.
This is a banger. Like, those two guys are just like, I don't know. The final round was a battle of snipers. We have seen Sad just pulling 1 of a million shots. Like, he just shot 1 shot and he got 2. In the most important round you would ever expect him. And he's like, no, I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna take the 3rd guy and look for the 4th guy. Just like that. And on the other hand, you have Alucard picking 3 players with his TRG. Like, man, this game is something I really want to speak more about it, but I believe the Volt and Penguin got a lot to say after this one.
I mean, I said we have some explaining to do, but holy hell, we might have to put a pause to the best of 5, because that was a barn burner for sure. Great performance from the 2 sides, and I gotta say, like, sure, there may be some like kinks in the way that the 2 teams have set up their defenses on the Global Risk side, but it wasn't that close because the game was low quality. It was the exact opposite. Both teams have shown magnificent performances, Penguin. But let's start with 3BL. What went right other than like that collateral from Hunt? Like, overall, how did he get to 13 here?
It's just the over ego that's coming out from the Nemesis. I don't know why these guys are just having that much ego. Again, these guys are having 9-7. Mr. Kevin, again, you are doing the same round that you did versus Unknights 1 day ago, probably, or 2 days ago. You pushed everything versus them, so they were ready. I feel that Nemesis just threw this game. I just feel that Nemesis, they play better in all aspects of the game, in terms of clutching. Of course, I want to highlight the Nox and clutch on the last round, but I still think that Nemesis, he had everything on the line to close the map. I felt that, yes, it is a close map, but Nemesis, they are always closer. It's 6-3 first half, 8-5, 8-6. They take their tactical pause, it's 8-7. You take your tactical pause, it's 9-7. You have everything on the line now. You don't need to push everywhere and just absolute push versus them, because they are a team that in a tough situation, and usually the teams in tough situations, they play very slow, they play very passive, they wait for the mistakes, and this is exactly what happened. Again, and when it was 12-11, they pushed along. If you watch Nemesis the entire season, they never did such rounds versus Unknights, versus Swamp Gaming. They never do the aggressive rounds on the match points versus any other team. So if you think that 3BL is kind of the team that can work, these strategies can work, I don't think so. I still think that Nemesis could have closed this game before even going to the overtime.
Came down to the wire to that overtime round, but Moxon really saving the game. And you know, speaking of him, showing up in a couple of those highlights. But I gotta say, like, to start off, like, it was round 3, I believe, where Moxon first brought the shotgun. And I was just really worried, right? I really thought that, hey, if that is going to be the case, then everything might go wrong. But hey, I take it back, right? It was a magnificent game from Alucard all throughout. He's been an instrument of destruction for Nemesis. But unfortunately, though, you know, when the side swapped, I feel like especially Raffin and Comics kind of slowed down a little bit in terms of their fragging. While, on the other side, it was a great game from Noxon, not just on the rifle, but even when he picked up the TRG on the Global Risk side, he had a lot of impact.
Yeah. Yeah, I still think that, in my opinion, Dipsy played a very good first half. These guys just did an amazing impact for his team to get the 6-3 win. Beck is just, he's consistent. I can't say anything about him. Alucard is also consistent, but look at the other side. The guys, yes, they might be having a close KD, but Hunt clutches with the sniper. We've seen a triple sniper setup coming out from 3BL as well. These are the things that maybe 3BL they changed in order for them to close games, because usually I couldn't trust their Ankara game that much based on the past Ankara games. And even though the only Ankara game they won versus Anubis on phase 1 was just, I said it was because of Hunt's clutch that closed the mental of Anubis. But right now I can say that when they changed, it's working for them. But I still say that Nemesis, they had the upper hand across the entire game until the overtime. When it went to the overtime, because the first round of the overtime, it was 4v2 in favor of 3BL and they lost it. So I would say that other than that, because I think that the overtime is just heavily sided for 3BL, but the entire game, 9 rounds that we've seen from both teams, the 18 rounds played, I think that Nemesis deserved this win. They just had some simple mistakes that they could have avoided. It's not a simple mistakes because 3BL played better. It's because they kinda miscommunicated some rounds and everything like this. But still, I cannot exclude them out of the picture at all, especially also on the next map because Dipsy is on his level, and when it goes to sub base and Dipsy is on his level, it's dangerous.
Yeah, that's great because I want to lead there now. We've seen that triple sniper setup, and I gotta say we've seen 3BL on the sub base, and I was not impressed at all in their game in their upper bracket. So, is it going to work against Nemesis? Because that's the one worry, right? Will they have the same ego, or will they give them their due respect? They have my due respect. You have my attention, and I believe that our casters are also on full set because we're gonna send it to sub base right now.
Yeah, and suddenly the pressure's on Nemesis, right? Because they would have expected to win that map with the positions they were in. It felt comfortable for them. There were no issues. All of a sudden, 3BL caused them issues. So, yeah, let's see how they bounce back, Sekio.
I mean, the first map that goes this way, I believe if you're a Nemesis fan, I wouldn't say you're in danger, since Nemesis, they have the experience, they have everything on their side. But 3BL, when they're fired up, like those young guys, they have adrenaline, they have everything on this bike now. You either shut them down in the early rounds, or this second game won't be yours at any way or cause.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, it's still, I'm not massively hopeful that 3BL are still going to pull off the upset and get this full BO5-1, but, it's a great start. Imagine what that will do to their belief winning that first map, right? In a position that they were probably never in to actually win it, and they still won it. And that can just do wonders for a team, especially on the day, on the same day. It's not like this is a BO1 or whatever, or even a BO3 where they can go straight into this map and their belief is going to carry them through. This is a full BO5, which using that for a long period of time will be tougher, but you never know. I believe in them way more than I did when I picked them in the predictions, put it that way, after that. So, let's see. Beck will kick off sub base with his opening kill on Noxin.
I really love this story that those guys been following. Like, they've always been the underdogs and not the favorite team to win the league for at any time of like the 3BL history. Even once they had the Vitality roster, they were just like, a reformed team. Like, you got some players from Anubis, like some old players coming from this, coming from that, and boom, you made a roster that destroyed the West. Now they're up to their second generation that got high stakes, like high things on them. Noxin, young player, Sad, Albiga, Hunt, Losha, and like it feels like they needed to pick a player from Anubis. Last time it was like, of course, the dynamic duo that we have in Vitality. And this one we have Hazim. But it looks like that Nemesis will have the better way to start this round. It's a 4v2 position. The Omega and Sad are left alone in this spot. I believe they're gonna be taken down in a matter of seconds here. Beck is logged in. That guy got a couple of kills. I believe he's trying to get the triple. Maybe up for the quad, but I believe it's not gonna be an easy task, but the quad won't be here. Triple for him and double for Comics.
Yeah, not too bad. Good start to lock back in again. And of course, as many GR rounds as possible is critical for them, just to forget about map 1.
map 1. It's not an easy task. But 3BL actually closed it. This one actually boosted in the vent here. Yeah, bringing down the first. They don't even know that he is in that department. Noxin picks the double kill. Dep's gonna be here for the reinforcement. But keep an eye on that sniper guy. Alucard won't let it slip from his hand. He's taken a couple of those, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Sad, you gotta check your left position, since I believe that Alucard is not gonna leave you alone. The stun here might help. But he's already run away. 25 seconds on the clock. Hunt is hunting actually, and Alucard will cross into his crosshair to take him down. Sad will whip the first one, but he won't double it down. It looks like that 3BL are trying to be the kryptonite for Nemesis, and I believe if they won this game, Nemesis might be like the calculator department, like they need to calculate their points, 3BL and Anubis things to make sure that they make it to the AWC.
Yeah, I think if we keep going like this, I think 3BL and Nemesis will be doing battle organised tomorrow morning. Because again, it's another back and forth to start map 2. So hard to predict. Now, push down the A stairs, could be about to come through, and Raffin is just jiggling right now, waiting for the information, and he'll get it. It forces out some utility, but they don't go off that 3BL. Actually on a different timing. They are on a different timing. We get 0 from that. I like that. Kind of like a double pump there from 3BL. They showed a bit of presence, didn't go, then did go. With some extra util. Raffin, look how deep control they've got now. Back to the side. Finds Beck with ease, and Alucard like he's not even there. Here goes Hunt again. 3BL 2-1.
I mean, if you have Hunt on your side and like in full woods, I believe that speaking of Hunt, like that guy, but not stop in action. He got a double kill. I believe he's not gonna leave it that way. Man, we just kicked off the round and he's already taking heads. He finished the last round with a triple kill. And man, looks like this guy is the kryptonite of Nemesis. Him and Noxin are closing every inch of sub-base.
That's a beautiful double punch, that is, in these 2 rounds. I mean, goodness gracious me. That was incredible. Not just the fact they were able to, as I described, do the double pump on A, and then Hunt holds on for 3. He just says, look, run it back, hold W again, rush to yourselves in, I've got you. He gets 2 kills, and Noxin is deleting everyone at the moment as well on those entries. Need to just make sure they don't get too ahead of themselves here. Because these 3 rounds in a row have come very, very quickly. Need to make sure they still vary that pace somewhat. Which they're going to do now, I think.
Yes, they're slowing the base a little bit. What a start from them. They're making some fake movement into the A to try to drain Nemesis from their util to make their real spot here, which is trying to take B. And I believe that Alucard might try to take one of those guys. He did hit, but it's not enough to take someone out. 69 HP. And that guy been doing wonders for Nemesis. If you have anyone on the other side also from the side of Nemesis, that should be that guy. And to have him alive, anything can happen. It's a 3v3 situation. Beck is pretty healthy also. The plant is not here yet again. I'm seeing the A side is fully cleared, and we have player number 5 over. You might see Sad trying to re-rotate his Bob, but Losha is left alone versus 3. They might have been overcooked in this round, but Nemesis fully deserve to take this one. Comics will barely make it through this one, but I believe he got not only 1, he had got 2 to try and BQ in this department. C4 is so down. You have only 20 seconds on the clock, so you need to play with it. Not the perfect time to try to reload, but he got the C4. He's running for his life, 60 HP, and will take him down. Another round goes to Nemesis, and after all of that, we have only 1 round deficit between Nemesis and 3BL.
Yeah, Nemesis back. Let 3BL keep that streak going. Maybe 3BL might realise, going by what has gone before, maybe staying a bit pacier just works better for them. But of course, you can't just stay with that same style the entire half, otherwise it'll just become way too predictable. So I had to throw in a little different variation there. This is a follow-up variation. Look at Hunt. He's a long way forward. And people, I think, got a lot of space that maybe Nemesis aren't aware they've got. Hunt gets 1 bow, and with Omega going down, Raffin can deliver 2, and Beck time. Finds Sad 2. He does. Good work from Beck. Well, that was a little too late. Well done with Beck to Raffin, actually. Could have easily made that a 1v1 if he was a bit luckier, but no problem. And Nemesis is back in again.
You know, this game actually reminds me of the Battle of the Hokages. Have you ever watched Naruto?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry. Your reference will be lost on me.
So, like, those two guys were, like, fighting each other for, like, a whole 500 episodes. And it's, like, Sasuke and Naruto. And for me, Sasuke is Beck and Naruto is Hunt, since he gives me the orange vibe. And exactly, that's why I give him. You know the orange cat vibe? That's basically Hunt for me.
Yeah. Alright, let's see if Nemesis can find a retake here, because again, 3BL have forced the issue. They've got a plant on the A-bomb site to come through, and look at Losher still being a nuisance right now. I don't have any idea that he could be big flanking all of them. It all depends what his timing is. And if they work their way down the left side of the stairs, they could be going into a setup with 2-5 as well. Losher is here on time. He's not going to get a flank through. He's there to help in time. He doesn't even need it. He's not even required in any way. Omega with 2, knocks in with the other. Too much control for Nemesis to battle by, and that's 4-3.
I'm enjoying it. Each and every second of this game. And, like, to have 3BL and Nemesis head-to-head this way is something very promising for our league, for our Western season. Like, I'm expecting a lot of them and the international events. Like, anything those two can do. And to be honest, I'm not dropping Anubis of the picture, but 3BL are, like, one of my favorite teams currently. I hope that they keep what they're doing to be part of the upcoming international event, and of course it's gonna be the EWC. And to be honest, like, jokes aside, I'm not sure if they can finish their papers before the deadline. That's something a lot of Egyptian players have been facing as a problem, but hopefully they can do. I mean, that brings me the vibe of Anubis back in 2018 when they didn't make it to the CFS. Hopefully,
it's
don't
always
face
been an
the same
issue.
In
so many different esports as well. It's, visa issues are just a massive problem, unfortunately. Just not knowing quick enough is a factor, right? Like, if people don't know, why would they? Obviously, you probably create just in case, but yeah, I think some of it costs money, right? So, yeah, you never know, really.
Lots of money.
Yeah, exactly. So it's very difficult. Anyway, this one should be a Nemesis round. They're 4v2, and Omega and Stan are both 50 HP or below. They are going to be allowed a plant. And you never know when Sad's got the TRG drawn. Haven't committed to that plant until right now. Omega will get it down. And Nemesis is going to play here for free. And then double kill! Peek it. Makes it impossible for Sad and Omega. So yeah, good job. Back to 4-4 again with ease.
Even for the first half. have never seen a closer game than this one in this entire season. I would say, I hope that this series keeps going at the same pace. I'd be more than happy. Omega goes for the jumping shot and he's flying Angel for Anubis. Sorry for BBL to get a couple of those kills, but Dempsey finds the perfect flank to close it out on 3BL's guys. Only Noxon left alone, and that guy doesn't even got the C4, doesn't got anything to play with. He got Big, Alucard, and Dempsey. 3 Musketeers to take him down and to give Nemesis the advantage over the first half. And like, in what world, after all of that, you would see Nemesis clutching the first half to have the leg up when it comes to the rounds?
Yeah, only just, but I think they'll be feeling a lot more confident now.
They should.
Also, Dipsy is having quite a good map, which is something which was a little bit up and down for him on map 1. Good impact there from him, especially that flank multi. That'll give him a lot of confidence as an individual. Hunt will find Raffin nicely. That's a beautiful kill feed. Headshot through the wall, I think that one is.
Do you need one from Sad like the one he closed the first game with to try and stop the power from Nemesis?
Need a collateral, yeah.
Doing that collateral damage meant a lot for them. Give them the safe relief to play the round. We'll see how it goes. Only 85 seconds on the clock to play with. Long time. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not seeing their vision here. They're controlling wards, going to radios, still using some neutral here. Hunt's holding the wooden doors, which means that that guy can just close everything. But at the same time, there's someone actually sneaking in the vents here. Comics might be boosted, waiting for anyone. I believe him and Beck will try another week. In the meantime, Comics will get the best of him, but I believe the Hunt won't get any reinforcement here. It's still a 2v4 situation. Losha makes the 4v1, and Sad will land the final touches of this art piece to get 3BL one more round.
Okay, not too bad. Comics will feel a bit hard done by there, but whatever. No problem. Playing catch up. But it's good signs for 3BL with the way Hunt is going about things. Got 13 kills in the game so far. While he's fighting through wood is classic Hunt, and he's looking very solid and consistent with that at the moment. I didn't put Alucard in that position to fight him too much. And there you go. I mean, if you don't have the pressure on the side, that's what can happen sometimes. Great kill on Beck. Dixie found Hunt. Does go down immediately. Here comes Losha, holding on very well. Look at the damage on Alucard and Comics. There's no way they're going to break in now. Easy. 4 players alive for 3BL, back into the lead.
I mean, it should be the first time for them in the second half to get that lead, but don't get me wrong there. Fighting spirit is high, their placement is perfect, and Nemesis, they are fighting back. To get Dempsey this early is pretty important, but looks like Rapid is a bit angry here, trying to take the maximum land that he can. Omega and Sad are still in the control room. Radio will be at, and you have Losha actually waiting for anyone to try to flank here, but the med will be taken by Nemesis. You need to check your angles, and Losha with tons of shots. Comics with one only, taking him down.
Okay, very important to react to that.
Oh my god,
Knocks
what's
in with
Noxon
the
doing?
yeah, I mean with the shotgun again. And the issue with that is he kind of just has to commit now to one angle. Sure, you can find maybe an upgrade that rotates around if he's lucky, if he gets the timing, but I think he kind of just has to stay here. He might not, because I think he knows he needs to make a move, but yeah, this is not going to be a 3BL round, I'd imagine, from this position. Nemesis just making sure they go through the motions here and not anything for free. Good tap from Comics. Sad down. Noxon has found that swap of weapon, like I said, but it means nothing now.
Yeah, that HK wouldn't help him a lot, but I believe he can just play with time to talk to his teammates. Not try to commit to it. Still a 4v1. I won't say it's doable, but anything is doable with 3BL. But I respect that he just quitted the pushing method and they're just talking right now. He got 20 seconds to see what can he do to play with time, waiting for the instructions from Hunt, from the remaining parts of his team, to just play with 5 seconds. Like it means nothing now, but you got like a free timeout to play with. At the meantime, we're back into equal 6-0, and we'll see what they come up after this pause. They're changing their weapons. They're going with 4 riflers and 1 sniper.
Yeah, I still feel like I'm no closer to figuring out who's going to win this. I'm still partly convinced Nemesis will not let themselves go 2-0 down in this game. It feels like it's an impossibility almost. They'd allow that to happen. But it's still tight. It's still tight all over again. Is that going to try and move through doors, move through down to the A-bomb site, making that knows what's happening? Right, no, utility first, peeks ahead of it though, very good job, gets himself in 1. Russia does get caught, and Noxon got caught in the meantime, and then it all falls apart from there. First plan goes well, but every single headshot comes through for Nemesis after the fact. Sad is 1 HP, run down by Alucard, good job. And Nemesis are back into the lead.
Yeah, the score is 6-7 currently. Sorry for that. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Anyways, so Nemesis, he got the advantage. I'm sorry for that. Like, still, I need to do a little bit. Yeah, but I had to. In the meantime, I believe that 3BL will try and play the default strat here. But you need to have like someone in the control room. It looks like that Nemesis are the guys having the control over control room. Making 1, 2, 3, 4 guys here, and you have the 4th guy, like the 5th guy, Depsy. So don't take anyone from rotating. A lot of util been wasted here. But funnily enough, it's from 3BL Galaxy side, so that's a huge win for Nemesis. Anytime they really want to get into this place, they will have a very, very easy time to walk through.
Set up here for 3BL is okay. To force their way forward. What I mean. First domino falls, the rest can follow, and there we go. Absolute perfection. Perfect for it. All the angles are in their favour. No casualties even either for Nemesis. Expecting a 3BL tactical after this round as well. Have they used it already? Can't remember. If they got it, they'll use it.
They didn't use it, so I believe they should. It's like an 8-4 already, so they need the attack timeout to have like a way to try and shift things around. And like we just got the confirmation from Jirul here from the production side. They're just like 3BL are going into the attack timeout I really want to know what Yask got to talk with and say to the players. They had really like that 30 seconds buffer to play with at like a certain round. To be honest, that buffer might just been their worst nightmare, because after that they didn't even get a single win out of that.
Well, look, it's happened before. That's the one thing we can say. Nemesis were up 9-7 and found a way to lose map 1. It's a bit different here at 8-6 behind, but still. Had to get back underway again. Can Nemesis make sure they confirm and complete this map? It's back to 1-1. They know it's a necessity. What has 3BL had a discussion about? Are they ready to try and stay in this one? I'm going to let Nemesis go up to map points all over again. It looks like they're willing to fight this time. That is the plan. Pushing up the A stairs, fighting with 3 players. It works on Alucard. That'll be a normal one for Alucard. He was waiting for it. He can get acceptable possibility, but Hudson instead. He finds his one. Follow up as well. This one could not have worked better. They're going to close the gap to 1 again.
They definitely deserve it. I thought for a second that Dempsey might just up with a miracle play, but it gets shut down by Losha, and I feel like we're not giving Losha a lot of credit to what he's bringing up to the table. That guy been doing some really good work with the team and helping 3BL to reach this position. Man, Alucard is a bane to watch and bane to play. Just like that guy doesn't whiff. I'm not trying to jinx him, but he's one of the main carries for Nemesis at the current spot. Zad is trying to work his way around here. Connectors, or I would say control room, been taken by Raffin. And a Nemesis, they have some really good control over the middle here. And of course, I believe they can just pick whatever side they want to go through.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult now, isn't it? Trying to get to 9-7 again. The HP is just the biggest issue, isn't it? Gonna just bide their time, knowing that it feels like it did so. Not sure if the damage is confirmed. Not sure if they're 100% certain that Noxon and Hunter tagged up as well. That could be something they just don't know. But we shall see. They're going to group up together now. This would be a bit of a miracle if 3BL were able to win this round, put simply. There's one back for Noxon. Okay, gets a good line on that one, but in come the Nemesis moves. Here, and yeah, really anything you can do in a round like that if you really want to try and be crazy with it, is stack up on side. And then you just have to play a regular setup with 4 alive with 2 heavily tagged. It wasn't going to work. Will we have deja vu? Will we have a Nemesis 9-7 lead turn into overtime? This time I doubt it, but let's see.
To be honest, anything can happen, but I still agree with you. But Nemesis, they just got the best out of 3BL. In this map, they owned them in the second half. Even in the first one, they had the 1 round advantage to play with. That could have went sideways with Nemesis for a long time. But Anubis been up to the test and been doing some really good work for the team. Hunt is down. Prophecy might be right. Alucard is actually not playing with a sniper anymore. He's here with a rifle to just walk through 3BL guys, and now it's a 3v2 the max. And look at this, Comics is going through defense to take 1 and possibly 2. Sad is left alone versus 3 guys, and man, when you see that thing, you know that Nemesis just collected the win over the second map here. 20 seconds on the clock. Sad is willing to get dinked here, and this one will go to Dipsy.
No worries or concerns this time for Nemesis. It's only a map to recover it to 1-1 in the BO5, but they don't troll it this time. 3BL, no comeback on this occasion, but maybe that was to be expected because Nemesis looked a lot more solid, a lot more composed, I think is a good summary for me on that map. So, yeah, great job from them. I think that's totally expected for me. I thought, again, it would be I felt like it was a guarantee that, like the first BO5, even though maybe it took a while, it's not going to be a clean 3-0 either way. But it could still be quick gameplay and quick moves around the map, right? Which it kind of was once again in many rounds. But yeah, I think Nemesis were good value for that second map. So we'll see how both these two teams bounce forward in this series. It's down to a BO3 now. Just forget about those 2 maps. It's a BO3 all over again. So we'll see how it goes and see what the desk have to say.
So I guess they've quelled the ego is what we have seen here from the side of this game. Penguin, probably a much more measured view of Nemesis. And I don't know about you, but I feel like this is a worrying sign for 3BL because I don't know about their odds if they're going to lose that sub-base.
Oh, honestly, there is nothing worrying for 3BL because I expected them losing the first map. We said that Nemesis were better on the first map. They just throwed it.
Yeah.
We talked about that Nemesis gave the game to 3BL. It's not 3BL that earned the game or deserved to win the game of Ankara. But if you do mistakes versus a team like 3BL, then you have to bear the consequences of that. So if you look at Subbase, they were better on all aspects of game. And picking Globalist side, I knew that 3BL were will fall on their blacklist side because they started playing very slow compared to how they used to play on the season. And yes, they got 5 rounds, and since they got the 5 rounds, if you look at the faces of Nemesis players, they just know that it's done, and it's just even done. The win is theirs after getting 5 rounds into the other side. They know that when they switch to the blacklist side, they have a better some kind of aim and mentality when it comes to that. So in my opinion, Nemesis are just still better. I still think that Nemesis, it was a wake-up sign call for them on Ankara. I don't think they're going to be doing the same again on any map, just trying to throw, trying to push, trying to randomly play aggressive versus 3BL. That's why I'm saying that still Nemesis, they have chances of losing 3-1 in this series, because I know that 3BL, they're playing very good, but Nemesis, they're consistent throughout the entire games.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about their odds, right? Like I'm thinking, hey, shouldn't have been actually even, but that's my fault, because if you're looking into the veto from a normal perspective, okay, Nemesis should have won Ankara, and the subbase looks very shaky. Even if Compound is not bad for 3BL, I don't think it's as good as Nemesis Compound. So from that perspective, maybe I'm not the biggest fan. To your credit, yeah, it was exactly that, right? They came prepared on the first half, and unfortunately for 3BL, their global risk slide is just not good, man. It is a struggle. And despite Noxon and Hunt doing the best that they can, really, the rest of the team have all fell completely flat.
Yeah, I mean, I know that 3BL they're trying, but in terms of teamwork, in terms of experience, it's just I see that Nemesis are better. That's why I said that Nemesis deserve to win the first map, but they did some kind of, let's say, some silly mistakes from them. You shouldn't expect such mistakes and putting pressure on yourselves. Now they have no pressure because they're gonna be going onto the map of their own, and I wouldn't be surprised if Nemesis wins this map. And if you look back at Ankara, this could have been a 3-0 series for Nemesis, but they made it harder for themselves, and they need to go through Eagle Eye. Although Nemesis are a very good team on Eagle Eye, it's not a Knights, it's not Anubis, because they probably avoid 3BL Galaxy on Eagle Eye. But Nemesis, no, they can go for it and they can play it. So I still think that Nemesis, they have the chances of closing. They play better. Dipsy, I said that this guy is playing out of his mind today. And they said care about Dipsy, because if this guy is playing very good and he goes to sub base, he will give you no chances. We've seen him pushing Woods, going behind the guys, playing aggressive on vents, dropping, getting double kills, triple kills. So it was worth the risk for him. And Beck, of course, claiming the MVP because of his crazy plays on Woods and the clutches that he made. So well played by Nemesis, in my opinion, and I think it's well-deserved win.
Yeah, definitely agree in the part that it was deserved. But well, now what is up next on the agenda is going to be that compound, right? And from the perspective of 3BL, and again, that's why I'm trying to drive home the fact that I don't like subbase being where it is in the Veto. I feel like it should have been swapped with Eagle Eye, because if by some miracle this happened and you won Ankara, you would have been actually a lot more competitive in terms of what map you play in the Eagle Eye. And there, you're 2-0, there's a lot of pressure on for Nemesis, and that was probably for me the only way they win. Right now, I think 3-1 is definitely the likely cause, but since we're both agreeing on that as now the reality, why do we think that compound is going to be one-way traffic, right? Like, I mean, the easy option is to say that Alucard has been playing lights off all year on this map, but I think there's more to it, right? I think that there's a lot to the global risk side, and that we'll talk about when we come back after a brief break. So don't go anywhere, because Penguin has got a lot of things.
but he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops him all. Find himself falling. Another happy tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds will be this time too. Last play, the multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Welcome back. We're just mentioning new compound as we are now locked 1-1 between 3BL and Nemesis in the lower bracket. So Penguin, we're talking about it. What makes Nemesis such a dangerous team?
Well, on compound, let me tell you that they are very good on having the big and mini take, because they know how to take it, they know how to defend it. They have Dipsy who's playing on this angle, and I said again and again, Dipsy's playing very good since game 1. Yes, they lost game 1, but he played very good and he did his rounds. Game 2 as well, he was one of the best after Beck, I believe, and now he's going to be going to new compound. He knows how to play this map. It used to be one of his best maps, so the double sniper setup also going to be paying off for let's say Nemesis. In my opinion, that's what also makes Nemesis good on new compound, that 3BL are weak on new compound. I haven't seen a good performance from them on new compound since I believe season 1, probably on the playoffs. Other than that, they just have a cheeky performance. Even if they win, it's just very cheeky. But still, I'm saying that 3BL coming here today, they are different than, let's say, last day when they played Anubis. They play way better. They have some communication. Yes, they have some mistakes. And normally you'd expect Nemesis winning. But if the 3BL continues to play the same way, maybe they have chances. Eagle Eye, we can go to map 5. Or they give a surprise and just win new compound.
Well, I mean, that's the question then. How do they win the new compound? You're talking about the big and mini takes. Do they just try to play through mid? Do they avoid that power position? Or what do they do?
I believe that they need to play fast. 3BL are playing very, very slow, and that's why it costed them some base.
Yeah, well, let's get it pacey. Let's get it going. The game is about to get started, and our casters are ready to go.
Who will creep into the lead here? Who will get themselves one map away from that next round? And who will get themselves one map away from not being eliminated from the entire tournament, of course, because we've reached that stage now of the playoffs. Going to be very, very interesting. I can't disagree with the desk. I think it's pretty favoured into the side of Nemesis. But look, I've been surprised by 3BL all day. I still think they've got a glimmer of hope, but as you say, it would have to be something that's out of left field for them to shock Nemesis today. It's just a playground for some of these players for so many years.
I hope that glimmer of hope that we got for 3BL doesn't get shut down immediately after the early couple of rounds in this map. I hope that we get through more rounds and see them going back and forth with Nemesis. For me, I'm enjoying the game. That's it. I'm just a young fan 10 years ago would be watching this game and waiting to see some of my friends to clutch and do those heavy work in this map. Of course, new compound, but I would say that it's quite frankly both teams are not good in new compound. Let's be honest. Out of 4 maps, we have seen Nemesis only win once, and out of 2 maps, 3BL won none, so anything can happen here. But what we really know that the blacklist for 3BL is chaotic. They can't land shots in that department, so we'll see how it goes, since I believe, if I checked again this game, they are not playing the blacklist sided on the first half, so that's something to watch. And we'll see how Nemesis get it done with this third map. New compound is one of the maps that you can actually play with any setup that you would love to have. But the most used one, double snipers once you're playing defensively. And man, it looks like the defense from 3BL is not going to be solid here in the Netherlands. He just lost Sad. Losha up for the mix to make the trade on Depsy. Back into 4 people, but hold on a minute. Hunt is not going to let it slip from his hand. And picking one more weapon too.
Yeah, bomb already planted, so this is going to be a very Tough retake for CFWL, even though they've got the man advantage. Next got a very good angle. Gets a quick kill though, and Losha finding his is good. They're keeping it in that situation, and they know where Comics is. 16 seconds, it's starting to become a little bit awkward. Comics does find Hunt, but patience from Losha. He stays on the high ground. Maybe Comics there thought he'd drop down, but he hadn't. So, a little bit of a fake out. Catches. It's a very important clutch, excuse me, to start the map. CFWL go up 1-0.
I love the fact that they actually did the double peek out on him. Like, they didn't just like went for a separated 1v1s. They absolutely owned that 2v1. Normally you would see like different stuff coming from 3BL, and speaking of different stuff, this one was not planned for them. Hunt to be taken out of the mix, and if we are gonna speak about a player on 3BL, I would say that Hunt been delivering so good for this game. Like, he is the kryptonite of Nemesis, like any team that is playing versus 3BL. Like, once you see Thanos got like the 5 gems in his hand, that's Hunt at a certain point of the game, and it looks like he's overheated in this one. But just give him a couple of rounds and that guy will be blasting heads right and left.
Let's see. Some far forward positions here for Noxin and for Losha. Work because of the situation they're in the round, and they will make it work for a 1-1 for Noxin and Losha, but in the end they couldn't really get out of there. That is the issue. Beck and Alucard very tagged up though. Omega and Sad definitely have a say in this 2v3.
I believe this can do something. Still, the C4 is with not Alucard, it's with Big, but both of them are pretty low, 20 HP. To each of them, Comics is pretty healthy that you can play with. Sad is the only guy that's holding the A side here, waiting for anyone to get closer to this place, but I believe they're using the balcony to try and double beak him. But currently, Comics and Omega are in a very, very tight spot here. He just jump shot him and he is down to the ground. 2v1 position. Omega got the HK. But like, retaking on that side is pretty hard. You got a lot of angles to clear, and will get dropped down easily with Comics. And Comics in this game is pretty fired up. 5 kills in 2 rounds. It is insane, and I believe none of his teammates got a lot under their belt, so that's something to have for that guy.
For sure. Again, looking to fight, not willing to sit back, and that's one of the things they need to try and make sure they do throughout the half. I think on BL, that's one of the things they're slightly more concerned about, but let's see. Omega will push forward, find Comics quickly. They're going to fall back and keep that. Alucard still got position in toward middle in the window. That's a lovely fast shot onto Sad.
A really clean one. You don't have Comics. You still got Alucard on your side, so it's like Batman and Robin. You're the big guy, but the other guy is here to take you down. And just like that, Debsy will drop the remaining part of 3BL. And we're back in a 2v2. I don't know, like, at a certain points, 3BL, they get the advantage. Like, you see them having, like, a couple of players up, and boom, like in a blink of an eye, you blink and they're all down, they're all dead. Like, what happened, guys? if you're like a betting guy, I don't think that you have time to bid for them. The window is very short. But for this 1v2, I believe that Alucard can just use it out like that guy with a sniper doesn't lay around, but Noja will just go him down and get this round to 3BL. And just like that, we're in the third round. We spoke about comics early on this game. Losha is doing the same thing for 3BL.
Sad, looking to fight forward as well. Be a bit surprising. He doesn't know about the player on his left, but that's an incredibly quick shot on Beck. And he's got support on that side of the map as well. And maybe we'll take comics as he tries to reface for the trade. The support there being very helpful. Perfect angle there held by Noxin too. Alucard will drop very quickly. And this one has fallen away in the blink of an eye, mostly thanks to Sad's start to this round.
But it won't fall through again. CFWL doing some really good work in the first half, as they should. Bring more rounds to their belt, because I believe the second half won't be as easy as the first one. And currently, I don't know, but Raffin is playing on a black screen. Like that guy, brightness, like the brightness over the screen or anything in his room is just very minimalistic. Like it's very small. Like I don't know how that guy actually been landing those shots. And I believe that's why he's 0-4 at this current state of the game. You need to have somebody to do that. Light in me.
Good.
Anyways,
good advice for everyone. Allow the light into your life. There you go. Important start to the round from Raffin. They needed that. We have stomped through the last couple. There's some nice aggressive moves. But Raffin find the beginning in this one, and there's Beck peeking onto the side very clearly. So this one. Back away. His teammate, and he does find Raffin on that fall away, but he knocks in. They're going to get knocks in, and they might be this one, you know. He's worried about Beck, but Beck's flank is dealt with, and Noxin is spinning around and finding everyone right now. All of a sudden, Alucard's all alone. Because he so often is in these situations when his team have fallen around him and always the last to go in. He has to clutch 1v2. Noxin, he's known about, but Alucard's crept through. That's a big factor. Alucard will catch him. Big clutch now for Noxin. He's already had a big hype moment in the round. He's going to hold that tight angle, but it's a tough shot to hit quickly, and he moves off that line as soon as Alucard crosses by it. Alucard's got the C4 and he can leave if he wants to.
Alucard is the luckiest guy I've ever seen. Like, Noxin been holding this same spot that he passed through for 2 times, and like, by the fraction of a second that he's moving, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna check the other corner. And just like that, again, we'll see that Alucard is gonna be able to plant in a B site, and currently he's still got the stun in his pocket, 40 seconds to play with, and the retake in the B spawn, like the B side, is a lot harder to play with, but he is coming through the smokes. Come on, man, Noxin. I trust in you. You got the triple kill. You're playing versus Alucard, but that guy been very known with his sniper shots, and he will make it count for Nemesis. And this round is so precious for them. Now, like a fraction of a second, Noxin could have just finished this round like way too early.
Yeah, there's a big difference between 3-2 and 4-1, especially with the round that Noxin had. That spin to take the Beck flank was beautiful, and he's kept basically spinning on a top to get the all his kills in that round. But unfortunately, Alucard just too good a position. Losha tried to creep in to help out Noxin to get a little bit closer to him, but didn't know Alucard had already crept through. And every single timing went Alucard's way. Replicable, unfortunate, like you say, but you make your own luck. And he wins that clutch by exiting and setting himself up on the opposite bomb site.
Oh god. Looks like it's another B hit. The first tag again. Noxon will be the first guy to be taken down. He had his round, but I believe Lucian actually got a good spot here. Good land of multi-kill, grabs the first. Him and Hunt are actually obliterating Nemesis at first place. They're taking 3, making 4. Alucard is left alone, but this time it's not a 1v3 position, it's 1v4. They know where he's at. The RG shot, but through the smokes will make the play 37 HP, and a Dream might go to him, but I believe his odds are not higher than the one that he had in the previous round. Hunt, Omega, they still don't even have the C4, so Alucard position is pretty, or 40 seconds on the clock. He needs to work with it. The stun been going through. They still got another one, but Alucard is on the hunt. Is down to a 2v1. Come on now, like, I believe that he's got better odds when it's a 2v1 situation. I believe he will try to take the C4, but they're trying to blast this one, trying to play in the smokes, but that guy actually got the C4. Trying to rotate for the A side, but no way in hell. He's trying to stick it in a B side, and Omega will drop him down.
I mean, it could have been 5-1 right now. It really could have been 5-1 if that previous round went differently, and 3BL would have been feeling really confident, but still, they will not be looking back, they will not be dwelling, they will not be thinking about what could have been. They will stick with it. With the battle, look at Omega pushing aggressive, second kill as well, but can't get out. That won't let him, and Sad went down to Dipsy in the meantime, so Nemesis immediately brawl back into a 4v3. Losher and Hunter are already on the hunt, and Comets is very aware of this. Speaking aggressively, almost both. Maybe should have got both actually. But Hunt will get the kill. Doesn't matter too much. Rapid aggressive until Sinan jumps in at him. And they know where Hunt is coming from. Probably going to be Nemesis' third. Keeping themselves in touch, and Hunt will use this round as a timeout.
I mean, the last time they did this, backfired so hard to 3BL, so hopefully that's not one of those rounds that you give Nemesis a time to talk and they just pick you apart. Still, the scoreboard is pretty close between Nemesis and 3BL. Anything can happen with the quality of the players that we have in the server. Alucard can clutch it. Sad can do the same. Hunt. It's basically on the hunt, like he steps up to his name. We have a lot on the line here. But yeah, again, I like how Nemesis are making 3BL into that place that they're draining most of their util. A pretty healthy one, and from my perspective, I believe that they might be going for an A hit.
Sad thinks sees one player crossing, and Noxon is jiggling up and down to look for a feet coming his way on that close line. We'll move up now. Noxon goes through it. It's a pretty bad timing for him to walk it. Yeah, that's never going to go well for you. Be a little bit of advice on that one. Not being aware of the right timing there at all. Sad not able to answer back either, and then it's all over kind of this entire portion of the map. Got every angle going for him, but Hunt, he's brawling. Sad, he's fragging. Alucard finds Omega, still in an even scenario. And they've still got control of both bomb sites in a weird fashion. But with Sad going down, they don't need more. He goes A, that's what forces a push to the smoke. And Dipsy holds on to both of them. 4-4 confirmed.
A good swing came from Dipsy. And also a good way for Nemesis to turn around the table on 3BL and bring those rounds to their side, and I will say something. If they got the 4-5 scoreboard, like if they even lost this round, they could be on the bench to lose this game and just win it. I don't think that FBL got what it takes to play on the blacklist side. They don't have the stats, the play style, and this map they're known to be a of course GR-sided, so you're losing your favorite side on this map. Anything can happen. Osha goes for this way to even things up and give the advantage to 3BL. It's a 4v2 situation. Comics and Bic are the remaining ashes for Nemesis. But those ashes could be the kryptonite to 3BL and leave them hanging on the ground. 70 seconds to play with. And to be honest, when Comics is alive, I would believe that Nemesis can close this game. Or at least this round.
Yeah, need to make sure they don't make any silly mistakes here, because as you can see, they are all is a trio. Back through middle. Nice line from Noxin actually, but does miss the shot. And they'll know, Nemesis now, a lot of the information about where 3BL are, but still very difficult to answer back in 2v4. They don't really have any control. Good lineup on the utility to maybe pop themselves into B. Tad to make sure he doesn't run over. He's playing time really well. Really well. Might even get the ball up to finish. Yes, he does. Really nice end to the half from Sad. You can tell there the way he played it was wasting time for his teammates to come and help out, but he didn't even need help. He only needed to do it all by himself. And that will get 3BL a lead on the half. Again, fighting pretty well, but this second half is where the test really begins.
It's not gonna be an easy one for both sides. But I believe that we have like a different setup here from Nemesis. They're playing with a triple sniper. That shows you that they're trying to get every inch to play with those sniper setup. Trying to deny 3BL attacks. And I mean, Comics is very dangerous with the AR. And I believe he got the same level with the TRG. Not taking anything away from him. Gets some fractional damage here on the other side. But it looks like this might not be a B hit, like that might be a fake B hit. But yet again, at the same time, you still have Losha, Omega holding middle and the A-long. But there is no open spot for them to play, because I believe that they might be going for a very late execution, like 30 seconds or 30 seconds to play with in the game.
Yeah, so always very curious in the first round of a half, what kind of feel out you get from both teams, what kind of pace they're going to use. As you can tell, it's a little bit of a tester right now for 3BL. Try not to lose a player early on. They're waiting 3 players outside B. That could work out well because Bet goes looking for information. And that's the punish. The patience paying off for 3BL so far. But now they've got 35 seconds on the clock. They've got to push. And they've got to make their decision. And they're back through the middle. And could still put them into a bit of trouble with Nemesis on their A-bomb site somewhat taken. But Raffin's gone aggressive and found Losha. I think the bomb plant can come through, and thankfully for Hunt, he managed to delete Raffin easily. Alucard only just answers back on Noxin. It's a little too late. Bomb plant coming through. It's a bit of a standoff, to be fair. With 9 seconds left, Hunt is trying to cover his teammate, and he's just coming through now. Alucard deny it? No, he can't. And that could have been close, you know. That could have been really close. Say Alucard is missed a bit there by Hunt, and Hunt allows him to kill the diffuser, or to kill the planter. That's round over.
Pretty it, like they had only 5 seconds on the clock. Yeah, only 5 seconds on the clock, like everything was on the line for 3BL. And Hunt is stepping up again for the team. Not only Hunt, Flosha, like this roster been always the underdog, let's say the black horse, the one that no one is betting for. And they are in a really good spot here. I'm not speaking about this round because this round went south, went very, very far away from them. And I believe that Nemesis are not going to be leaving them that much of his base again. But at least to have the leg up, the 2 rounds buffer from Nemesis and their own map pick. That's something to be held for them. Like you're having 5 rookies or like 3 rookies and 2 experienced players to form a team. Yeah, no one even expected them to deal something or to do anything. And they're currently in the top 4 situation and even closer to make it to EWC. There is still, I would say, 1 round buffer in this round, like in this 3rd map, a new compound. But anything can happen between, I'd say, the ridiculous young guys versus the midlife crisis that happens to all of us on the other side from Nemesis.
Yeah. Let's see. Nemesis are going to get themselves on the board on the VR. Pressure goes down to break. Back to just a 1-round game all over again. Oh, some tag damage on Noxon as he tries to push forward. Set up for Nemesis is decent. Dipsy playing at a dribble angle with right next to him to make it difficult to get through. It's an immediate deletion either which way. But with Beck here too, who's not gone seen yet, I don't think. I think there's an extra layer that Sad would have to worry about, which maybe is why he's leaving the scene. Losha needs this one, and that is instant on Alucard. Deleted. 3v3 recovered. Good impact from Losha to get themselves back into this one.
They're trying to get themselves back, but it looks like the USB will not be held for them. Sad. Like, he whipped a lot of shots. He's going for the right, for the left. He's down in a 1v1, so to be honest, anything can happen. Comics is trying to chill now and play with the time. Still got the C4. And I believe he's trying to control the B side, but man, for a friction of second, I feel like Sad is down, but that guy, he whiffed the first shot, but he got the other 2-1. So from 1v3, boom, just like that. 1v1, 31 HP versus Comics, which is very healthy. 45 seconds in the clock to play with. He's holding that turret. Might try to move into the A side again, but at the same time, you have Comics playing with a sniper, is in the other way around from the map, checking every angle, every corner.
Yeah.
Like, he could be just like in your backside in a blink of an eye. Like, you never know where he's at. And like, Sad doesn't have the POV that we have.
No, I know. It's kind of funny that Comics has not moved at all. He's put himself in one position and not budged all this time. But that meant it took a lot of time for Sad to clear it all out. This would be an amazing clutch for Sad. Oh, almost forced Comics into that fight.
Ooh,
but Comics goes back. Timing again. Not the first time we've seen it in this game where timing could come back to bite. 3BL. Comics trying to charge his way in now, but Sad will reposition over toward the heavens, head down to try and not be seen. Comics will creep his way forward, and I think as soon as he hears this bomb tapped, Sad will peek it. Only 8 seconds until Comics finally gets in the bomb. It should be free. Don't miss it, and he won't miss it. Huge clutch for Sad, and by the way, that is one that should have never happened because Nemesis whiffed so many shots on him when he was all alone at the beginning of that 1v2.
I totally agree with you, and Sad picking this round is very huge. You have like the 2 rounds buffer currently. You're playing versus Nemesis, and I would say that Nemesis should have won this round and should have won the round before this one. But sad, I mean, you can call it luck, you can call it experience, but he just got it done with this game, like that round, to a certain point that 3BL are trying to maintain, like they want to maintain like the 2 rounds buffer, they want to extend it and get another one under their belt. And I'm not gonna say that they're playing this game methodically, but like a fraction of hope, like they're like that, you know, Mickey Mouse, like that guy that got like super lucky with his 1 coin. It feels like that's 3BL at this point. Like they got the lucky coin and they're just walking with it, winning with it.
Well, it's still a long way to go. 3 rounds is not easy on BL for them. It's always going to be a bit of a grind. And Nemesis won't say die. They've got a big opportunity to, after that previous round, to keep that 3-round gap really nicely. Beck, good job on that one, and a lovely line. Beck contributed damage. Raffin will find that one too. And now, Noxin is all alone. He knows there's not really any play in this one with the bomb dropped in middle as well.
They lost the coin.
Yeah, the coin's out the window.
I believe he might try to take this round as a timeout to talk to his teammates. I don't know, that guy can just play it. I'm not sure if he can win this 1v5 still. Like, when you run the numbers, you know that it's over. And they're not even trying to peek him. Like, yeah, enjoy your time, enjoy your stay. We got the C4. And we'll leave you guys to talk it through and do the same. And another one goes to Nemesis. I believe we should see a timeout here, whether for 3BL or Nemesis.
And it's Nemesis' timeout, yeah. I mean, actually, would you believe, same as earlier. 3BL won a round, called a timeout. Nemesis won a round, called a timeout. Good time for it, I think. Just to talk things over at the business end of the map. They know this is really, really important for them. This is a map that we just felt like, I think all of us felt like, would go the way of Nemesis. It's a series that all of us felt like would go the way of Nemesis. Sure, I predicted 3BL, but that was because of my previous unluckiness with picking or not picking the underdog, which I wanted to pick and didn't. And I'm thinking to myself this time, oh, I'm going to stick with my gut and I'm going to go with the underdog, because I was right last time if I had stuck with my gut. But I foolishly picked TEC after a terrible season for TEC, so should have trusted myself. This one is more based off of just what I've seen from 3BL in the regular season, what I've seen from other teams that feel like, even though they do ramp up in playoffs, just don't necessarily haven't shown the level that I expect of them this season. So I still think, you know, Nemesis do rightly come in as favourites, but 3BL are showing that they're going to be no pushovers. They're giving absolutely everything in this game, knowing how much is on the line for them as well, knowing the possibility of big invites like for EWC and CFS and all the above means a lot. So they're not going to go and lie down easily. going back into game here, and we'll see what this timeout has done for Nemesis. This is going to be really curious because, as we spoke about, comes after a round victory. This will make 3BL really think, and sure, they can talk during the timeout as well, but making 3BL overthink is a problem that they've had in previous seasons and previous games too. So let's see what we've got here in the business end. As I said at the end of the previous map, it's a BO3 from here. You can forget about map 1 and map 2. Try and put it out of their minds whether they have any things that are going to annoy them. Just try and forget about them and play out a BO3 on New Compound, Eagle Eye and Black Widow if we need Black Widow. And this New Compound is still too close to call.
I got something in my eyes. The Nemesis are changing the 3 sniper setup. They're going with only 2 in this round. I believe they heard the noise. And they're going to the ramp here in B. But Omega with that pistol, trying to shoot some heads. The stone won't land on anyone. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players. The Saber are waiting for Noxon to find that flank. And in a fraction of a second, anything can happen. But it looks like that 3BL are trying to walk back into the middle. They're trying to rotate to the A-long spot, but hear me out, A-long is not their best place to walk through as like 2 guys or like 3 guys. Will be easy to get done with. And it looks like Ruffin is up for the hunt. Will take the first one and turn his back away. Got back pocket. Take hunt again. The third might be taken out, but Sad will go for the trade. It's a 2-for-1. But still a lot to come here. We have Noxon the minimap trying to go in a 2v1 spot. He got the first comics pretty high on HP. Will get 1 shot in his body to drop him down 10 seconds on the clock, and not a lot of time to play with. But Low Chef finds a way to stick it in the A site, and you have 3 players trying to rotate for you. But I believe he must go on the hunt. Comics actually spotted him, so it might be over if he just moved 1 step away, and Comics will give him the final bullet to relieve his life.
Okay, it's a bit more convincing for Nemesis. It might be a plant for Losha, but it's only a consolation. Couldn't get anything done, any beginning in that 1v3, and it's very, very rare it would actually happen. 7-7. 3BL take a slower round. Get picked off a little bit, 1 by 1. I'm always worried a little bit about their BL side. It's not been too bad thus far, but it has relied on a couple of really close moments. That sad clutch coming to mind. In fact, it was not even just that one. There was one earlier as well, before that, in the first half. Big group up here. Sad is going to look for the rapid jump spot. Oh, I think shot was taken, but it was missed, and Raffin will be given a lifeline to fall away and play a more defensive angle and drop his U-turn.
Still got plenty of time to play with. He's not going to be alone. Him and back. A couple of 3BL players. Raffin alone in the A side will take 2. Alucard with a sniper will shut down them, and Sad is left alone to be brought down to the grave. Another sad ending. And this will be the first time that Nemesis turn the tables around on 3BL. Since we kicked off the second half, I believe like he still got 45 seconds to play with. He doesn't even got the C4, so this is like Mission Impossible 3. Like,
yeah,
we'll see.
because there are 3 players to find, I think, probably. Yeah. OK's got the line, Sad will go down, and I think 3BL, yes they are, they will be calling their tactical pause now. So I've honestly no clue what on earth they could be saying to each other after Nemesis literally just used their pause. But we'll see if there's anything they can do in terms of stalling momentum or calling a play that maybe they think Nemesis aren't ready for. Yask is doing quite a lot of the talking right now, as you can see, to try and get 3BL G'd up, but it does feel like Nemesis is creeping back into control again.
Alright. So pause been taken by 3BL Galaxy. Players are back into their chairs. And this round will be do or die for them. It's either a map point for Nemesis or a way back for 3BL to get their score aligned again. And I like the fact that they're changing their playstyle. That's the first time for them to play with a double sniper setup. You hope that this is the key to find another round versus Nemesis. It's not gonna be an easy one, but there is a lot of nades here, and Losha will pick Ruffin apart.
They know that Ruffin likes to do that, and they know it's relatively, common for them to maybe throw in a play like that after a pause, whoever's pause it might be. So to check that properly with the nades is a really good move from Losha. Now I'm going to start walking toward A because of that position being clear now. Honestly, it looks like Alucard is more interested in moving away. Caught on a bit of a timing as they make their way through. Lots of flashes, lots of utility. Noxie's going to try and make his way through on the smoke as well. On timing because they're worried about the long position. But they've actually held on okay with Dipsy and Beck. I thought they would get less kills than that considering they're getting pincered. But to be fair, in the end, Losha confronts it all and hunts it up a 3B. He will exactly how that 8-4 it is. Pause works for 3BL. Again, we're at the business end of the map. Again, it's close. They couldn't get to 8 on map 2. They've gotten to 8 here.
It's anyone's game. I don't know, but I'm smelling overtime here. It's up in the air. And looks like this time, maybe they're not sticking all of those nades in the same spot. Leave Raven got his lesson already. And he left that spot. Losha is moving around him and Hunt, trying to look for anyone that's overstepping, overpeaking to catch on the side. And they are back to 1 sniper, 2 HK and 2 M4s. It looks like the Alucard and Comics will drop tons of them. Sad will have only 1 in return. But the collateral damage already done to 3BL. I love that big just win jump shotting here, trying to catch that Sad out of his position. Man, it looks very bad for 3BL currently in this situation. And Nemesis, 1 step away, 1 step closer to get into the match point setup.
Yeah, 4 TRGs in the kill feed, all in quick succession there. Very quick succession as well. And unfortunately for 3BL, it all really went Nemesis's way. It'll be the favourites will have a map point first, unless Losha and Sad can do something crazy. Bomb is a Stark, right? Losha may have cleared out A, and the bomb may have a path to leave. But time is an issue. Sad will try to get the kill before he gets out, and to be fair, he has caught Mango with information. Now, it's whiffing slightly. Oh, only just recovers that one. That could have been grabbed back to Losha, but now it's impossible for Sad with 14 seconds on the clock, and there's the reaction. They know that's the important one to confirm. They can relax a little bit now. Not massively, because they want to avoid overtime, but they can relax in knowing they at least confirmed that.
Oh boy. It's either a map for Nemesis or overtime, but when it comes to this part of the game, I believe they always find a way to pause it versus a 3BL, and it looks like Losha will be the first guy to fall down. Those nades will be connecting into Losha. Excuse me. He's just dropping back, not trying to get into Crossfire, either 1v1s here in that situation. There's only 5 HP remaining. But on the other side of the map, you'll see them actually having some B hit here. But it might be a bait, like those guys be always playing by the slightest and the smallest amount of time to have in the game. Yeah, they drain Nemesis from some of their util, but they still got a lot in their pocket.
Yeah, still 3 snipers as well, with Comics, Dipsy and Alucard all picking one up for Nemesis again. Triple TRGs changing things for them. And now, there's a chance they can close out new compound as well. 2 in the series is up for the grabs right here. Look at the bait setup as well, with Comics making sure Beck goes unchecked. Is aware of the possibility of this setup. Maybe he will check it now, because the timing is a bit crazy. And there you go, they just completely swarmed the site.
Huh?
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Dipsy will push forward, find Losha, but 2v4, 100 Omega, they might be very low HP, but how on earth do you recover this one from here?
Nah. This is not how we go to overtime. Like, we have seen Losha, Omega, and Hunt. 3 of them were pretty low in HP, but like the Nemesis, the defense setup that they had on the B side, backside, it was just perfect, but it didn't pay out well. Only 15 seconds on the clock to play with, but that guy can't do anything. He got the first, the second, back go for the third. Sad is left alone here. He's not with a lot of HP to play with, but him and Omega will get us into overtime, and this is what Crossfire be made for. Those guys are the perfect opponent to play versus each other in a best of 5 situation.
Another close one. I mean, I thought for a second there when there were some whiffs with the pistol that Dipsy was gonna about to find 3 with that jump in with his sidearm. I mean, that was close to making that retake happen. It was a 2v2 for a brief second as the clock was really against him. That was the issue. And we have a second overtime in this entire series already. Incredible. Incredible work. And we have more to go. Nemesis have to reset now. Here we go, overtime, ready and raring to go all over again. Map 1 was a 13-11 for 3BL in quite incredible fashion. One of the most entertaining maps of the entire playoffs so far. So many close rounds, so many back and forth. What do we have this time around? 3BL, the fact they've got here, really good effort. Alucard's going to push aggressively though through and knocks in. Maybe a surprise for him that Alucard was in that position. And Comics will delete Hunt as well. So again, we'll at least start well. Nothing doing in this one. Sad is low XP after his kill. 2v4. Expect Nemesis to hit the double digits first.
It's very expectable. Like 3 guys with full HP. Taking a Losha, and they will just get it done here. I mean, for 3BL, if they wanna have like part of the cake, they should just pick a couple of rounds, or like at least get like the upcoming 2 rounds to even have a chance into winning this game. I still believe it's hard to take it, but Beck makes it even harder. Noxon is here. Immediately respond. Raph will shut him down. I would say, to be honest, Raph been not having his best episode in the entire best of 5. But when it comes to the most precious kills, he's here and he's appearing.
Yeah, sometimes it can happen, right, when it's really important. When the game gets to the business end and it's a very important playoff match, pressure can get to you. .4v3 to try and convert for Nemesis again. In overtime, they are still finding a way to start well. And I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me correctly, in that first map it was 11-9, then they lost 13-11. So they lost 4 in a row.
True.
I think they got 11-9. Yeah, they definitely did. Because I remember them going 11-10 at half. So, yeah, they don't want to have a pattern repeat itself here. Let's go. Let's try and hold it, and they will hold it. Omega tries to leap his way in after that utility is thrown. Means that he can't really do anything anymore. Thought he found the timing. He did not find the timing, unfortunately. And Sad and Losha have got a long way to go to even get anywhere near this bomb site, and I think this 11th is pretty much confirmed.
Well, the retake in that site is almost impossible. Whether they get the rebound. Both of them. Most of them like a small lifeline, but it would be taken down. And I don't know, but it feels like 3BL just like forgetting how to play on the defense side here. Like they forgot how to play GR. Even though like they had a really good GR first half in this series, this game. They're dropping rounds when it matters the most. Ocha. A lot of testing here. And it looks like they're not coming with a triple sniper setup. I thought that that's one of the really good things to play with, but they prefer to have like the much or like the bigger firepower to play with. But yet again, on the other side, they're going with a double sniper, and funny enough, double sniper on the attacking side is not the best option to go with. But it looks like it's working for Nemesis, so they will just rule with it. One more round to play in, and there is still in the area, like the gray area, that you don't know where they're actually going at. They have like a player in connector, they have a player from mid TB, and at this time, Hunt would be just going for like some solo plays, and that will give him a kill.
Well, here we go. Again, Losha's in the corner. Will he be hard cleared by Alucard? Noxon is there to help out. Losha needs one. He'd love the one. He's got the one. Hunt's found Beck. No problem. 5v2. Should be all good. Alucard gets one back. Now knows he's trying to get Losha. Losha is refusing to overpeak. He's being such a nuisance right now, is Losha. He's done quite a good job. He's wasted a lot of time off the clock. But Tipsy will finally get the kill. And Nemesis with both players on snipers are trying to complete a 2v3. Out of the 5 players who got left alive in the server, there are 4 TRGs in play.
Oh boy. Feels like a sniper room to play in. And you have only Omega that's crashing the rules here. Problem is the plant is in A. It is. Still a hard one, Sad. He's trying to pick anyone out of his position. Alucard is playing the most aggressive play here. He whipped the first shot, but he will be landing with those pistol and he will break the pattern.
Yeah, pattern broken.
One
That is
round.
more like it. And that is the reaction from Alucard we want to see as well. That surely is enough. Again, we need to give 3BL quite a lot of credit for how they've managed to drag this one all the way back to overtime. But I think this time, 3 in a row is a bit too much to get by. If 3BL want to stay in this one, they need 3 in a row of their own. And of course, then to win the golden round. Nemesis will have 4 opportunities to close. But only to 2-1. Only to 2-1. It's taken them longer than we thought it might.
Of course, only 1 round to Nemesis. And here is one thing. They have one of CF GOATs in their team. I'm speaking, of course, about Alucard. That guy been in the mix since 2018, like since the beginning of CFWL before its current name, and it feels like he is smurfing way too hard in this game. In the entire series, not only this round, this game, that guy been and always will be one of the greatest sniper players that we have in the Western League. And to have him again on the international events, I believe that something we would always love to see. But the opening kill here goes to Hunt. To be honest, I'm not afraid for Nemesis. They still have 3 chances to mess up this game, and I believe when you have a guy like Alucard, you can't mess up this big.
Let's see. It will be a crazy Alucard hold. A very quick one for 1 though. They need Raffin to go huge, and he only finds one of his own. Okay, so if they get by Comics and Beck, step number 1 will be complete. But it's 3 big steps overall. Is their stride long enough to get closer? At least they'll be able to take that first. Beck to make something crazy happen, but Omega will hold on. CFWL will find double digits, but 2 more needed.
Have a lot of questions, to be honest. Like, this game is not adding up. But still, you have a huge room for error. Like, not like a small fraction one, a big one to play in. And for 3BL, a small mistake could land to them losing the whole thing here. Beck is thinking about what should he do in the upcoming seconds. And trust me, the pressure is making those guys hurt-bound so hard that they could make some really silly mistakes that determine the lost raptor on the backside. He knows that there is a lot of players in front of him. The B hit won't be here, but we can see all 5 guys are trying to get into A. Anything can happen in the upcoming seconds. Raffin is the only guy that's holding this site. You got like some reinforcement, Greg, moving around, and man, Raffin and the double man being sad away. Nosha is helping, Hunt is taken out, and 3BL, they got the A side on their side, and only Dempsey remained alive.
My word, here we go. It's happening all of a sudden. That's the thing. It's 3 in a row, which seems impossible at a certain moment when the other team has momentum. But as soon as you get 2 of those 3, then the opponents are just stressing, knowing that they've only got, well, of course, sure, they've got 2 chances left, but only 1 chance before the golden round, only 1 chance before your opponent has a chance. Here we go. Can Nemesis keep them at bay? 13-11 for 3BL. Can Nemesis answer back with a 13-11 of their own 2 maps later? Surely, after such a convincing half for Nemesis and just overall pretty convincing map from them again, they can't fall foul of a 3BL comeback. It would be just ridiculous. Here we go. Bit of a move up middle, bit of a spam from Beck. That is all. And 3BL just want themselves an opening pick. They want themselves a fight, and they're going to go in as a trio, not looking to try and go for anything too crazy. Not going for solo moves around the map. Keep it based. There we go. That has been put on notice already as they try and take A long, and they will be allowed to.
They're still going for the same A hit. Beck, I felt like he is a bit disappointed, but I don't know like what's happening here. Hunt is going with the TRG. Anything can happen when that guy is rushing the place here. Man, I'm smelling a golden round. I can see it. Raffin is holding the base. They still got play number 3. Sad is holding the A turret. Dempsey is going for the flank here. They might be sending Dempsey on 1, 2, 3. This is a huge one.
Oof.
But Sad will immediately trade, man. Like, somehow we're back into 3v3. I don't know how did it.
Oh, it's possible. Beck's now got a favoured angle. Inky goes charging in, and he's got himself a 1-for-1. But Comics and Alucard, 2v2. Is it really possible for 3BL? Is it possible for Sad and Losha? There's one for Losha. It's all down. 2 Comics stuck in the corner. And they've made it happen. All 3 for both teams on their BL side. Who would have thought it? It's a golden round alarm. Wee woo, wee woo. Whoever wins this round goes up 2-1 in the BO5. How important, how critical this is. There's not been a more important round in the entire long season for both these 2 teams. But Dipsy, that is so brave and so powerful from him. Even in a round as important as this, he does not hold himself at bay. And because of that kill, 3BL might be sped up slightly. That could be a problem for them. They're going into Beck. Beck tries to hold on, but again, Beck can't get the kill. Is this really happening for 3BL? They've got some control of the flank. And look at Losha. His flank's really good. He's found Raffin. 4v3. Look at Hunt's HP. He's on a sliver. But he's still standing. And him still standing is all that matters. 3v4. Not a retake yet. The bomb's not even planted. 3BL haven't even gambled to stick it yet. They're waiting to see if Nemesis goes searching. That could work out for Nemesis. And look at that. It's doing it. It's making it work. And the delay from 3BL maybe is the thing that gets Nemesis over the line. Alucard will close it. I'm not quite sure how that's come back in their fashion so easily. But it was very entertaining once again. The swings and roundabouts of overtime, always impossible to predict. And in the end, Nemesis get it done in the most difficult way possible.
Whew, no way, man. Like, at the fraction of a second, I thought that 3BL actually got this round. Like, looking at Hunt's HP, looking at them actually holding the A side that way, it felt like, yeah, we're heading into a 2-1 advantage for 3BL in this best of 5, but at a fraction of a second, you see the retake, you see Beck, you see the remaining parts of that team actually taking 3BL apart, and this was, like, I would say, methodical for a team like Nemesis to pick this round and to win the entire map. Like, I would say, this was one of the hardest maps they played, and they made them work for it, I would say. But at the same time, I believe that this game won't stop here, and we have Penguin and Volt to talk more about this game.
Well, I think that this is the most anticlimactic way to ever play a game of CrossFire. Like 9-12 down, overtime, heroics all across the board, and like everything, and then like, well, apparently we'll win somehow the difficult fight to entry in the site, but we'll just allow them to retake.
Yeah, I mean, how 3BL played this map, let me tell you, they usually struggle on their blacklist side. So when I've watched the global side from them and the overtime, it went 3-0 in favor of Nemesis, and then they switching to blacklist side. I said, surely it's done, right? So I was like, okay, I'm here, I'm ready, the game is going to be over soon. And suddenly, round after round, Dipsy's just doing heroic plays, pushing, doing the best as he can, and yet it wasn't enough, at least for the first 3 rounds. We've seen him pushing Belong and guys, and he was behind 4 players. I said that he's gonna be killing 3. He killed 2, but yet they win the round, and he came again, pushed Belong, got 1 kill, but yet they're trying to get the round, get the kills. But in my opinion, I guess that Nemesis, I said they deserve the wins in all the past maps. Yes, also this map they played entirely good, but this mentality from 3BL is not a thing that we usually see.
Yeah, and you know what? Just quoting Travis, what goes around does come around. And since we're going on the Justin Timberlake train, I guess that we're seeing a mirror of map 1, right? Like highlight plays on both sides, but unfortunately though, this time the team that hesitates was 3BL, which is so unlikely because they've been the team that, you know, I always say this about them, they live by the sword, they love by the sword. This time I feel they tried to lean into Nemesis's element, and he never really do that.
Let's look at how Nemesis played on the blacklist side. Usually, I know that Nemesis is a very good team on the blacklist side, and that's why 3BL is for them to win the series. Because 3BL today, if you watch their blacklist side, it's very, very cheap. Yes, we've seen some wrong fudges, we've seen a lot of good things from them, but normally when they execute, we see some miscommunications happens with other players, just like the golden round probably was disconnected from the team and he wasn't dropped the team when the fight stopped exactly. This is round I said that Dipsy is going to be killing like people, but at least so if Nemesis can take a perfect blacklist side, they're going to always put 3BL into troubles. Only map 3BL won, it was because of poor blacklist side from Nemesis, and 3BL just got put in.
Yeah, and funnily enough, you know, when you're talking about Dipsy right there, that's another part of the disconnection, right? Sad was playing in the window, and he didn't really find him from the small room. And of course, yeah, Dipsy found the right timing. Everything was well played from the side of Nemesis, but those disconnections, you know, they would have been at least a bit mitigated if they were actually already on the plant or were trying to aggress. They just froze, and I'm sorry, like, here's the thing. If you're any team in the league, hell, including Vitality, by the way, this is why Vitality does actually win against Nemesis, is because Vitality knows when to slow down the round, and they know when Nemesis will benefit more from the game being slow, so they pick up the pace, just like they did here today against Anubis, where they understood, hey, Anubis' global risk side is a bit slow, so we can step up the pace, and unfortunately for 3BL, maybe they don't really understand that assignment as well.
Yeah, of course, compared to 3BL is something huge because the experience, I'm talking about also the experience, the guys, they don't have that much experience trying their best, they're trying to spam some rounds, they're trying to do a few unexpected things. Normally, if you watch a team like Vitality, exactly, they know how to control the pace of the game and they know how to control the game. But right now, 3BL, they're trying and they're doing it very good, but still Nemesis, they are the better team and they have the better experience. With this map, honestly, I can't say Nemesis better. I can say that both teams, they played perfectly good. But for the first 2 maps, yes, I know that 3BL, they won on car, but it broke from Nemesis. And then Nemesis won some base, so it was 2 good maps from Nemesis, and now 1 good map from both teams. New compound. I'm surprised I'm seeing 3BL playing like this from New compound.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to give a lot of the credit there to Losha. He's had a lot of big moments in the game, and Noxon as well on their side, but I'm going to be very fair. I think that you were saying Dipsy's had a great season, and I agree. From the season starts, he's been the reason that people like Alucard, like Beck and Raffin have had their time to get back to form. And today, I guess, is his crown jewel. Today, he's carrying the team most likely into a lower final at this rate.
Well, him and Alucard, I believe, they are doing very good. But let me tell you this: we all expected Nemesis winning. We all said that Nemesis did look very strong, but the win that Nemesis got wasn't convincing, and so not convenient. So I believe that even Nemesis, which we are going to Eagle Eye, we might think that okay, Nemesis can close at 3-1. Yes, it can go to map 5, but Black Widow is also Nemesis map. So if Nemesis closes the series, they are still a bit shaky for me because they have maybe a chance to take this advantage and go back again to the final. I don't know. We don't want to be just going things that's not going to happen today, but I'm still saying that Nemesis is not Nemesis what we expected, but 3BL, they are playing and they are improving.
Yeah, and here's the thing. All I'll have to think about then is I'm going to go to something that we haven't talked about in like a while, which is, again, like for now, this is going to be a massive weight off of Nemesis, because I feel like 3BL is a team that is playing with the hunger that we were talking about earlier, the hunger that they see EWC as something feasible. But if that fades away, if Nemesis are able to win, then I'm expecting an even better game in the lower final of Nemesis are to win. But for 3BL though, this hunger is what's driving them so far. And my worry is that will this hunger overtake them? Will they play over aggressive on Eagle Eye? Because that is something they've shown some symptoms against Vitality and against Nemesis when they played against them earlier on in the first season and now in this season. There were times where I felt like they were just too bloodthirsty. And I'm scared that now with their backs against the wall, they might do that.
Well, we all came here. We know that Nemesis are the favorite team. So the hunger from 3BL, I think is that the guys are losing as well, let's say energy, because they're still young, so they probably don't know how to control their maybe their hype. We've seen the players just shouting, hyping after every kill. So this is gonna be draining their energy. If you look at Nemesis, they are also getting drained, but not the same way as Nemesis. They have experienced player, they know how to overcome such things. So this map might be us for one of the both teams. It's gonna be an energetic gameplay. We don't have any pause. It's gonna be going straight to the game. This I've played multiple best of 5. The first map was always tricky, and sometimes we fall for it if we're having 2-1, and sometimes we just win it casually win the series. It's very it's either you're gonna be playing, as you said, very fast, just ending the series, or trying to give everything you have. So mentally you will be kind of, or you're going to be slow, try to complete the map, the rounds, try to go for controls, go for the mistake, fix your pushes, fix your mistakes in game. So I think it's going to be very tricky, but I don't think it shouldn't be very close, as especially for Ankara and a new compound, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely going to be the case. You know, we're talking about this again. Dipsy, I still think is going to be such an important factor for that setup.
Yeah,
but at least with what we've seen, right? Like, Hunt has been having a great game, and that probably is going to take me to that next question. It's not really the primary snipers. I think that both Hunt and Alucard are going to have a good game. I just want to have a conversation about the secondary snipers, and where is that going to go? Do we see Noxon picking up the second sniper again? Or is it just going to go back to Sad? Like, what do we feel about also the side of Nemesis on their double sniper setups? Will those make the difference? Because I feel like, yeah, like the case is rested with both of them. Like, Alucard is a name value. There's no knocking at what he can provide as a player. And for 3BL also, like, Hunt has been that name value for them. So then the question is, before we go to the game, do you think it is going to make a difference? Or is it going to be just in the team as a whole?
Hunt is going to be flexing the snipes.
Yes, indeed. That is very true. A very true factor. What Penguin said is real. Look, we said earlier, Penguin is going to eventually get to throw to casters. And look, he's done it today. He's got his opportunity. Yeah, we'll see how it goes for this fourth map. Of course, it's very difficult to predict. I think they're right in what they're saying. I'm just convinced that 3BL are going to be a little bit heartbroken going into this one, and maybe that's what pushes Nemesis over the line.
I agree with you. I wouldn't just like trying to sweat it out, but after going to the golden round, doing all of that, it feels like they should have been. Well, I won't say they should have been winning because it's not an easy one. Oh, actually, nah. Wait a second here. Like, just put everything aside. If you see their energy, they know that they should have lost the last map. And looking at their let's go, their energy that they're starting with the fourth map, I believe that this might be a 5-mapper. I don't know, guys. Just wait till we close the first couple of times, and if PBL got them, I believe this game is over, and we're going to the third map. And it looks like we're heading into a quick start. Hunt with a really good flank here to just close things out. And Sad goes for the jump, and boom, he got Alucard. And well, what I was just saying, whew. It looks like we're heading into a map 5.
Yeah, pacey, very pacey indeed. I think that is going to be the main... Yeah, that's a beautiful double spray down. I think they're going to play really fast here, because I think they're going to want to try and activate their minds just to forget about how close the previous map was. And that's what chance they had in that final round of the entire game in the golden round. So they're going to try and fully focus here, put it out of their mind. A lot of credit will need to go to them if they do continue to play really well here. And they find a way to push it to map 5, because, you know, for young players, it's experience they don't necessarily have, etc, etc. We've been over that all day. So, yeah, a chance for a 2-0 start. Becker's in a 1v2. Bomb is dropped in front of him. I don't think he knows that Sad is in this position, though. I think he knows about a Mega, but not necessarily about Sad. Now he knows about both. Okay, there's the intel. Is he going to be able to get away and pick up the C4? Not yet. But how do Mega and Sad reposition? The most favourable angle in the world for them. Now they'll pick it together properly. Stop back from picking up the bomb. So there's a 2-0 start. Already looking pumped up. Get started here quickly on Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye, let's put the stats aside and just watch in 3BL how they are playing this one. He's just running, gunning, playing a very fast game, fast pace, like just remove everything that happened in Compound. This one is a different story, and I mean, if they won this round, they should go for another one. But Noxin, what are you doing? Jumping over the window to pick one guy from that part. That was weird, but that was awesome.
Yeah, very fast and aggressive once again. Very entertaining already. And this game is, I mean, becoming just an absolute bloodbath. So quickly. He's in the tower above you, mate. There we go. Now they realise Hunt couldn't have gone many places. It's very hard to dislodge him from that position, but in the end, it's kind of a dead man walking in that area. Once you've got two players looking to try and fight you, so again, 3BL fight for tower doesn't work perfectly, but again, it makes it a round that's close. Sad 1v2.
Yeah, but that guy still got the TRG on his hand. Oh boy. He's facing the Grandmaster himself, Alucard. A guy with, I don't want to talk about the experience, but the guy with a deadly weapon. Like, Alucard reminds me of those guys in the American movies, like that sniper that can just get you down from 4,000 meters away. Like, I don't know, that Alucard reaction time is crazily good.
He's like Joel in that one scene from The Last of Us, if you've watched that. Just like when he's in the tower trying to protect Ellie and he doesn't miss a single shot because he's locked in. Anyway, Sad is, unfortunately for him, quite a long way away. So in the tower, hoping to try and get a pick from that range, but having to retake now is the issue, and that will force him down into the retake, into the closer portion of the site. Also smoked off, which doesn't help him. He doesn't know where both these two players are residing, doesn't know they're both on site. Alucard dancing around the site is looking for possibility of finding one pick and giving any chance of there. And my guy is stuck, unfortunately. So it will be Nemesis pushing him out of the round. getting there first on Eagle Eye.
Comics is like, I'm not gonna leave you a room to breathe. He just went in, brought his gun, and he didn't move his hand on the left click. He's just like that. Brrrr. You're dying. It felt like he's holding a machine gun in his hand. Non-stop bullets that's raining toward that guy. This might be the slowest round that we had since we got into Eagle Eye. But I don't think that we're gonna be having so much slower in pace again. A lot of action been happening in the side. Having hotel control, B long, and mid TB is gonna be a party, but Hunt picks them apart. He's trying to take the third kill, but this one will whiff. Still, they have two guys on the B side. Raffin still down side here, trying to go for the blind. Dempsey is holding the other way around. Play number 3, and I believe that Sad is trying to snipe someone from the longest and the clearest way around. But hello, Kurt is gonna make him.
Raffin will find knocks in, and that is one recover. And as you say, it's not going to be the freest game in the world. Losher's holding the bomb though. Oh, okay. Or just win it like that then, I suppose. Now, I was I was completely caught off guard by that. I was looking in the middle of the screen, I was like, oh, okay, he's tapped it. No, he's not tapped it. He's actually held it. And then Nemesis could get close to it. So, Losher's defuse will make that round a lot more simple for 3PL than we thought was possible. As you can see, players arrive at the end, just in the after round freeze time, knifing each other with no damage. It was like, it was a bit of a friendly exchange, but yeah, that was a great moment from Losher to make sure that 3BL keep a 2-round lead when it maybe shouldn't have been as easy as that.
Whew. Clean one here in Hunt. It felt like he had like a couple of bodyguards that's guarding him while he's making a defuse. Like, you wanna get into the guy that's defusing, you gotta go through us. And they didn't. Losha went with the stick, but this round it feels like Nemesis are closer to it. They have the man advantage. Hunt will be the first guy to fall down. Not having Hunt is something bad, but I believe the rest of the boys can just bring it home. Comics is a huge target here, but Omega goes for the first. You still need to catch the other guy on the backside, but he's actually just rotating. Sad from the turret here is making some wonders. Him and Noxon will drop to only Raffin and Comics remain. And oh boy, it feels like 3BL are making Nemesis fall into a trap that they can't move. They owned their mental, and they're just one step away to be taken out of the waters.
Yeah, doing a very good job. I think being 4-1 in front. It could have been 5-0, by the way.
True.
Considering that round previously also was a bit up in the air. But it's not done yet. These are the sort of holds that can still happen. We've already seen one pretty similar to this, just the round prior when Lost, but this one's a little bit different. Raffin's in the open, Omega will go down immediately, and I think they now know what is going on. And I don't think Comics is really in a position to be a defuse that will come through, and even without it, they make sure to get the kill. So, 4-1 confirmed. Nemesis, when do they go for the attack pause? Is it already happening? Checking the Discord channel. Yes, sir. This Discord confirms. Thank you, Jarol, for the tactical timeout for Nemesis. They need it pretty early on in this game. This is the earliest they've had to call one. Just for clarification for everyone, this is no longer a bit of attack. This is a tech because Raffin is restarting his computer. So we'll return ASAP. Here we go. Raffin's back, and we are back. And Nemesis really did need this little break, I think, to break the 3BL momentum. 4-1 to them on the GR side of Eagle Eye. They're going to try and take this all the way late into the night and early into the morning for some of us. I was going to say, Dipsy, are you going to click? He is going to click. First opening pick for them. This time, that's in. We'll try and put pressure on to respond. That's one. Looks for the next. Looking to tap him out. And we'll through two. Looking to find another one as well, but Beck will put a stop to the madness. 3v3.
Says. Still trying to reclaim the C4. Play with the remaining champ that they got. Long one. Believe that Raffin is logged in. That guy might just change the entire pace for this game. Sad Omega and Lotion. The other side, they might be pushing here, but Beck will be the guy to collect their souls. The first one will be taken out, and the Soul Hunter is on a mission. And it looks like the saddest guy in the server will be taking him out. 40 seconds to play with. Sad will pick another one, and man, like Alucard. See that the Baba Yaga, you need to break him off. Losha will be taken off. Only hit shots from Alucard. 33 HP. And Sad is here, he still doesn't have the C4, so anything can happen here. I'm not sure that, I believe that Sad doesn't even know that he dropped the C4. Alucard low in HP. Will reclaim the C4, still got 30 seconds here to play with. He might be rushing into B and will face Sad. 8 seconds on the clock here. Check your corners. He's going to try to plant here. Goes for the 1v1 and only one shot in his head to take him down. And 3BL will pick the 5th win in the first half.
And that was one that felt like a little bit of a must-win for Nemesis, right? Just further to break that momentum after that pause as well, and not able to take advantage of it. 5-1. Look, Penguin said earlier, he was right. He could be in for a bit of a quick one for either team after the effort that 13-12 took for both. And look, it's nowhere near done yet, but they're already halfway there, 3BL, in the first half.
Nemesis would win. He really got no chance. Those words, I'm quoting like a guy with like a bigger experience that I got. Like that guy, I believe he played with or maybe for something like that. He played with 3BL. He played with
TBI?
no, actually, he didn't play with Anubis. Yeah, he played with 3BL, TBI, and he won the league with the oldest roster that ever presented to this.
He sounds
let's
like
say
a legend to me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like, and I believe he played with Meth also. So
Okay.
I don't know, man. Like he's supposed to be a legend. Like his predictions doesn't add up to his name. Just saying.
It happens. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of all of us.
He's the best of all of us.
BBL try and get themselves a 6-1 lead. Look at Hunt taking the point. Really nice bit of control there from him. 5v3. Comics caught as well. Hunt's on a tear. And Mega will stop Alucard from getting any presence at all on the map in any good position. And Beck might be seen as well by Sad in a minute. Beck is just playing all on his own in a corner, waiting to see if he can have a bit of a conversation with his team. Because they've already used their tactical. I think they went tactical into technical, which meant that they can't have their tactical the entire game. Beck will get found by Hunt. Hunt knows what's up. Easy kill for him. What a great round from Hunt. 3 kills on the board after the pause. 6-1. Now it is free.
I don't want to say that magical word. I'm not saying it. Like, I'm not about to say this might be a fast one for 3BL. I really don't want to say it. I really don't. But what I really would love to say that Noxin is shooting heads and making them great for their points, for their spots. Taking 2 apart. Sad is holding the B side from the A side. Goes for this incredible sniper shot to make it even. Alucard drops another one, but Noxin here is not a guy to sleep on. We're back into 3v1 situation, and even with that, Ruffin doesn't even got the C4 in his pocket, and it feels like the 3BL players are around the C4, even though I believe that they don't even know that the C4 is there. The trap is about to pick it, and boom, one shot knocks him, drops the 4th kill to his name, and it's a 7-1 half, might go to 8-1, and this actually might be the quickest game if Nemesis didn't do something in the second half. I gotta put the F here, guys. Anything can happen between those two.
I feel like in this sort of game, as Noxon will finally get run down by Beck, I think Nemesis will try their best, sure, from here, but it feels like they're just slightly checked out and are already focusing their mental on We'll see though.
Are you sure?
Sam will get a nade kill, then Beck just leaps on Omega. Literally, no hesitation. Jumping straight. So it looks like it'll be 2.5, but yeah, not much else to shout about with it, I'm afraid. In 3BL domination, Nemesis will feel like that this is one that just completely disappeared on. Sadly got caught by Comics, nice into the half for them, but it's only a consolation, it feels like. 2 rounds only.
To be honest, looking at Nemesis boys, like, they're a bit disappointed, I would say that, but I like the fact that they're talking to each other. Like, sometimes when you look at the cams, when you hear the voice comes, you know that this game is over. And this one is not one of them. From my experience, like, I have a very small one, 8 years in Esports, or maybe 9 years, something like that. I believe that those guys are up to something. And it's not gonna be an easy win for 3BL.
We'll see. We'll see. I do think there's definitely a chance of that still. All right, Nemesis, what have you got left on this fourth map? 3BL with incredible control in terms of the scoreline and how comfortable a lot of those rounds were as well. 3BL only need 3.
We'll see how this round pans out. 3BL. They're back into being the attacker's side, and it looks like they have been the entire game. They're getting the early kills here. Pick. Actually trades. And that puts us into a very hard assignment for them to do. Are they gonna just play from the turret in the middle to try and hunt anyone in the B side? Or will they keep committing to the A side push? Like, I believe they're going to the A side push, but I would rather take the B side. The B side is more clear and easier to take, but Alucard here will prove that A side is not gonna be an easy spot to go to, but Beck will just run them through. Noxon is left alone in a 1v3, but hold on a second! That guy makes it a 1v1, he doesn't got the C4, so this is gonna be a little bit problematic for him. Still Depsy, he got the M14, EBRC if balance.
Yeah, gonna put himself in the corner as well. Like he's put himself in a position where he can be caught by Noxon. This would be a crazy clutch, but he's got every angle covered. Oh, I was gonna say he's got every angle covered, but it still depends on him looking the right way. And Noxon there has pulled off what was, I think, just a pure 1v3. And that just gives you the example and just tells you everything you need to know about how it's gone for Nemesis on this map. That is a crazy round to win for 3BL. Look at them go.
They own this map. I have a feeling that Omega will just do some ridiculous push here and take 2 of Nemesis players aside. I can feel it. But not everything we feel is a true. So, moving on. Nemesis are actually playing defensive with only 3 players. They had Dipsy and Comics drop early in this game. But the TRG on Alucard, you need to be careful from that guy. He's poisonous.
And 3BL closed here. Sad and Losher waiting outside A. The C4 is about to be dropped over to Mega. At least be dropped into a position where he can pick it up. There we go. No decision made yet. Sad. Always being encroached upon. He's being pushed by Beck. Beck again trying to make something happen, but gets caught. Raffin's in the open. Easy for Sad, and you can just tell it's a little bit lazy and tired from Nemesis in this round. He'll get 1, but he shouldn't be expecting a second right next to him, and Omega will take him out easily. 9-2. This one is going to Black Widow. It's going all the way to the end, and of course, it doesn't surprise me considering what's on the line for these 2 teams. Knowing that the EWC and CFS is on the line for 3BL. Look at them go. Just like it. Plucking this round and this map out of the hands of Nemesis like it's hands of your baby. Beck is stuck on the side. He should go down here. Eventually will. And Dipsy is all alone. Incredible map. 10-2 it's going to be. And Ego will almost get the kill in the process of flying off the map. That would have been apt, wouldn't it? We are going all the way to map 5. Whoever loses is out of the league this season. Whoever wins it can fight for more. 1 map for all the pretty marbles.
1 map decides everything, and it felt like for a second that this is a plug-and-play game for 3BL. They know each and every hidden thing in that game, and they just picked Nemesis apart, and they were like, yeah, we lost in the previous map. That we should have done better on it. Like they lost 13 to 12 in the golden round. This one is a different story. It's 10 to 2 and it's a very, very quick one. I believe the Volt and Penguin won't have much to say about this map, but they have a lot to say about the entire series.
Well, I guess finally the curse has been broken after all. Of course, that was a much better performance from the side of 3BL and a collapse of Nemesis. But hey, let's put the criticism later. Let's start with the good. Like 3BL just showed up in confidence, and we were talking about how their confidence could be shaken, but they were very assertive here on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, we've mentioned that this map is gonna be a stomp map because there is no energy left for both teams. They need a break. Some teams they just can't go back to back when you're on overtime. I used to have
Yeah.
this problem and I used to fix this with my coach. So if you don't have a break or if you don't just get up with a chair, just get some waters, maybe just try to do something else, you get a lot of tension in your gameplay, and that's what we've seen from Nemesis. Because this is not Nemesis that played the entire series. Yes, we mentioned that Nemesis they played 2 good maps on the beginning, but in my opinion, right now 3BLs are rising. They started very slow. Yes, on Ankara it was a throw by Nemesis completely. Subbase okay was better. Then Compound they almost closed it. Now they closed in a perfect shape, and they're gonna be going into Black Widow, which is Nemesis. They like to play this map by the way also, and I guess that 3BL they played this map only this season, but I still think it's going to be a very, very close game between both, and both of them deserve the win. Honestly, we probably thought that 3BL would fall earlier, so that's why I'm saying that these guys they already won our hearts, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Just thinking about that, from that perspective, then, like for 3BL, yeah, of course they get the heat, but we're talking about how they're a younger team. Maybe that hype is a lot easier to maintain, but that also does mean that there's, the other part of the equation. If you're a veteran player, sometimes you don't need to throw all your cards. Sometimes when it's best not to put up that much of a fight. And I feel like having a different kind of mentally, right? Like at some point in this game, especially at the end of the first half, we were pushing the side. It really did feel like Nemesis was like, okay, we just go to the side and we played like this.
No, I don't think there is something like this I've ever seen. You want to tell me that Nemesis gave up this map just to go for the first map? They are gambling
No,
their,
it's not like that they give
Just
the
going
map. It's
for
not like they give the map, but
No,
it's
no,
like
I don't think so.
you know how there's like the seed of, oh, this might be a bit too far gone, right? I feel like that's what's
After the
happening.
first round of the first half, yes, there is a rule in the esports when we play CrossFire. Basically, if you're down big numbers, 7-2, 8-1, and you lose the first round, so it's like if you're 7-2, it's 8-2. Yes, you just go.
Yeah,
throw the game
exactly.
away.
That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah, throw the game away. Exactly. Yeah, just throw the game away. Just try not throw the game. Like, go lose. Just try to go give it everything. Just push.
Yeah,
try to
like
get crazy
don't
things.
push
Yeah,
over
don't
the
stay-
limit, basically.
Yeah. Just try to get some crazy kills. Try to get something that can get your mental back before going into the 5th game. That's how the communication should be with Nemesis now. But for the first half, they tried and they were super unlucky because Noxin was doing a very, very good job. Yes, I know that Sad has a higher KD, but Noxin got a higher kill ratio. This guy clutched 1v3. They just throwed 1v3, which completely destroyed their mental as well. Noxin was 1v3, then one guy swings from window, other guy swings from AC, then so they put Dipsy, their superstar, in a very tough situation, so he couldn't perform. So I'm saying everything went against Nemesis and went for 3BL, but 3BL they also played good. Yes, they can build this momentum into the next map. However, they know that this map is not the best for them because we've seen them banning this map the last
In
series
the
that
best
they
of 3,
played.
yeah.
In the best of 3 and also in the best of 5 that they played last time. I guess versus Anubis they banned it. I'm not sure, but I guess they banned. They kind of ban Black Widow. They don't love to play it, but still, you're talking about a team that's everybody expected them losing 3-0, and now they are going to the 5th map, which can make the EWC dream alive again. So they definitely have hunger again here. But now that's the case. Again, 3BL, they have the pressure back again on their shoulders because every time they don't have a pressure, it's just they have, let's say that when it was 2-1 in favor of Nemesis, no pressure for 3BL. Okay, we lost it. We are losing. We lost everything. So nothing to lose. Let's just go try to give it all. And they won. Now the pressure is back on them and heavily sided towards 3BL because they are the one who should close this series, and they are very close. They would look at the series and say, we were 1 round away on your compound. Golden round could have taken you guys to the EWC. So if they think like this, I think they might fall mid-game into the mentals of Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, that is a factor. But I want to actually highlight the other 2 guys on 3BL, right? I want to talk a little bit about it, like Omega and Losha, and what they've had in that Eagle Eye, what they've been doing all throughout the series. Because I feel like right now, you know, like Noxon, again, a bit more experienced in comparison to Losha and Omega. So he's able to actually always be consistent. And I feel like that consistency has been the part that has been eluding both. Like, as we said, like, there's a bigger variance for Omega, but even Losha really isn't that consistent today. And maybe that can be the case. So, you know, we can talk about it. So what do you feel about that consistency, especially when you look at the other side here on this Eagle Eye and you see that Beck and Rapid didn't really perform to the usual standards?
Well, I have a thing to say that if Noxon wasn't playing today, we wouldn't have seen the such good performance from TBL. It's not because I'm saying that Noxon is doing all the good work, but it's because he's one of the key factors that you want to be having him on such a day. And if you want to be winning versus a team like Nemesis, a team that's, we are usually saying that this team can upset Vitality and they can win the title, then it's not an easy win for you, an easy task for you. Yes, maybe if you want to be winning with as a teamwork, you need Noxon, you need Hunt, one of them to be popping off hard on one of them, or both of them if you want an easy win.
Yeah, of course, that is going to be the case. But, you know, then in Black Widow, that's where the other part is going to lead. Like, can they actually deal with Alucard? Because I feel like, you know, we don't talk about it this much, but like Alucard has been incredible all throughout today's series. Even on this Eagle Eye, which again wasn't his best map. He was like, what, an 0.8 KD with a decent rating, and he did his part. Sure, like the game is over, and maybe he didn't like single-handedly carry the game, but he had a very respectable performance all throughout the series. When they were winning, he was one of the key components, and even when they're losing, he was one of the reasons they're putting up a fight.
Oh, well, I mean, Alucard is one of the best players to ever touch Black Widow, in my opinion. Him as well. Dipsy is so annoying. Black Widow is the sniper. Also, Beck is a very, very good sniper. So that's why I favor Nemesis. They know how to play this map. They know how to take the barracks control. They are not afraid to take the waters control. In my opinion, just Nemesis are better on all aspects of Black Widow. Yeah, maybe the aim sometimes goes for 3BL, but the aim is not going to be everything on Black Widow. It's a wide map if you don't care about the angles. And I believe that they left Black Widow till the last map because they don't want to be playing it. I'm talking about 3BL, of course. But for Nemesis, I think that they are ready to play this map, even if you picked it second or third. So it's going to be tough for 3BL. It's going to be way, way, way tougher for Nemesis, because Nemesis now, if they kind of choke, as we've seen from them on Eagle Eye, they might give the momentum that 3BL needs to close the series. But on paper, everything should go for Nemesis. They are doing a very good series. Yes, they fall on the third and fourth map, but the fifth map, I guess, with the sniper setups that they have and the good aggressive playing style that Dipsy usually show us, they might be having an edge.
Yeah, well, I mean, one last thing then before we close it off. Like, if you're on the side of 3BL and you have all of that in the back of your head because they must have been working really hard on this best of 5, what is the calls to be made? Like, if you're in the shoes of Hunt, what were the calls that you'll be making to try to mitigate those double sniper setups, and especially Avatar?
4-1, 4-on-1. Just go 4 together and one guy just controlling the other map. You need to go 4 together. You need to force the trade. If you don't force the trade, if you go slow, if they play slow, if they try to go for picks, they will get picked off and they will lose.
Yeah, so gun goes boom boom and more people dead. Hopefully in your favor than in their favor. And that is pretty much how this is going to go. And I believe that that means that, well, the guns already is going to go blazing. And this is going to be an epic finale. So let's send it over to Sekio and Trav.
Guns go boom indeed, and who will make their gun go boom better than the other team? We're about to find out over a long, drawn-out BO5 who's got what it takes to keep themselves focused after what has gone before. Black Widow is our playground for the decider here. And yeah, so much on the line for both teams. Nemesis always seem to punch up and raise their level in playoffs. 3BL want to try and prove that the new boys on the block have got what it takes. Want to try and qualify for these big events to even prove that even further. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see, how it's going to go. It's a long, arduous lower bracket gauntlet, of course, as well. Even if whoever wins this game starts to play the lower bracket final before getting into the grand final. So, yeah, it's not easy, but still, it's having the opportunity is what they want.
Of course, having the opportunity is something they all really want. 3BL, Nemesis, and of course, Anubis to be part of international events. I mean, we all say that this season will always go to Vitality, but with those teams actually fighting, having this spirit, that gives me like mixed signals. I still believe that Vitality are on another level, but looking at these stats, oh my god, like you'll see that 3BL are definitely the favorites in a Black Widow. And before we even get into this point, like before we even get into the final game, I thought in myself, if 3BL went to the Black Widow game, or like into the 5th game, they should be winning this one. But the problem is, Nemesis, they have two guys that you need to stop them from picking you all apart, and they are Alucard and Beck. Those two guys, or sometimes Alucard and Comics, either two of them should be shutted down. Other than this, I believe that Nemesis will pick 3BL apart. And don't get me wrong, if 3BL lost this game, I would say like I would love if I lost in any match or any place, I would love to lose like 3BL done. They'd given everything that they can. They went for the extra mile, and they didn't manage to get it off.
Well, here we go then. A slow build into the first round of map 5. 3 players on B for 3BL. Nemesis will be allowed to do what they want. And there you go. Noxin then goes looking for information. Alucard is still waiting in spawn after all this time. That'll be an annoying early death for Noxin. And that's the sort of thing and sort of moves you make when you're feeling a little bit nervy, a little bit on edge after a long day's play. Those tiny mistakes can come back to bite you.
3BL left with Hunt and Omega to play versus all those 4 guys. But Hunt's actually making it work for them, dropping it down to a 3v2. I mean, this one feels like it's doable down to 2v2. Come on, guys. I mean, Hunt, triple, Omega needs to get closer and closer, make it a quad. Raffin knows that needs to pick him at 3 in HP. Hunt going for the Penta, it's not gonna be the case here. No ace, no Penta. Raffin will bring the final card here. 7 seconds on the clock, and Raffin will give this win from 4v2 to a 2v1. And Raffin, when it really mattered the most, he picked the win for Nemesis.
Yeah, I feel like that's one that Nemesis desperately needed. Like, you can't afford to let a round like that slip in round 1 of the 5th map. It just would really get to you, I feel like. 3BL will say to themselves, guys, that was a pretty good effort considering the position we were in. So, it'll be a good start for them at least. Raffin is going to move forward on long. Sagic's caught all on his own. Mega. A very good chance to find Alucard, but Alucard once again showing what he's made of on this map. Speaking about how good he needs to be on, also he is on Black Widow, of course. He's got free reign about all these angles here. 3 very quick frags to get Nemesis up to 2-0. And 3BL after their efforts. I mean, look, you mentioned that maps could be quick because everyone's very tired, especially with no break. You have a little bit of a longer break in this one, but it's still been a long day, and it's a few errors creeping into 3BL's defense here.
They need to slow down a bit. Looks like Nemesis, they have a thing for A side. Just skipping everything. Uh-oh, going S5, that's something I really don't like here. Because they're gonna be 5 versus Hunt. And trust me, Hunt is not an easy guy to play versus. He got the first shot, it didn't really kill Raffin, but he at least get another one. I believe that it was a like one shot for you guys. Like he killed Vic and made Raffin really low in HP, but Alucard! Jordan smokes, gets Omega, gets Slowshot, and gives Nemesis the numbers advantage.
Yeah, once again, the guy that, you know, when I first covered him, maybe 2 years, if not more ago now. When I first covered this league, and he's so damn reliable, isn't he? Pretty exactly when needed to. No way in for Noxon and Sad. 1-0 very quickly off the bat.
Like he literally walked into this cube, Alucard and Raffin. In a blink of an eye, you will see Team 3BL get obliterated and only Sad is left alive. And Alucard just waking the beast. 9 kills in 4 rounds.
Incredible. Feels like it's a burst out of absolutely nowhere as well. I mean, he's not had a bad game, Alucard. He's played acceptably and his regular level, I'd say. But this is an extra, you know, 10% that he's putting forth here when his team really needs it. Got to be impressed by that. And I don't blame 3BL for calling their tactical very, very early.
As they should have. Losing 3-4 rounds. In a row is not methodical for them. They need that egg to get back in action. And still, to be honest, 5 games of competitive, it's not an easy run. What I'm most scared of, this pause puts Alucard on a cooldown. Like, drain him from the energy. Making him, like, work for it again to get back into the same level that he brought to the game.
They'll need to fight, and 3BL are fighting. I appreciate that change up for Losha. He's managed to get himself 2 kills very, very nicely. And some resistance for the first time on Black Widow. Feels like it's somewhat out of nowhere, but they can't afford to give Alucard anything. It's another important pick. That's 10 now. Obviously, our scoreboards annoyingly reset whenever we have any pause of any sort. But remember the number. He's on 10 from this moment on.
huge numbers, man. Huge as Meg will make some huge movement here to double down on their advantage. Hunt will be taken down, and the last guy will go to Nemesis. And at a certain point, we think like this might be the first round to 3BL, but yeah, it's not gonna be. Like, if they don't have Alucard, they have Blake. If Alucard like slipped a little, you have Depsy, you have Comics, you have the full roster on your side. Sad will go for the leg shot here. And will whip the nade. Funnily enough, but at least he got the pick.
Well, lots of together. Hold this one. It's negotiable. It has to be now. And they will make sure it goes over the line here, I think. And this is not able to break their way through. We're already halfway there, by the way. Look at Alucard go. Still peeking every single angle. And he knows he's got a chance at Sad in window. That's why Sad falls off. Doesn't want to give Alucard a chance at a possible 1v5. Respect, to be fair, as he so should with the game he's having. But he'll be allowed to get the plant. Got a crazy opportunity. Imagine if he pulls this one off. Unlikely though, because he's in the open. Still hits one more shot, to be fair to him. That's the maximum he could do when there's 3 players encroaching on him for from that angle. So 3BL will be on the board now, but it's still a long way back. And it feels like it's a long way back that's started too quickly for them. That makes any sense. Like they've gone down 5-0 so quickly. The fact it already feels like it's a long way back is a bit unfortunate for them.
We still have 3 more rounds to play in. But it will be gigantic for 3BL. If they can get to 5-4 scoreboard, they can win the upcoming 3 rounds. This is just incredibly good for them. It's very hard to play in this situation. Pressure is pretty high. Last game. And Nemesis playing the longer game, the wait game, the one that makes you hope that this game goes as fast as possible. But Hunt won't be missing. He won 2. The third was possible, but it's not gonna be connecting any more shots. But Noxel will be here, boosted for the triple box. Aisha will be here for the reinforcement. The plant is here, and 35 seconds to play in.
Yeah, I still think Nemesis have a good chance at this one. I really do, even in a 3v4. Very hard side to win easily. It's going to lead to the and there's a chance to take their way in. If actually gets to this first. Now I'm more confident 3BL trading their way forward. They can get 1 play on that defuse right now, and Beck is not he actually does get 1 kill at the end, but the bomb was already defused. So 3BL will find their second. Stay in touch for now. 3 behind. They really do need that 5-4 half. 2 in a row would be, I mean, they'd rip your arm off for a 5-4 right now.
It'll be methodical for them. Oh, a really push coming from them in the hotel here in A side. Not in E side, but you got what I mean. Still, the mid would be very open. No one is holding Cat, or even getting into Cat control. But on the other side, Comics! I never thought that this one might actually land. He went for the longer shot, and he caught Hunt on the back foot of B main. Like, if you look at the distance, it's just, it's incredible. That guy is making life easy for Nemesis fans. And Repsy is doubling down on him. The third guy will be Omega, pretty low in HP, but he will survive 4v3. But it's an easier task for Nemesis to close this one up.
Yeah, they can put the bomb site as well. That's the main factor. To get that bomb planted. And the 3BL rotation is still quite a long way away too. Look how far back they are. And look at how far forward Nemesis are as well. Alucard's in the middle. He's not going to help anyone. Well, easy double for Alucard. That's up to 6 now. Remember I said about him being on 10 before? I'm pretty sure that's on 15 now. Ridiculous numbers from Alucard. Exactly when his team needs him. And Penguin was right. Alucard's always been incredible on this map. It's showing up here. Another kill to end off the round. He's put his squad on his back. And you can see the determination in his face at the moment.
He's logged in. Like, PWC or not, he doesn't really care. He got the spot. He needs the title to have it. Oh, Alucard! That was a risky push here. Like, this one is one of those rounds that it's 50-50. Either die a hero or go trying, but I believe that he went for a very, very, very aggressive play. It didn't play out. Look at that, guys. He goes this round, and he does!
There we go.
I believe that's an ace.
Yeah, something to shout about. And as you can see, look at the reactions from the players. That is a very, very small something. But it's a something like that, when you have a big pop-off moment from an individual player, that can get you set up for the second half and can G you up and get you some energy returned that they may have lost because Alucard's been owning them all game. So let's see if that means anything at all, or if it just is a consolation highlight at the end of the series.
Second half almost begins. And I believe that Alucard is sitting on a 2-point-ish KD.
Yep, for sure.
16 kills, and he died, I don't know, like 3 times? Not actually more than 3 times. Maybe 4 times. And oh, that's almost getting closer to 3 KD or even 4. Impressive. Like, after all of the time that this team put in together to play in this best of 5, Alucard is the man. And what's more impressive, the years that he have been participating in events and trying to do this, do that, winning trophies. I mean, I would say that Alucard, that guy won the league title, I believe 3 times, and won an invitational back in 2022. He played in the final, of course, earlier this year, and back 2024 when he was playing with Anubis, he lost to the Vitality roster. So for almost 10 years of competitive experience, he is considered, at least for me, as one of the GOATs that we have in the entire region for the sniper department.
Yeah, for sure. If you just think about the best players that have ever played in this league on that sniper role, there'll be a couple this season that have played a bit better, maybe. But for me, it's Alucard, Foxy, and Snare. These are the 3 that I've really seen the biggest highlights from that I've watched and commentated over. Look at that go. Okay, they really want to put the pressure on now, don't they? They want to force the issue, make sure there's no chance for a 3BL comeback. Big spray, big kill, but you think he'd be traded very quickly. Well, maybe he's not. There's a chance in for Sad all of a sudden. Alucard's not traded this one. The first fumble of the game from Alucard. He's given Sad an opportunity out of the blue to get a start in this second half. He'll dump all his utility. And with a shock, he's dropped his sniper as well, going for the M14 instead. Whereas Sad still has his. He'll jump out, grab the bomb. It's a bit stuck on the stairs though. Now he's very, very low HP. Surely he goes down. Alucard will close it. Messy. Very messy indeed. But he'll take them however they come to him at this stage of the night.
It's kind of messy, but this is Messi of the league. Alucard is the guy. He is him, literally. I'm not as talking about like robbing the World Cup or like trying to get it by referees, but I'm speaking about his ability to just dodge everything, ability to make everything go around him. Sniper, he's working. Rifle, he's doing it, and he's been incredible for his team. And I believe that that guy didn't even play in a rifle position for a long time, but he's picking the rifle to just make it happen. It was just like that. Hunt is going for the push, getting Raffin out. Low HP. Depsy goes for the trade, and it's gonna be one and done for the Egyptian guy.
Double kill.
Dipsy. Looking for another. They're really confident now, aren't they? They know they've got 3BL exactly where they want them to close out today. And close out 3BL's tournament. It's going to be a heartbreaker for 3BL. It's one of those days where they know they're so close to making something special happen and getting a great win. Looking back at that golden round on map 3 in particular. And even map 2, they weren't that far off before Nemesis streaked clear. Look at Humix not being cleared either. Sad will go down. Good patience. That's a C4 dropped all the way back on long. Too far away from Omega. He's trying to get into some kind of position to duel comics, but it's just not a favourable fight for him at any point. Alucard has got him dead to rights anyway. And there we go. Cleaned up. 8-3 on the board. That's him up to, God, I would say probably about 20 kills now. Total. 2 away.
And he's 2 away from the 20 kills. Ironically.
Counting. Good.
Had to.
Double kill.
Ooh, okay, Lasha.
It was good while it lasted. 30 seconds in, and he got a bacon Raffin, but he didn't get the beast. So, yeah, you gotta watch out for him. This one will be Depsy and Alucard on the sniper. So, this is a terrible spot to be in. Still a bit of pressure in the middle here. Not sure, but why is 3BL trying to play this one pretty slow? Sad's holding the base, trying to catch anyone in the middle, but the thing is, Cat is the only place that you will find players at. Comics is waiting, is hunting, looking for anyone to get closer, and he is gonna deliver one. Alucard with a second, and will just dip out, leave the spot.
Yeah, good work. Now they have to find a gap to 3BL. I don't know how many gaps left when Alucard's still alive, is there? Especially when Dipsy's got his sniper too. Alucard will be in charge of B, and Dipsy will push up and decide, look, I mean, I'd rather not have 2 snipers in this one. I'd rather have a bit more maneuverability with an M14. Now Alucard's in here to help out. They're both in the right position at the right time. Sad, he's a dead man. There we go. Now it's all down to Noxin. He can pick up the bomb, but time is against him a little bit. And of course, he's still worried about every single angle that Alucard was last seen at. They'll be allowed to plant though. We'll get it in straight away. And then Alucard's decision to go and hide on the opposite site will be the wrong one. And we've had a big moment from Noxin in a 1v2 already in this series. It was a long, long time ago in that crazy 13-11 on map 1, which was the most entertaining map, I think, of the whole day. And
Shots!
but in comes Noxin once more to try and keep his team alive. Is it possible? Dipsy, he's dancing. Will he be able to get over the line? Or will it be another Teletubby? Noxin trying to bait him and jump at him, and he's made it happen. Okay, a lifeline, something to shout about, but it's still a long way back.
They need 4 more rounds, and that's a lot to deal with, but it's not gonna be a lot for Hunt to pick Rafton once we just start the game. And man, this early kill will give them the numbers advantage to find a way to crack Nemesis code that's been running for the entire game, entire series. They're making 3BL work for their spot in the AWC. They don't really care about it anymore, but they care about their placement, their spot in Season 2. Maxim under Bath. Still got the C4, and also you have the smoke in the middle, trying to cover Cat. Actually, no, it's not covering Cat, it's covering the wooden doors. Oh boy, a lot of time been wasted here, but I like how they are approaching the hotel. This is good.
This is a good position. Yeah, Noxin caught off guard. That is crazy. Again, very aggressive. That's going to force 3BL to, I think, change their routing all the way back through spawn again.
I mean, come on, this is sad. And I really mean it. Come on, guys, do something. The problem is they don't have a lot of util, so they will just go for raw peaks. And when it comes to raw peaks, I believe that Nemesis are the best on this. Omega goes guns blazing left and right. Good one. Which will be taken out. Alucard track here. Beck would be the second guy to pick those guys apart. 10 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have time to re-rotate. Try and get closer. Sad they already know where he's at. He picks the first one, goes for the plant, and now he got not a lot of time to play with. Comics jumps in, takes him out, and it's map point for Nemesis.
Map and match point for Nemesis. It's a long, long road. It's been a long, long series. But I think they're about to close it out. And Noxin, he's going to need a lot more of that to try and keep his team alive. This is Alucard that he found first. The menace. Yeah, the menace of the map.
Only map? Come on, man. The entire series, I would say.
Maybe. Particularly on Black Widow, though, that's for sure. He's making every single player on 3BL a Widow, I think.
This time I believe that 3BL are not going for the late executions. And man, you just mentioned that Alucard is down, but the thing is, this team is not only about Alucard. You have Beck, you have the snipers, and Sid 5 is over. Nemesis will take this win.
Incredible,
Out of
incredible,
3BL.
and that is exactly, deserved as well. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I'm still happy with my 3BL prediction, Sekio, because, look, they came damn close. Fair play to them, but Nemesis was that little 5% better, aren't they?
They did, and man, like, the last game, it was just like that. It felt like 3BL are running out of gas, or like they already run out of gas, and they're just trying to play the 5th game. I didn't see a lot of Noxon clutches. I would say that he got one, But other than this, the remaining parts of the squad didn't get it through. But I would say something, guys. You did incredible work here. Congrats into reaching this position to go to 5 maps versus Nemesis to be in a top 4 in CFWL. This is a huge, huge, of course, thing to accomplish. And with that, I believe that's gonna be it for us. So for the last time, I believe, see you guys. Volt and Penguin, take it away.
Trev already slipped. man.
Adios, guys. Yeah, yeah. Massive respect out of that one. Very respectable effort from the side of 3BL, if that's what we're gonna go for. But I want to take that from Trav and actually echo what you also have said, but in the negative connotation, right? You said that they're gonna be kicking themselves if they lose the BO5, and unfortunately for 3BL, that they did.
Yeah, I mean the guys should be having heads high now because everybody said Nemesis is gonna be winning this series in a very easy fashion. I believe everybody mentioned that it's gonna be either 3-0, maximum 3-1. So the guys did a very good job. Yes, I know that 3BL they only lost by 1 round if you just watch the game, but look also at the other side, Nemesis. These guys they had a lot of pressure. Yes, I know that the AWC already secured, but these guys are not only playing for the AWC. These are Nemesis.
Yeah.
I'm sure that these guys they want the title, so they also have a pressure on their shoulders. If they got the runners up last season, so they need to top it up by winning the title, not by getting 4th place. So well played by both teams. They give us a hell of a show of CrossFire, and I guess that could be our final. I mean, because watching 3BL playing just freely, no pressure. Watching Nemesis as well, just getting some rounds, making some plays. Everybody just entertained us. In the end, Nemesis deserved to win across the entire series. They were better, they were good, and they were consistent.
Oh, absolutely. Start to finish, they were the better team, I believe, here today. 3BL, impressive, and perhaps even more so than Nemesis in terms of the individual play. And I think that this is where I agree with you. They should absolutely have their heads held up high. They came with the right preparation. Unfortunately, I believe that experience and perhaps team synergy both played a factor. And both, unfortunately, go in the favor of Nemesis, right? Experienced players in themselves, and also they've played together longer. So both sides really will matter a lot. And I'm hoping that, hey, comes the regionals, come the time for stars, they're going to be able to temper themselves on the side of 3BL. Because from the performance that we've seen here today, and, in comparison to the household names like Unlight, names like DEC, again, like them and Anubis have really been impressing all year, but they've kicked it up to 5th year today. Today, both teams have delivered a valiant effort.
Yeah, I know. I have a quote that I want to say to my teammates that a team that makes hard work is gonna be always rewarded. These guys, they're gonna be rewarded. Maybe they miss the 6 days cheaply to the EWC and they took the 4th place, and then they get the bigger one, which is the CFS. So if they continue improving, I guess they can make it. Yeah, Nemesis, they're consistent. These guys deserve to go to the EWC, honestly, and also we would love to see them in finals or even the lower final as they are now. So we're gonna be having a very good game versus Anubis. Yes, they showed some deficiencies. I believe that Anubis now they are having probably a better form than 3BL, maybe than Nemesis a bit, but Nemesis win versus 3BL is gonna give him a push to show a better strategy. So my opinion is it's still anybody's to take these rankings, except let's talk about the 1st place. Vitality is usually the team that you will be betting your money on when it comes to the 1st place. Other than that, I believe that all the teams are competitive. We are having a decent, let's say, season than Egyptians, because they are talking about 18 Egyptian players out of 20 Egyptian players. So it's only Beck and Raffin who are not Egyptians, and now they are moving forward. The rest are all Egyptian. Even though 3BL, when they lost today, they are just having good games and a stronger one for Nemesis. This pushes Nemesis to improve. This also pushes Vitality to improve, and definitely Anubis, the teams that are going to be representing our region. So I believe that this is, let's say, the payoff for all the efforts that's been done by the 4 teams.
Absolutely, that is going to be the case. And, I'm thinking about this. I think that, funnily enough, looking at the names at the side of Nemesis, is Alucard the only person that have actually won like the domestic league? I believe that Alucard won it with Myth, back when it was called the CrossFire Elite League, not the West League yet, not the 2023 format.
Dipsy as
so-
well won it.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
Dipsy won.
That's the one that I missed then. So like, I think Beck hasn't won. Raffin and Comics both haven't won it.
Only
So-
Dipsy and Alucard, yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot on the line here. You know, you're talking about that, and I just wanted to highlight this: that yeah, sure, like getting the trip to Paris is amazing. Feeling like you're probably the second best team in the league, and you most likely will make it to CFS later down the year, is so important for them. But yeah, the stakes for them isn't about that. Their goal is a little bit more higher up. And you know, let's just give a eulogy to 3BL because, like, again, a very impressive performance. Moxon still stable, but in the server you can tell the three guys that didn't show up, unfortunately, like Omega and Losha, unable to deal with Alucard, and I feel like Sad was put in a lot of positions where he felt he had to make up for this man's damage, because that guy, Alucard, is always a menace when it comes to Blackwood.
Well, yeah, we mentioned. I knew that Black Widow is gonna go this way. I said it's gonna be a stop on Eagle Eye for any of the teams because they ran out of energy, and it was a clear Black Widow win for Nemesis. Honestly, yes, probably the momentum was kinda for 3BL, and this was only the case for them to win. But when it comes to strategies experience, Black Widow was one of the maps that you need to have experience. Otherwise, there will be a lot of timings. You will face a lot of, let's say, hard positions when they're pushing versus you. You're always off position. You're always trying to get your position back then. And then 3BL they started very, very, very slow. 0-5 start and making it 3-6. It was kind of a miracle in my opinion. Also, I thought it's gonna be 2-7 or 1-8 half, but then they make it 3-6. They lost a clutch. They won a clutch. It was very close for them. They kept the composure till the end of the series. But yet, I said Nemesis, the better experienced team, the more organized. They are playing together since the beginning of the year, and I believe that they deserve to go to not only the EWC but also to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, still, of course, the meeting against Vitality is not yet. There's another team, another Egyptian team, fully Egyptian, as you said, that is going to be a big obstacle for Nemesis. But for today, they get to see and say that they have bested the second best team this season. 3BL have been looking so dangerous. They tapered off a little bit in playoffs, but today was a moment for them, a moment that they should be proud of. And Alucard, as always, is going to be the pride of our scene in a way, right? Like, I'm thinking of players like him, like Gainer. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think that there's a world where you can make two Vitalities if you just combine all the 5 other Egyptian players that aren't in Vitality, and they could be competitive. And that's like my, like, you know, dream roster building mind going at work. But in this iteration of Nemesis, I think it's an iteration that very much as well might be competitive this season with Vitality, because I feel like this season the individual level of the rifles has stepped up, and Alucard remained as consistent as, you know, we're saying it's between him, Snare, and Spoxy. Well, the other two have stepped down a little bit, maybe not as much for Snare as for Spoxy, but Alucard has remained a reckoning for all the teams.
Honestly, I've seen some downfalls probably from Snare in the phase 1. We've mentioned this, but I haven't seen it from Alucard that much. Usually Alucard, the guy, he knows how to play the game in the way that makes him very, very consistent, because he's not the guy that's taking much risks, but he knows how to trade. I said Alucard is one of the best traders in the world. He knows how to force a trade. If they need one trade, he will force one. If they need to reject it. And of course, everybody lived his clutches and watched their live, so he's one of the best entire season. If Nemesis gets this win of the title, probably beating Hogan and go back to the another beating, Alucard should be the MVP of this season.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely is going to be the case, but we'll have to wait and see how things pan out in the lower final. They still got Anubis to meet. But for today, though, this man gets to enjoy his night. We got Alucard, who is the MVP, alongside us here for the interview. So let's welcome him in. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, congratulations on the win. And how do you feel about it? You know, you take down 3BL. That was quite an effort. Let's just put it that way.
Well, to be honest, I didn't expect the games to go till the last map. I've said in the previous interview that I expect it was gonna be way easier, but the boys showed up today, and heads up for them. They did. I think they did everything they can. no need to be sad. I know probably they lost AWC spot, but I mean, still new team. They still gaining experience, playing at this level with this confidence till the last map. I think they did good, and they will be really a fierce opponent in CFS qualifiers. And I really think they might even gain a spot going to either CFS.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. You guys also did a very good game because we said that sometimes the momentum went for 3BL, but yet I had a point during the during the entire stream that Nemesis usually was the better team during this series. Yes, you guys throwed a bit on Ankara, but you were the better team during the entire series. So now you're going to be facing Anubis. It's going to be your next opponent. So tell me, what improvements do you guys need to make in order for you to overcome Anubis and go back to Vitality on the grand final?
Well, I think now Anubis has made it to EWC. They have the confidence. They really stepped up season 2. They improved a lot. They have very good snipers. They have good exec. They know how to play. I think it's gonna be it's not gonna be an easy one. This one, we're still gonna fight. We're still gonna want to be champion, and inshallah we'll do it. But the match against Anubis, I think it's really gonna be a tough one. But I think we can do it in the end.
Yeah, well, it's great to hear that you give them such a high regard, but I guess then it goes back to you guys on Nemesis, right? Like, how's the energy on the camp this year? Is the goal winning the league? Because I know it has been a couple of years for you, and some of the guys on the team haven't even won a domestic league before. So, is that where you feel like it's a necessity to win, or is it just a nice to have if you win over Anubis and then finally get the one up over Vitality?
Well, you mentioned I've been around for so many years. I won almost everything, but I'm still as young as I am. It's like I'm still day one. For me, I still didn't win anything. Every tournament I play, I need to win. I'm hungry to win. I'm getting old. Maybe matches going like third map like this. I'm like, I don't like when it goes till 3-2 like this. When you win or when you lose, it's hard for you, to take all this. But yeah, for me, I'm still young in my heart. I'm still fighting till the end. I've played with Penguin, and now he's casting. I'm still playing, and I think I will continue playing more. About us, Nemesis, yeah, some of us never won the league. I really want to win for our team. To be honest, I've won it before, so I really need to win it for my team, especially Beko, Dipsy Comics, and Raffen. Beko has been with me for 3 years now. We were so close so many times. So I think this guy should finish his career with a title. So I'm doing everything I can to make him do that. He's one of the best IGLs I've played with. He really deserves. He works hard. So I'm doing everything I can for this guy to have his title.
Yeah, of course. I hope the best for you guys. And, speaking of the finale, well, let's just close it out like this. You have the stage. Stage set is yours. If you want to say anything to all the people that are staying up, at least here in Egypt, until like 1 in the morning to watch you guys.
It wasn't fast
just
this time,
take
man.
this serious. Yeah,
You almost promised
us.
it wasn't
Well,
fast today, man.
I don't control the result, I can't finish fast every time. But anyway, for who is ever still watching, thank you for supporting us. I know we didn't make it fast and we made you stay up late. Thank you, and I would like to thank my family. They are always waiting for me, always watching me, no matter how late we go. They are really my number one supporters, and I really appreciate everything they do for me. And for the fans, thank you so much. And we're still improving. I know this is not the level you want to see Nemesis at. We're still evolving. We're still fixing our mistakes, learning from the situations, and every day we're trying to improve. So I hope in EWC we can show a really good level for our team and for our org. They've been supporting us the whole way, and I really want to make them proud of us. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Yeah, congratulations, champ. The journey is not over. We'll still see you next week for the best of 5 against Anubis, and hopefully we'll see the best of the two teams there. So once again, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's good that he mentioned, like you used to play, you used to be good. Nowadays, you just can't be bothered. Like, hey, you're just happy coasting here in the desk.
Yeah, and because he's saying that I know Alucard that when it comes to third, fourth games, it's a lot of pressure, and we used to say that, hey, let's just try to end the 3-1, 3-0. We can't bear the pressure every time, every day. If you keep playing it and if you keep having best of fives, it's like a football game, and you're going always to the extra time. It's eventually gonna be drained. The energy is
It
gonna be
eats at
drained
you,
and
yeah.
everything. Yeah, so that's why he's saying that he doesn't need to. I don't need to feel this anymore. He's feeling it till now, and yeah, it's good to see this guy always on the stage. Yes, I believe that he won everything. The title win for him might not feel the same. By the way, I said that Dipsy won the league. Sorry, it was Beva and Doom on Anubis back in the days. It was 2022. Season 2, it was Beva, not Dipsy. So Dipsy is also looking for this guy. Deserves a one because he was very close last year, very close. It was like 6-3 against it was back then Rock map 5, and then suddenly something happened and the Anubis lost. But yeah, these guys, as we mentioned, as Vitality, they won multiple West leagues. Now it's time for Beck to have one. Now it's time for Comics, Deepsea, and the next leagues is gonna be for Dirty, Muffin, of course the 3BL guys, Hunt, and everybody. So I just feel that it's just by time, you know.
Yeah, it's great to see that. So, I guess that is then the conclusion of our day. And with that, we got 3 more teams remaining in the playoffs. Vitality in waiting after winning 3-1 against Anubis. That was the first best of 5, if you did miss that one. And of course, we just finished what was probably the best of 5 so far in the season between 3BL, Galaxy, and Nemesis. And with that, the journey ends for 3BL. No EWC, nothing. They get to rest, most importantly. And I also concur with Avatar that I think that they're going to be a very dangerous team later on in the year. But for the moment, we also are going to have to wait a little bit because we're going to be back, I believe, in the 1st of August. Indeed, the 1st of August, so next week, to continue our journey. We're going to be here Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, of course, for the lower final, and then the winner of Anubis and Nemesis will go on the Sunday to play against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the next games, definitely, if we will talk about the next matchup, is going to be Anubis versus Nemesis. As size redemption for Nemesis, they need to beat Anubis. They need to revenge their phase 2 because they already revenged 3BL multiple times. Now they need to revenge Anubis and then go back to Vitality and revenge the entire, let's say, the entire league from Vitality, because Vitality just destroyed everybody, I guess, in the past few weeks, in the past few years. So Nemesis, they have a long road still. I believe they are, every time they're winning, I feel that these guys are improving, they are adapting, they're learning. By the way, we have to mention that Nemesis, this is their first time playing together. I mean, their first year playing together. So probably they're getting closer and closer. We might see them champs again. Anubis as well, it's the first season for these guys, but they are kinda, let's say they only changed one player. 3BL as well. So all these teams shuffling and showing us this great performance. That means that we're going to be having a blast on the CFS regional qualifiers and finals.
Yeah, of course. Also with that, I do believe I want to double check because I think if I do remember correctly,
3BL is going to start from qualifiers. 3BL will start from the qualifiers. Exactly. TC will start from the regional finals. TC are now on the regional finals with the other 3 teams that you have right now. So it's only going to be Knights and 3BL starting from the qualifiers.
Yeah, so I guess boon of fortune then for TEC, the only true winner out of 3BL losing.
Oh, Anubis as well. Anubis, they secured the EWC, so the guys should be celebrating now. 3BL's loss is it was like the world versus 3BL. So if 3BL wins, everybody just loses. But if 3BL loses, everybody just wins. So maybe that's the fair point for them now.
Yeah, okay, you know what? If the world was against them the last time, let's see if they're going to forsake it come September, come the regional qualifiers and finals, and how they're going to fare out. The EUMENA qualifier is always pretty dangerous. I think the Swamp is probably going to have an easy time in NA, as always. But hey, who knows? Swamp has been having their worst run of the season, but, that then means that the season is going to end next week, so we've kind of crossed the barrier of no return, and I feel like it's the barrier for the better. I feel like the region is trending in a good direction. So before we close out, do you have anything to say to the teams that are out now, to 3BL and everybody else? When you think about Unknights, when you think about the other teams, right? Unknights, TEC, and 3BL, and how they actually played in the playoffs and their level in the group stage. And even teams like Imperium that really surprised all of us with how good they were able to play in phase 1 and 2 of this season.
Well, definitely, it's gonna be hard luck for all of the teams. Of course, special message for 3BL because these guys, they played very good during the entire season, and they all had only one bad game, which kind of destroyed their, let's say, career. TC, they probably underperformed for a while, so they deserve the 6th place. Unlight's the same, but they're gonna be bouncing back, I believe. Imperium, keep fighting, guys, keep improving, and they will be having a very good games. Anubis, Nemesis, and Vitality. Nobody deserves to go to the international stage of the EWC except you guys. We trust and we believe in you. I'm gonna be supporting all of them on the EWC and supporting my region.
Yeah, well, let's wait for their trip to Paris, but until then, they're gonna have to stay at home and continue to fight for the domestic trophy, as the best of the West will collide once again in a week from now. Remember, guys, August the 1st, same time, same place. See you then, and without further ado, goodbye. Good night.
But he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You know, took him from up above, and he is going to rain. Now, right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, pops and all. Find himself falling. That's a crowd that matches.